Bro, are we still rolling? Alright, let's talk.
And for the success of the family in the future. Most of them want, the instant gratification of, I want to see you though today. I want you to blow my back out. You know what I mean?
Wait. Wait.
Man. Guys. It's been a minute.
It's been a minute. Oh, it's over there now, yeah?
Yeah, apparently we're just doing that salute. Yeah.
Salute back in the cut.
Wait,
exactly.
Am I choppy?
No. You just sound like you're in a tub.
I'm gonna let me.
Wow.
Oh my God, I'm turning up the cam. It's better now.
Okay. Yo, by the way, I think you need to clean your tuxedo. You need to clean your tuxedo, bro.
It's loading. Like, look how it's loading. What?
What was that? Man said, "My chopping. Let me turn up the camera. I'm bad now."
I don't know what he's saying. Yo, but anyways, guys, welcome to Not Your Average Joes. This is Mystic Moose, my guy King, and the Duke coming at you live. It's time, man. Right, good to see you guys. It's been a minute. Like I said, well, not good to see Temmie, but good to see the rest of you guys. It's been a minute. Yeah. But Thames,
it's been a bit.
Yeah. But yeah, the Duke. How's the day been, bro? How's the week been? What you been up to? Is he even here?
I honestly don't know. I feel like he's blacked out. I don't know. He he turned up the camera and just left.
It just dipped. Oh, he's back.
Man fled the scene. He fled the scene.
We kicked him from studio.
I'm like, unmute yourself.
Unmute yourself, bro. Unmute yourself. You back?
I'm back now. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we hear you. How's the chicken?
Man's choking on the chicken.
I was choked on the bone. Oh shit!
No.
This is not a good start.
Choking the chicken. Choking on the chicken.
He's choking on the chicken this time. It's all over. It's
all right, guys.
That's why that's how he had the camera off. It makes sense now. Yeah, man. But
technical difficulties, man.
Hey, it is what it is. Don't worry. But yeah, I was just asking how everyone's been, innit? Before we all choked on.
Yeah, it's been lit. It's been lit.
Finished with school for the term, so I'm in summer holiday now. Ooh.
Oh, man's in summer holiday. Oh, man's chilling. So man's gonna go back to the ends, yeah.
I'm staying for a little bit as well for research. School never ends, man. School never ends.
Man, like, yo, our man's Vincent will be on in 5. Okay. Just doing garden stuff.
Mr. Vincent, okay.
Man,
come through.
Man's out here.
Yeah, he'll be here in 5. That's calm. All right, man. But yeah, you guys already know what the topic of this stream is today.
You know what time it is.
I've heard certain men are struggling. Certain men are starving out here.
The hunger is real.
The hunger is real, bro, and it's not even their fault, apparently. I mean, we're gonna find out.
I think what you realize about people's experiences simply in the dating scene, it reflects a lot on maybe their upbringing or the environment they ended up in. So some people get to the point where they can handle courting and relationships, but then we all have to reach it differently based on how you were brought up, basically. So
it's true, but we here to speed up that process.
We're here to cater to that.
To cater to that process.
I'm
gonna expose myself on different levels. Given the stories already.
I'm not gonna expose mine.
Nah.
How much do you want to reveal?
No, bro.
That's the question.
Bro,
I'm not like Fresh. Will I expose my L's? Nope.
Yeah, you've got to. They've got to see where you came from. They gotta know
he bounced back.
We'll expose.
100. Yeah, man. But now I'm ready.
All the lies, all the dreams.
But I'm thinking, who wants to go first though? That's the thing.
I go and take it away, miss. Take it away.
No, that's not me.
Start from the beginning.
Take it away.
Oh, what, uni or before uni?
Back to school. Secondary school.
When you're a seed, just
coming of age.
Okay, coming of age, bro. Secondary school was a peak time, bro. Peak time. Man was chubby / borderline fat at that point. I was getting no attention from girls, none whatsoever. Even if I wanted
to a mix or boys' school.
I went to all boys' school, bro. It was peak. And again, I don't recommend it. I don't recommend it for you, man, either, because you don't know how to interact with the opposite gender at all.
So for your sons.
For my sons, I'm not taking them to. I'm not going to put them in an all boys school. It's good for grades. Good for grades, but not good for your social development. and calibration either. Just not
But
great.
think about it like this. Think about
Because
it like this.
women are distraction.
If they get the grades,
Yeah.
eventually, they become successful, and eventually the
That's
women
not
will
true,
come.
bro. That's not true. You can fall off. You fall off at sixth form, but the girls come, and they're just like,
And that's the thing. That's the thing. People would say, "Oh, later on, I'll work on that part of myself." I would become used
Yeah.
to girls when I'm 25, and it's like, wait a minute. It's like
I
people
have
end up
friends
in
who've done
school
that.
for so long, right? They
They're still
educated.
virgins. They're still virgins. They're
it's a
still
bubble.
hoping,
It's a
Let's
V
talk
card.
about it. Let's
Let's
talk about
that
it.
V card. Yeah, no.
bro.
Boys' school is good. Man said boys' school is good. I mean, I came out well. I adapted and survived. I won't lie.
Boys' school.
But
No,
yeah,
come on.
he
Who's
said boys'
capping?
school is
What
good.
would
Yeah,
be the
no.
benefits of going to a boys' school instead of mixed school? As
I'd
a
say
young boy,
you're less likely to. I think I don't know. If you look at the boys' school, I reckon you're less likely to. How do you say? Um, how do you say? Get caught lacking in the sense of having sex with like you'll focus more on school as opposed to getting girls because the girls there they
Right.
are a distraction. Because when I got to sixth form, I'm telling you now you'd come into school thinking about okay, did this girl like me or not? Whereas when you go to a boys' school, when you go to an all boys' school, it's just a case of
is that how it was, given?
hey.
Wait, what?
Exactly.
No. Carry
Yes.
on. Carry on.
No,
Carry
no,
on.
no.
for
But
me.
literally, no. This is it. This point right here is to get some next girl pregnant. That's the one. The
So
main
that's the
thing.
fear, right?
The fear ending your
From
career
who?
early before it's
from
even
you
begun.
or from parents?
Both, bro. The parents instill the fear in you. They instill the fear in you, and no matter how much sexual
Okay,
ed you go
okay,
through, you feel like
pause,
you'll
Moose,
trip over.
pause.
Yeah, go on.
Pause, Moose. Given
Yeah.
going to a mixed school like me, did you
Mm-hmm.
have fear in your mind that you might end up having sex with a girl and getting her pregnant, like from year 7 to year 11? Did you feel that?
I didn't feel. There was no fear on my end because I knew that's not happening. Protection. I'm like, bro, I'm a ninja with protection. It's not happening. Not to me.
I
There's a
mean,
small possibility.
yeah,
Obviously,
yeah.
there was a little fear, but it wasn't like pervasive where it stopped me doing what I was supposed to do. You know what I mean? So I was just like, it is what it is.
I think even
I'll
at
be
that
as
age,
cautious.
most of us were responsible. I mean, in year 6, we were taught sex ed, right? We knew what would happen down there.
Wait, y'all,
and we
y'all were
knew
taught
what we
sex
needed.
ed?
In year 6.
No, I'm
Oh,
joking.
you
Yes,
guys
it's-
went to it? I was
No,
like,
I'm
you
just
went
playing.
to
I'm
it?
playing. No, I'm
And
playing.
then
I'm playing.
And then again in like year 8.
Yeah. No,
So
I did year
mentally,
7.
we were prepared,
Year 7?
I guess. I don't know.
Year 7. We got year 7 and year 9, I think. So for
Yeah,
us,
it came with
Exactly.
recurrent.
But with us, it was like it's not going to good use anyway. So what's the point? You know what I mean? Because all boys school. So it's like they're
I
preparing
mean,
you
you
for.
could do
They're
stuff outside
preparing.
of school. A lot of boys were.
Yeah. True. To be honest, it didn't stop us. We just went to our neighboring all girls school and we just used to interact there. If that
I've
makes
heard
sense.
that.
So we found.
I've
So we
heard that
found a way.
before.
Yeah. So that's how I managed to kind of get in touch with my first experiences with females / opposite gender was literally through going to another school. And bro, to get in to be even respected there, you had to be on a sports team like rugby or basketball, whatever it might be. There was no other way, pretty much. Or if you had to be known with the right crowd, essentially. That was your
Yeah.
ticket in. Other than that, bro, they won't bat an eyelids. They will look at you. You'll probably get laughed at maybe a few times as it goes down. But it is what it is, man. You get used
That's
to it.
wild. Yeah.
All right, from there, and then you went
That's
to
till
sixth
year
form.
11.
Was it also all boys or
Yeah,
mixed?
no, mixed. This is mixed. So
Okay.
now this is where you start to see the guys change. When the girls come through, you're like, I've known you for like 5 years. What are you doing?
This is not who you are.
Why are you capping? Like right in front of my face. Like what the fuck? Literally, I'm telling you, dudes changed overnight. Literally, we came back, like we had the induction day on like a Friday or whatever. We all came in. Monday, my guy changed colors. Was walking a different way, talking a different way, treat you differently. They try roast you occasionally, assert that kind of dominance. And I'd be
It's
like,
a
bro,
dominance.
this isn't you. What are you doing? Like you're too big for your boots right now. We're gonna have to level you. Yeah, but it was a good experience, man. And look, you were gonna get left behind, but those are the girls actually liked that type of guy, so they would be the ones that they would end up. When you go to a party, they would get with them, etc. And if you didn't, bro, you just got left behind, man. It was
You
adapt to
fell at the
survive.
Yeah.
wayside.
It's adapt.
Fucking
It was
hell.
adapt to survive. Literally, that was it. Adapt to scenarios. That's what we were doing.
So just to clarify, you said that some of your classmates who were in all boys school and then you guys moved to sixth form,
We
they
all
had
went
a
to the same
different
sixth form. Yeah.
different
So we
mentality. Like, okay,
so
we're here with the girls. Okay.
so let me explain our structure. We in our school it was like year like 7 to 11 is all boys, right? Then you go to year 12, 13, which is sixth form, and that's when they bring girls in. They kind of like import them, right? From
Like
outside, from outside. So bro, this is where the culture is peak, because even the dudes younger will be looking at those girls in
at
your
the top.
year, and if you're not if you're not holding that, there were scandals going on, man. People in year 10 sleeping with girls in year 12, 13, and I'm just here like, see, this is what happens. This is what happens. So I'm
Cougars.
like,
Wow.
exactly. It was crazy, man. Crazy stuff.
Yeah, they had abundance. The abundance
They had
mindset must have been
abundance
crazy.
mindset. Because I'm thinking, hold on, there's about, let's say, look, there's about 100 girls, and there's about like literally over 1,400 guys. So think about the ratio in it. So for you
I
to
mean,
be
already
near,
that dynamic is very unique because, for example,
yeah,
I went to a mixed school where, like, majority of people went to mixed schools, but you went to
yeah,
one sixth form that majority of the guys were from the all boys school. So it's like
yeah,
everyone's going in with the
yep,
same mentality.
yep,
While I noticed the difference between the ones who went to mixed boys and all boys, because they just like, I don't know how Given felt, but when I was in mixed school, I never thought of girls like some type of like different alien idea. You know, it was just like, oh yeah, I can make friends with that girl. You know, it was nothing. But then it must
yeah.
have been a competition for you guys.
Yes, it was. That's exactly how it was, and it's weird because
Oh god.
in primary school, remember you go to a mixed primary school. That's without a given, right? And then it's like the second you hit the 12, 13, bow, flip the switch, you go to a boys' school, or you go to a mixed school, and you're like, okay, now we're starting to get a bit more intimate. Shit's starting to go down on
Ooh.
a daily. Do you know what I mean? So yeah, but we just didn't get this experience, unfortunately. And it wasn't until, for me personally, it wasn't until year 9 where I realized I had powers in it. So yeah, we just started to
Year
tap into
9.
those powers. Year 9,
I'm
bro,
looking at
because
his
that's
hands
when,
like,
yeah, I was like, oh man,
oh
yeah.
god.
Because literally, bro, they won't look at you if you're ugly or if you're below average looking. You have to come with game.
Clapped.
You need sauce or spice, something that will get you through the door and allow you to stay in that room. You know what I mean? So it's either that or you
What
get
did
wrecked.
Vincent say?
Vincent was saying, here we go. I feel
Nah,
like we
allow
need
it.
to.
He's still got
Uh,
time. When
he's
he
still got
comes on,
time.
he can explain himself. Like, you know,
Yeah,
You only
100%.
you
I
always
look.
early
feel awkward
20s.
if
I
you
look.
need
No,
if you
no.
feel
I
like you
look
have to
forward.
validate yourself. Come on
It's
now,
true. It's
Vincent.
true. It's
Come
true.
on, Vincent.
Yeah, true. But no, literally, look, as time goes on and you do get used to hanging out with the opposite gender, you start to just realize, oh, these are people as
They're
well.
annoying, yeah.
They shit too. They shit
They're
too.
annoying.
They shit too, and they're
Yeah,
bare annoying, bare annoying.
right,
They need to be
right.
Yeah,
humbled every so often. Yeah, no. That's
man
wild.
said unstoppable force. I love this
Well,
guy,
all
you
the
know.
way back in secondary school. I want to
Unstoppable.
hear those stories later. Trust me.
Exactly.
Nah.
Yeah, carry on then.
Yeah.
With
Now,
after
but
what, sixth form?
so look, literally, okay. So in sixth form, now you make it or break it here. This is where you go into your metamorphosis phase, right? Where you have to transition. This is where you realize, okay, I can't stay the same, scared kid, whatever, scared of talking to the girls and stuff. Because you see because you know what I'm saying.
Jeez.
Because you see the guys who are getting girls, bro. You see the guys who are getting girls.
Oh yeah.
And then you're like, I want to be one of these dudes. What are they doing?
Oh.
What are they doing that I'm not doing? And then it's just like, yeah. Then that's when, like I said, year 9,
That's where you start prying. Yeah,
you got
yeah.
your chat. Year 9, you got your chat. And then I realized, oh, if I go gym as well, bro, just couple the two
It's
together.
a wrap.
Even if you're not you're not the best looking, they'll look at you anyway, body, and then they'll
Yeah,
give you the
yeah.
time of day. Yeah,
It's the
but
mouthpiece as well.
the mouthpiece. So
Stuff you
I actually
say,
went to,
how you come across.
yeah, I actually went into a relationship year 12, 13 with a girl from outside of school as well. So that as well for me was my first big win, in my opinion. Anyway.
Jeez.
Then just before uni, I got wrecked. I got wrecked. I thought the world was
Wrecked.
over, bro. Yeah.
Oh,
This
snap.
was my first taste of red pill, man. I had bought, and I was simping at this point hard.
We've all been there.
Yeah. Literally at 16, 17, I was simping hard. I bought her like a chain or a necklace of some kind. And I was like, yo, this is for you. Before I go to uni, I want us to stay together. Blah, 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 blah. No, bruh. L. Big L. Big L. She was like, nah, I don't think it's a good idea. You know,
That's wild.
yeah, I don't think it's a good idea at all.
My
You
God,
know,
just
I think
hold
we should
my
break up.
knees.
Yeah, I think we should break up. You know, see other
Jeez.
people. You know, before we go to uni, so we can explore. And little did I know she was
Man,
doing
she
it
was just
in
saying
my
so we
favor.
can explore, just
Exactly.
Oh, this.
Jeez.
That's
We're
wild.
gonna have some stories, boy.
This
Jeez.
is wild. This is what? This is mad.
We'll hear about it soon. Okay, but yeah.
Said he slipped on
Carry
the street.
on.
These streets.
I swear,
Okay,
unstoppable
never that
forces
bad.
like Jake from Love Island, Toes and
100%.
Batty and my thing. Jesus,
That's jokes. That's jokes.
He's killing me. He's killing
let's
me.
go.
But yeah,
Yeah.
from there, after uni, I mean, after that heartbreak, from there, smooth sailing, guys. That's what I'm
Yeah,
saying.
man
Smooth
recovered.
sailing. Recovered swiftly, but then, bro, Given was there for the 6 month chase of that one, bruh, waste of time. Waste of time.
But the comeback.
That's
though,
when the comeback was fire. I will not lie. 'Cause,
The
we learned.
investment.
The investment was too much, though, on my part. I admit it.
is there any detail you want to put into that? So, or you want to like that's the overall.
Yeah, no. All I want to say on that point is that bruh, them eggs in one basket. This does not work. Spread
Never,
that shit. 'Cause
never.
If it doesn't, yeah, especially as guys, we need to put our eggs in multiple baskets, as
Yeah,
we should.
I was saying this at uni. I said this like
Yeah, but I wasn't listening. Man was
diversify your
blinded.
portfolio, man. Like,
Yeah,
this
man,
is-
the cloud.
Yeah.
My judgment was clouded. So
Beyond
I
that,
can't really
Moose,
speak.
you know what you learn from that is that putting your
Mm-hmm.
eggs in all one basket, they can feel it. They can tell all your time is
100%.
invested in them. So they
100%.
already push away. But if they can tell that your mind is preoccupied with other stuff, with chances,
Much better.
that
that
changes it.
is the key. That
That's
is
it.
the
Yeah.
key.
That's it.
You
The
have
one
to be
thing,
preoccupied either with other people or
or other
it's
things,
like
just
a
other
purpose.
things, just life.
Yeah.
Just life in general. Oof, our man is here. Let's bring. Does anyone want to share their story real quick before I bring our main man onto the show?
Yes, given.
Yeah.
Wait, what?
Yeah, give him.
Oh,
Yeah, I was gonna say, you wanna show?
I will abridge mine. Okay, so
Okay.
obviously come from Africa. I had limited experience. Like I had a girlfriend in Africa. I was like 10 or whatever with my cousin. My cousin was like, he was moving mad. He was brazy with the women. And for me, I didn't know nothing about that, man. I was scared. So he introduced me to the game, like off rip. He introduced me to the game. He got me comfortable talking to like ladies or whatnot, you know. But I was 10 as well, so
Well, you had
Yeah, he
assistants.
yeah, he was like my gateway into it. You know what I mean? He was like the guy I never wanted to do nothing. You know what I mean? But he always used to be
Yeah.
like, let's do this, let's do that, let's go talk to his girl. Let's go. I was like, right,
Okay, got
You
you.
lead, bro. You do the thing, and then he just does the thing, and then I'm just happen to be there, and then people are like, oh, I like him too. Okay, yeah, let's link.
How old were you?
10.
Started
Man
Yes.
said 10. Man started the game.
yes.
early.
I'm telling you. So yeah, that's how it was. And then when I moved to the UK, yeah, obviously I went back to square one. I didn't have the person who was leading me everywhere. So I was like, oh, I can relax. I don't have to deal with all these situations anymore. So at that point, made some friends. Just pretty much chilled with the boys. You know, for the boys, chill with the boys till like end of year 8. But the thing is, I was the only black guy at school, yeah, apart from my brother, and all the girls in my year or whatever, they were like, oh, this guy's cute, da 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 da. So I was getting offers left, right, and center, and I was shutting them all down because I was like, what's the point? Like, what am I gonna do? What am I gonna do? You know, what I mean, I was thinking like, why would that would just take away time from me hanging out with the boys, chilling. I'm gonna miss inside jokes, this and the
This
other.
guy
and then,
was overran.
Exactly.
No, for real,
I'm like, this
for real.
is.
I was like every other day I'd get someone saying, oh, would you like this person, like send a friend? Would you like this person to be your girlfriend? So I
What's
got
up,
like the
Skittles?
abundance mindset.
Man like skills.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, carry on.
So what happened is, with that abundance mindset, when girls kind of come at that stage where they approach as kids, and then they stop approaching,
Yeah.
and then that getting taken away from
Switch
me.
up.
Yeah. I felt dry. I was like, what's happening here? What's happening here? No. This is not
Didn't
how
work.
it's supposed to work. Yeah, this is not
Man's
how
like-
it's supposed to work.
Desert.
And then I watched American Pie, The Book of Love, yeah? And that shit flipped my whole world upside down. I was like, oh shit, girls are like this, oh, they can show you the titties and shit. Ah, yeah, yeah, yeah. Let's get into this. And that's when I went to my boys and I was like, guys, we need a war room meeting right now. We need to go out there and learn to chat to these birds, learn to talk
Uh-huh.
to these birds. And they were like, what? Like half of them were like, nah, allow that.
How
The other
old
half were like,
again? At this point,
we were like about 14, 13,
this
14,
guy,
like transitioning. And we were like, we need to learn how to
early,
get this done. You know what I mean? But then we're like,
early
okay, we can't
bird.
do it at school because we'll be bait at school. So we started going to town to chat to people, random people, anyone we could chat to. First day it was dry. The first day, a Saturday, it was. We went out on the mission. We're gonna chat to people, chat to girls. Da 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 da. We have a plan. Went to the local park. We saw people walking by. We try and approach. We'd pussy out instantly. We would just back out, back out. Every single. We were there for 4 to 5 hours. Tried to approach 100 times, but at the last minute you'd like eject. Nah, nah, not that one, not that. And you make out some stupid
Oh
excuse.
wow.
I'm telling you. And then at the end of the day, we're about to leave the train station and we're on the escalator about to go up. I was like, oh shit, we failed, man. Da 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 da. We suck. All our friends
Yeah.
who told us this, you can't do this, but they're gonna be right, and then we're gonna have to go back in shame. Da 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 da. So I was like, shit, what am I gonna do? So I looked back down the escalator. Yeah? There's a girl
Yep.
wearing a nice belt, and I was like, fuck it, let me just run down and say something. So I ran down. I didn't know what I was gonna say, bro. And I went down. I said, hey, your belt, I like it. My sister is having a birthday soon, and I want to get that same belt. Where did you get it? Have no sister. I was capping, straight capping. I was like, where did you get this belt? She was like, yeah, I got this belt from da 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 da. She was really nice about it as well. Yeah, yeah, it's over this. The shop is over here. So I was like, oh, word, nice. Yeah, it really suits you. She's like, oh, you think so? I was like, yeah, 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 yeah. Da, da, da. We had like a nice 10-minute chat, yeah. And I said, oh, okay, cool, 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 cool. I left it at that. I left it at that. I was like, oh, cool, that was nice, that was nice. Let me push my luck. Yeah. So the boys were like, yeah. And I like ran off and I was like, oh shit, we did it, boys, we did it. And then the next week it started rolling. The ball started rolling. Like I would chat to a girl, yeah, and she would give me like weird looks, like why is this guy chatting to me? And then I would leave. I thought, oh, I bombed it. And then like 5 minutes later, I'm in a shop, HMV, and the same girl comes back and says, oh hi, and I'm like, oh shit, so she's feeling me. I felt weird, yeah, because I was saying hello, I was chatting, and she wasn't responding like as I expected. So I was like, oh, let me leave this. So then I started to learn about the nuance of game, and then after that I started getting to the like PUA, the pickup eye side of things, like online researching.
cold
That red pill.
approach,
That
all
red
them
pill
things.
lifestyle.
Exactly.
You were doing it before
Learn-
you even discovered
That's
red pill.
that's
Bro,
wild. No.
I'm telling you.
I'm like, he was doing this at 10. I was doing this at
Bro,
uni.
I'm
That's when I
telling you.
started. I was like,
14.
We were learning, we were getting the information we needed online, and then we'd go out and test the methodologies on the Saturday, Sunday. You know what I mean? We'd go out and
jeez.
test out the methodologies, even like certain lines. We'd say certain lines. And then slowly but surely
Yeah.
we realized it's not what we say, it's how we said it. And it's not about learning preemptive things to say. It's about having awareness of yourself and being comfortable enough in yourself to just let things flow naturally and just have a good time. Like treat them like you treat your guys, you know what I mean? Like banter them, if they do something stupid, call it out, you know what I mean? Poke fun at them, do all that. And bro, after that, the epiphany came and it was smooth sailing. We started refining. And then the friends who thought they were heated, bro. They were like, oh no, I'll meet someone naturally in class or, in school, da 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 da.
In class.
Half of those guys who said that are still got the V card chilling. And I'm looking at them like, oh, and you see,
You're
bro,
talking mid-20s.
I'm
Wow.
telling
25.
you, that's still holding it down. And now we elevated. And then after that, A levels, yeah, I went to all boys school, and it was funny because
That's okay, bro.
a lot of them didn't do like the code approach, like I used to do with my mates. You know what I mean? So
Yeah.
we would like one time we're walking past a girls' school, and I saw two girls walking by near the street, and I was like, "Oh, let me go chat to those girls." And then they're like, "Wait, what? You don't know them?" And I'm like, "I was like, what do you mean? Of course I don't know them. That's why I'm gonna go chat to them to get to know them." And they're like, "Wait, what?" And then literally, I was like, "You guys waste my time. Let me jump over there, jump the road." I ran over, started chatting to them, and I was talking to them, and then I was looking at them like bare close, like they were not the same quality. You know what I mean? You know when it's like makeup caked on, and then you see all the pimples
I remember this
poking
story,
through,
yeah.
and it's dusty.
Bruh.
And I was looking at them. I was like, yeah. So I started chatting to them, and I feel like going down, vibing with it. And I was like, let me let this go. I was like, I was not chatting you guys. I'm out. So I went back to the boys. Were like, oh mate, how'd you do that? Oh, those girls how'd you do? Oh my god! And I was looking at them like, so this is not a thing for you guys. You don't chat to, but no, we don't do this, da da da. We just, through like, so they had the social circle game where they just meet girls through like friends of friends, and then they
That
hang
works,
out,
yeah.
and then they slowly just
That works
build a
too.
connection. Yeah,
Yeah.
and then slowly
But it's
but surely
peak.
they're like, yo, this guy is. They started
Yeah.
calling me Black Magic, and I was like, okay,
Mad.
yeah, this is sticking. And even on my Levers hoodie, yeah, I
Yeah.
had the whole thing Black Magic on the back. But yeah, after that, I came to uni and just excelled. First day, excelled.
Bro, I just remember, but man, the subs.
It was
Whenever
lit.
we go Sub Zero, bruh, we would
was
just run
lit.
away with it. It was crazy.
Yeah,
Nah, it
so
was lit.
let's chip in the guests. Let's hear their story, like maybe coming of age. Vincent, could you
Man,
chime
love
in?
Vincent.
What's your beginnings?
The legend has arrived.
Hey guys, what's up? What's up? Mystic News, thank you for having me up. I'm King GDB, hi, and the Duke. Hey, what's up?
Yeah, what you say, man?
Hey
Not
guys.
much.
What's good?
Yeah, so pretty much I went to an all boys school, secondary.
Gang,
So,
gang.
Yeah, obviously, piggybacking off what King GDB said, right? In my own case, when it came to girls, right, I don't know whether maybe my mum might have red pilled me by accident or not, right? But the main reason why I was sent to an all boys school was because her biggest fear was that I would get a Caribbean girl pregnant, not even an African girl. It was a Caribbean. That was, Unstoppable Force. I'm sorry, but that's just this was it was during those times when the
Yeah, we've heard
state,
this.
against Caribbean was quite high, but no, that was it. And two, she wanted me just to focus, and she thought that there wouldn't be any distractions in that. So that was the reason why I sent to an all boys school for the most part. But halfway through year 10, I moved outside to West Sussex. So the remainder of my secondary school, I was in an in a mixed school. Now I'm not gonna lie, it was quite weird to me seeing girls, pretty much everywhere. I'm going to be honest. I wasn't really used to, for example, right? They'll come up to me, say hi, and they'll try and give me a hug, and it just really shocked me because I wasn't used to that. Bear in mind, right? I've spent year 7, year 8, year 9.
Nah, this
Right,
is it.
I moved,
This is me.
Yeah, I was
Sorry,
15 years old, right? 15. I've really pretty much, developed into my sexuality, and I'm really pretty much like developed. I was like 6 foot at the time, so I was really there. So. The important stages, when I was growing up, I wasn't around them, but now, I had to become used to them. It was just, I'm going to say in a way, kind of culturally of a shock, if that makes sense.
Yeah, it was jarring.
Because in an all boys school, right, I've noticed that you can be yourself more. But
Yeah.
when you're in the presence of women or girls, right, guys are just more nicer. They're more, they have proper manners, right? And to me, right, I'm very brash, if you know me. I mean, as much as, you guys like to say I might sound bougie, or that I can be very masculine and very aggressive, and, like the way, for example, like, okay, so this is kind of a bit embarrassing, right? The first 3 months, right, for example, if I knew a girl, I'll just slap her on the back. I'll be like, yo, what's up? And just give her a big slap on the back. And, girls are very weak. And, like the way, us guys, the way we shake each other's hands, right? I did that to a lot of girls because I have very large hands, right? I accidentally broke a few bones, with girls. Like, you could literally hear the bones in their hands crack because I'm just so used to like, because look, I was the, in year 9, I was the captain of the rugby team in my second. So I'm like used to like throwing my weight around. Like let me tell you, my boy, it was a lot of testosterone in the air. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, so I had to pretty much adjust, and it took me a while to like, you have to be soft, even the way you talk, right? You have to speak in a softer tone, and yeah.
Long lessons to take.
Wow.
Yeah, man.
My God.
I mean, does it sound similar to what Moose you've said? Basically, when you transitioned to a mixed school, he kind of said that some of the guys couldn't adjust, and that's what Vincent was saying. Like his interaction with men. So was that like that with you?
No, to be fair, it's weird. It's you would know so I already knew who I was, right? At that point, well,
right.
I already thought I knew who I was. So I was already in my kind of element, and I was behaving a certain type of way. I didn't change the way that I was around girls. And maybe that was due to, so outside of school, I forgot to mention actually that I would go to like a youth club on maybe a Friday and Saturday, and in that youth club there'll be girls around. So I would chill with girls outside of school. So I would get used to it. I got used to it over time, and this was from about the age of about 13 to 18 before I went to uni. So by that point you'd get used to it. So I forgot to mention that. But I'm just saying that what I noticed was the change came literally when those guys who had never encountered girls in the outside world and they just came into the school, you would immediately see a flip switch, similar
Yeah.
to what similar to what Vincent said. It's a case of the guys would kind of become less of themselves, but also they'll become more hostile towards you as the guy because they're trying to prove themselves to the girl, if that makes sense.
And
Yeah.
just say something, Mystic Moose, right? That really, I didn't know how to process that at first, like because okay, now obviously I went to primary school with girls, but at that when you're in
You're
primary
not
school,
thinking about it.
well, right, exactly right. You're not really thinking about boys and girls, like the differences between the two sexes. It's like when you've become more of age and you've now really grown and you're in your mid-teen. Now you notice these when I went to the mixed school, right? Obviously, um, a couple of the lads, right? They befriended me and that. But then when some girls came over, I noticed the way they just suddenly like changed, like their tie came up a bit more. They were more, acting more of a gentleman. And to me, I'm just like, wait, hang on a second. You were just acting rowdy a few seconds ago. Like what? Like,
Oh, so
what?
with you is the opposite.
Right,
That's wild.
right.
That's strange.
Yeah.
No, because I
Yeah.
noticed. So for you, it was they became more gentlemanly. For me, it was they became more brash towards their own. That they became more savage towards the guys because your friends, your boys, innit? So to
Yeah.
us, they became more savage. But then with the girls, they would be extremely nice, bro.
So they're trying to
Like you
demean
said,
you
demean
get-
you
to get the
get-
advantage.
Yeah, exactly.
No, Mr. Moody, no. What
Yeah.
what I'm trying to say is that when
Yeah.
it was just the guys around, right? They would be,
Yeah.
very boyish and very
Rowdy.
jovial and that. But then
Yeah.
when the girl came up, suddenly they become more of a gentleman and they're addressing each other more properly and more.
Interesting.
And that's
Yeah.
why I was just,
Lord.
Think
literally
about it,
took me a
Miss.
couple
Sorry,
Go on.
Vincent. The difference between your experience and his is that all the boys went from all boys schools, while he went from an all boys to a mixed school where the guys already used to the girls. So already it's
Yeah.
like that's the dynamic I noticed.
yeah,
You know what I mean? Yeah. If Moose's experience was basically all the guys are just
Transitioning
dropped
at the
into
same
this.
time. Yeah.
Dropped
Right.
into the we're
That's
dropped
the
into it.
scary bit. Yeah.
Yeah.
So I get that.
Yeah.
100%.
That makes sense. No, but it's good to hear that the opposite has also happened where the guys have become more gentleman-like. But how did you feel, bro? Like Vincent, how did you feel? Like when you saw this happening, like what was your reaction?
I thought they were just being fake. That was just my lecture because I was just like,
That's it. That's really it. Yeah.
Right, yeah. Because like me, I don't change for girls. Like the way you see me, that's how I act towards them. And some of them, they're a bit taken aback, at times because sometimes I can be very upbeat, very lively, and jovial. And up till today, I still do it. I might, slap a girl on her back,
Catch a case.
especially because when I shake people's hands, I've been told that I have a very strong iron hand. Firm grip, and I often tend to break people's bones, which I mean to me is just a sign for me. But I do it all the time. Even my mum too. She's always telling me that I'm being too aggressive. But hey, here's what it
My
is,
guy
right?
just said, deal with it.
Yeah, I know. I don't know. Maybe if I
you
had
have
the
to
dad
switch
in my
up.
life, maybe if I had the
Yeah.
dad in my life, he probably could have tamed me and told me, okay, you have to tame it. I don't know. But
Have
yeah.
you heard?
I mean,
you ever heard of? Yeah. Sorry,
you
go ahead,
don't. Sorry, you don't have to like tone down your masculinity, but it's sensible to switch it up when you're interacting with women. Just like how you said the guys acted different in the mixed school. That's legit how most of us guys behave in a way. Like growing up around girls and with our guy friends, we treat them differently. That's just how it's been, because there's a mindset is they could be your friend or your girlfriend. There's almost like there's a ripple effect between that. But then you got
Exactly.
your bros. That's
Yeah,
not
you
going
gotta
anywhere
toe,
further.
you gotta toe the line because you think there's a possibility this could go somewhere. So
Exactly.
I don't want
Right.
to
You don't want to be too savage.
myself.
Can I-
Yeah,
I'm
yeah,
input something. Okay, you know what? Should we have Unstoppable Force say something before because he hasn't said anything?
Yeah, go for it.
Yeah, bro. Unstoppable Force.
What's
My
your
man.
experience,
Can't
man?
be stopped. He can't be
Can't be
muted.
stopped. You
I
can't
can
be
only
stopped.
imagine what's about to happen right now.
Is he on or?
Unstoppable Force, wake up.
You there, bro? Come
Yeah,
through.
what's up? What's up, guys?
Hey, man, like, what's going on?
Yeah, man. So yeah, I actually went to all mixed school, actually,
Mm.
from primary
Grr,
school,
my guy.
actually, and then I went to college, and the college I went to was dominated by guys. There was just guys on the course. There was no girls on my college course, actually. But when I was at school, if I'm honest with you, it was very distracting. Like the first girl that actually liked me was actually a West African girl. Actually, she had a nice ass. Actually, she was quite attractive. But I just was,
Surprise.
yeah, yeah. I was just annoying her. I was just, annoying her. And then there was some other girl that liked me, some Turkish girl, and she was just slutty. But looking back at it, mixed schools is really very distracting. I really wish I went to a boys' school. It's very, very distracting. Uh, I disagree with the notion that mixed schools are less masculine. In the school I went to at my time, a lot of the guys were masculine, kind of outlandish. You know, there was a lot of people. I've actually seen a girl get sexually assaulted, actually on the bus, right in front of me.
Mazza.
Yeah, and it was
I
by a
can
black
account
guy.
for some stories.
Yeah,
Okay.
by a black guy called Sultan. That West
Sultan.
African.
Lord,
Man, like,
that's what a name. What the hell?
He
Sultan.
has to be specific with the ethnicity as well.
And man said
Yeah,
he's Jafar,
like,
moving like.
yeah, man. But she got sexually assaulted, and then some other
Jeez.
Caribbean black guy or some shit got involved, and then they got kicked out of the school. Which guy got, yeah, so that's really, it's
Jesus.
crazy. So I think mixed schools are more masculine than all boys schools because mixed schools you're more likely to see these types of things I just mentioned, and to even do that to a girl, it means you must be masculine because I'm not saying that in a bad way, but I'm saying if to be masculine is to do stuff which other people will be against, but you're just doing it anyway. So people in the school will do anything that slap a girl's ass. So just one white girl's her ass will be just getting slapped all the time, and she tried to sit on my lap and tried to like it.
This is wild.
This is so you probably it would have been a good thing for you not to go to mixed schools because you would have seen girls get sexually assaulted.
I have a question for you. Do you
Yeah.
think that the reason why, boys' schools exist is to control the masculinity or to teach control before they interact with the other
Hold on.
gender?
Wait, sorry, Mr. Moose, can you say that again, please? I didn't quite catch that.
Yeah, sorry. I was just saying, just a general question. I'm thinking, I mean, now listening to your experience on Unstoppable Force, I'm thinking now, so I thought it just popped up where it's a case of, do you think that, all boys' schools exist to control or to help the men control their masculinity to a point where they can interact with the other gender where they're not, obviously,
No.
sexually assaulting? You don't believe that? Yeah, what
No,
do you think?
no, sorry, no. Actually, yeah. Now you said that, I believe boys' schools are created to help protect girls. So
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's it.
Yeah.
I believe, yeah.
Girl. All right, I want to hear this.
But
Why?
not just because of that. It's also because of all boys' schools statistically. Because let's just be honest. If you're not sending your kid to a private school, the next step down, the second fiddle to that is an all boys school. Because in an all boys school, I mean, you could get bullied. If I'm honest, you could. But if you go to a stable all boys school, you will do better and grade wise because you've got no distractions.
Yeah. True.
So if you're all in a class like that, you're not be looking at no girl. You understand? So you're going to be doing good, or you have a chance to do good. So that's just my opinion, and I wish I did go to a boys' school, but it don't really make any difference now.
Yeah,
Okay.
true.
Understand.
So you,
and Vincent, did you have a disagreement?
Yeah, I disagree because in my school, in fact, to be honest, no girl was ever brought up at all. No one even thought about it. I mean, granted, we had a sister school that was like 1 mile away from us. So, I mean, really, it was just really them or just, some girl that, that gave them head on the weekend or something like that. And, and also, the girls in our sixth form, the ones that the guys liked. But other than that, girls weren't really brought up like that. No one really told us, or none of the teachers told us, okay, when you see women, you have to do this, you have to act like this. No, we were just allowed ourselves. Like it was a very masculine school, highly, testosterone everywhere. So
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah,
Yeah,
no,
that's understandable, yeah.
I can attest to that too. We were not. There was no point in which, in my schooling anyway, where they were like, "Oh yeah, you have to move
Treat
this
women
way,
like this.
you have to do this." But I
Right.
think it reduces the chances of
I
Yeah,
you
think,
and
yeah.
getting into that situation. Do you know what I mean?
if anything, I'll say maybe more so to do with girls' schools. It's really
Yeah.
them. It's for them. It's not necessarily boys' schools. I'll say for girls, yes, and not vice
Okay.
versa.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Okay.
I think the boys' school they just they remove the guys so they don't have the distractions.
The
It's just
right.
temptation.
taking out the distraction, taking out the distraction element to allow everyone to excel and do their best. Because what's the worst that could happen is your son just turns out gay and you flop.
But I will say this though, because when we talk about mixed schools and boys' school, what about private schools that are not mixed? You know, that I think in a private school it's fine
True.
because in the class you're only gonna have 5 or 4 people in the class, or
Mm.
even three
Mm.
people, or even 2 people. Even like some private schools, the mass classes you only have two. You only have one other person in the class with you. That's why
That's
they're
mad.
getting the highest grades.
Jeez,
That's lonely,
jeez.
boy.
That
It
sounds lonely.
sounds a
It
bit
does.
dry, doesn't it? Sounds a bit dry.
Like,
But that's why you pay. That's why you pay. That's why you pay through the teeth, though. It makes sense.
exorbitant fee, right? Exactly.
Oh my
Yeah.
god, a one-on-one teaching, yeah.
Mad.
Yeah, I was gonna cover base with just everyone's framework. There's a for and against. I wasn't expecting that. I thought it would be like we all agree, mix is all right, But just to look back, there was a time when every school in the country, like in the Western world, was separate genders. So there was
Yeah.
a point where I believe in the 50s or 60s where they experimented that we need to mix these schools up. The purpose was maybe to make it easier for boys and girls to sort of get along. I
Interact,
know
yeah.
in the modern era, there's not an idea that men and women can't figure each other out. So from my experience, yes, just like how Unstoppable Force gave examples of guys who were too aggressive or too forward with girls. Yeah, you know the word. So there was
Provocative,
one
yeah.
example, a
Provocative.
guy, my tongue's gone. A guy was he had a pencil and he poked a girl like for fun up her skirt in class,
Yes.
and he was expelled
Yes.
completely. That was one example. There's several ones, especially in the school. So I completely understand that it protects girls,
Yeah.
but even in an all girls school, there's a sort of a downside to being around other girls because they have
Too tight.
similar things. Yeah, when they start in sixth form, it's their mindset is pretty much like an all boys school. It's like, oh my gosh,
Yeah,
I'm
yeah,
around
yeah.
men.
I
So
have
it's
to
like
act a certain
that
way.
excitement, right? That excitement is like you're
The
not
validation.
prepared for the adult life if
Right.
you feel like this is too much for you. Imagine
Yeah. Can I?
who do you think is faster when it comes to interacting with men and then ending up, the girls who went to mixed schools or the girls who went to all girls school?
Mixed.
The mixed ones, 100%.
Do you think they're more they're when I'm what I'm saying is are they more desperate for
Oh, desperate.
attention?
Oh
Yeah,
no, it'd be the
desperate
other way
and
around.
ready to go. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah,
Other way around.
right.
It's the ones who
So
went
it's
to
all
all girls
girls.
school because we knew
Yeah.
we could tell this as well. Because remember,
Yeah.
because you're separate, you'd be looking forward to seeing them after school, etc. Do you know what I mean? Even
Yeah.
on that level,
Yeah.
on that level. Whereas if you're with
Right.
them in class, like I said, if you're with them in class, like you could, like I'll just use the youth. I'm saying the youth group as an example because it's like I would see the same girls in that group all the time on a Friday and Saturday. So do you know what I mean? So it's just a case of
Yeah.
you get used to them, yes, and you see them again, and you just get used to interacting with the opposite sex. Whereas if you're all girls, again, it'll be excited. they'll be
Do,
doing
do you think whoever when you transition from an all boys school, Vincent or Moose, were you able to focus on school when you were around so many, female students, or was it a distraction?
I'm
in
gonna
the
say
beginning?
it was more of a distraction for me in the beginning. Yes,
Yeah, in the
because
beginning.
because the reason why when I moved to West Africa, granted it was a predominant one. I was like seeing blonde hair in my face all the time. I was seeing red hair, brunette hair, blue eyes. I was just seeing all mixture, like all types.
Different colors.
Curvaceous, skinny, petite, tall. Fat. I was seeing all around. It was just. It took me a while to get used to, and especially in classes, I remember for like 5-10 minutes straight, I was just staring at this girl and her long hair, and I don't know, it just.
Ooh, I was
But
dreaming.
all the other guys, right? Clearly, because they've been there since year 7. They weren't even batting an eyelid at the girl, obviously, because they're already used to that, so they were able to focus. Versus me, it was quite kind of a shock, and at times, they'd want to talk to me. There'll be like three of them talking to me alone, and my heart was racing, pumping. Like saying, "What? Okay, like literally, what the hell is going on?" Like, I was actually so scared, right? That this mixer guy, he had to, like my wingman, like he had to help me to adjust because I told him a bit of my story coming from an all boys school, and he said, "Oh, okay, so you are one of those." I said, "Excuse me, what?" And I think now I understand it because I'm coming from an all boys school, so mixed school, right? So he would help me around, and some of the girls there, they seemed quite slutty, and the way they were very forward with me, right? The way they would approach me, and just and even some of them, right? The way they would bat their eyelids, especially their eyelashes at me, it made me feel kind of uncomfortable because I wasn't used to um girls flirting with me in that manner. It took quite a while to adjust, but yeah.
Boy, so the thing is, in contrast to like how I started sixth form, it was just another mixed environment. So I was like, okay, let me just get to schoolwork. Yeah, there are girls there. I'm used to that. My mind wasn't like that, so I get it. How long did that last? That distraction and that pressure.
It probably took me like a year to really, really learn.
Bro,
Boy,
and you're only there for 2 years.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I also did A level as well. So
Yeah,
12. So
Yeah.
to be honest, I never really fully got over it. Even up till today, I'm still getting used to being around girls because, so for example, like when they start acting moody or that, I don't really know how to act around it. I know when a guy acts moody, is okay. It's just best not like just to give him his space. But with girls, for example, if I go away, they'll be like, "Oh, I don't care," or that I'm being horrible to them. So I don't know. Up till today, I still can't, figure them out. So generally, I tend to just separate myself from
just
girls in general.
just to
So,
confirm, how old are you now for the viewers?
22, just recently turned 22.
22.
Hey,
So
big
almost
ups,
like
bro.
2.5 years since sixth form. So it's like
Yeah.
you still have like that time frame is like, okay, it's time to develop. You know what I mean? So that's a good thing for you to acknowledge that, man, you struggled then. Where do you see yourself now? Have you improved since your sixth form days?
Well, I've tried approaching, some girls here and
Great.
there. It was it was a disaster.
Trials
One
by
of them,
fire.
my boyfriend came after me, and
Wait,
made it very
came
clear.
after you.
Oh yeah, it was here in Florida. This was not last year, in 2020, a couple months before the pandemic came out. Right, I was at a beach party with some friends, and then I saw
Yeah.
this one girl. Yes, she was a lighty and all of that. I approached her, and I said to her, "Oh, hey, you're really nice. You are an 8 out of 10. I used to do that before. I used to tell girls, I would go up to them and say that you are a 7 out of 10. You're an 8. So obviously,
Jeez.
you can imagine there is. Yeah,
Kevin
I know.
Samuels, okay.
So I said to this girl, she was an 8 out of 10, and she said, thank you very much. And I said, oh, so what uni do you go to? And so and so. And obviously, it wasn't mine. And then she said, oh, I have a boyfriend. And I was like, oh, okay. So next thing I know, 10 minutes later, I'm out with my mates, and there's some guy comes and start giving me this weird look. I'm like, who the hell is this? Then I see the girl not super, and I'm like, oh, it's either her brother, but no, he came up to me and said, that's my girlfriend you were talking to, and I said, okay, and what do you want me to do about it? And he said,
Damn.
yeah, that's my girlfriend, just letting back off. And I said, I already backed off, mate. I wasn't talking to him. But anyway, long story short, he just left, and after just staring at me for like 5 minutes. More, yeah. And then another one, that one, it was kind of similar as well. She had a boyfriend as well. So I was just like, okay, never ever again am I going to approach a girl. My new tactic is I'll get to know her first for 6 months, and then I'll pop the question to her. Like, hey, I like you, but recently in the group chat, the Duke and Unstoppable Force told me that apparently it's a girl that's supposed to approach a man and ask them that can you be my boyfriend? So that's the reason why
Oh, yeah.
She's supposed to bring it up.
I was not. That's not how I was raised. I was raised that when you like a girl, get to know her a little bit and ask her out. But now I'm hearing something completely opposite. And what shocked me is that the Duke, who's also a fellow Nigerian, such as myself, he's telling me that no, allow a girl. And I'm
Yeah.
like, wait, hang on. My cousins and my male cousins and male relatives are telling me the complete opposite. So
No.
I'm in a state of confusion right now. So that's why,
No. Don't listen
if
to
you
your
guys could
cousins.
help me and just give me your thoughts on
We're
that.
gonna we're gonna clarify everything you brought up. Like I saw Given's face, he was like he's ready, he's ready
I'm
to
like,
I'm
point out
here
some
like,
things.
no.
oh man.
Yeah. But for the last one with the cultural thing, right? if you're saying your cousins told you something else, I think what you have to recognize, like the Nigerian environment is different, where girls kind of make it obvious that they're moving to you. So for a guy, he would already know that she's feeling me. So like, oh, okay, we're dating, innit? Just they do things differently in Africa as well. So it's like I remember my parents told me that men don't even propose on their knees to ask for man in marriage in Nigeria. I was like, oh, really? You just give it to them like, hey, you want to marry me? You don't even do shit. So it's like it's different. You're in the West, so when you hear what happens here, the dynamic has to sort of follow with everything. So culturally, you adapt.
Can I just say this is
go
also
on.
my Nigerian American cousins as well that were born and raised in America, and they're in their late 30s now. They told me that that when they were younger, they would take their girlfriends out for Valentine's, get them chocolate gifts and all of that.
Yeah. If it's a girlfriend, fair enough.
Yeah,
So
that's the girlfriend, right?
Yeah. And if they like the girl, they will write her a poem and all of that.
Oh Lord,
we had a whole
we had a whole podcast on this.
Yeah,
we'll recap another time with that. That's
tell
the good.
That if there's any female, like write her a sweet letter and all of that, send her a box of chocolate. And
oh no,
I'm logging off. I'll catch you guys in a bit. It's all lost.
No,
these are men, uncles in their mid-30s, right?
Oh no! This is my Western, so my Nigerian American cousins.
For them to say that's shocking. And they're what, married now? They're settled down.
Yeah.
I don't know what to say about that, but I would say is that they might have missed out the full story for you. There's more to it. So if maybe you ask them to dig deeper, they might give you more context. But hey, some people have a different experience. Majority of the time, it doesn't go like that. Like it won't always work out. But if you're lucky enough for it to, then go ahead.
You have to think about it like this, yeah. Do you want to win most of the time, or do you want to win some of the time?
Well, if I'm approaching the girl that I like, obviously I would like to win. I think it's quite good.
So that poem stuff, no.
Throw it out the window.
Yeah, that's 100%. For the birds. That's for the birds, man.
That will literally work on like 2 out of 10 girls, bro. If even that.
If that, bro, no.
If even that.
Could be possible,
that's criminal.
but it's rarer.
It's very rare to find women.
Well, there was something else There's something else Vincent brought up. Something everyone's eyes were raised. What was it?
Oh, the be nice and the what do you call it? What is it? It was the thing about what's the
7 out of 10 rating women approach called
approach?
Yeah.
Kevin Samuels.
Yeah, I don't do that anymore. But it was
God.
something that just came naturally to me. I was like, you go up to her and you tell her that, girl, you are a 8 out of 10, and or a 7 out of 10, and some girls I gave them a 5 or a 6, but yeah.
Boy.
What?
I'll give you the best pickup line. That's kind of witty, like a little bit. It's not too crazy, but the one where you just look at a girl, yeah, and even if she doesn't look at you, you just go, I notice you, noticing me, notice you, and she's like, wait, what? And then after that, when you start, hey, what's your name? This and the other. Or the best one here is bump into a girl out of nowhere. Let's say you're walking in the same street, yeah, just bump into a girl, yeah, and as soon as she looks at you, look at her and say, oh, so you think you're pretty, you think you're all this and that, and you can just bump into people. And then she'd be like, no, I'm not. And then you say, I'm playing. And now she's on the back foot. And then you say, hey, my name is, and I'm just playing, I'm just joking. My name is da-da-da. And she'll be like, oh yeah, my name is da-da-da. Out of the shock, she will be nice to you. I use this one in the club.
So what you're saying, spontaneous.
Yeah.
Right. You see a girl, bump into her in the club, especially in the club. It goes down very well in the club. Bump into her and just be like, hey, so you think you're hot stuff, you're looking all nice and shit, you're dressed to the nines, and you think you just bump into people just because you're the shit. No, I'm not. And then you say, I'm just playing. And that will tell her, I don't think you're the shit. I'm playing with you. I don't care what you think. But what's your name? Let me just interact. You know what I mean? So you're giving her the validation, taking it away at the same time, and then coming off confident. Bro, that's a winner. Yeah.
From the sound of things, it sounds like, Vincent, so far you've had experiences where you've learned a hit or miss, trial and error. That's what we called it. But
Yeah.
it sounds as if you've hadn't had enough. Like, let's say for me, I can go back, but let me start in this point. When I started uni, I
Mhm.
knew that I had to play that trial and error game where I'm gonna get rejected several times. I have to build that XP in order for me to build the confidence. If you don't have that, it's harder for you to sort of prepare yourself for maybe the right type of girl.
Can
So
I?
I mean, you have high standards basically, right?
Yeah.
So when you see a girl who probably isn't up to your scale, because this guy, if he goes through you're gonna give us a list of your standards, right? Then you could be in a room full of girls that you're not interested in that much. They don't match everything. So what are you gonna do? You're gonna make sure what to just avoid them or practice. I don't know, like just get to know them. Oh, this you might not want to do
Um.
anything with them, but that experience alone is what you might need, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but here's the thing, right? The thing is, if I'm not interested in a girl, I just see it as a complete waste of time, even me approaching. Like, I literally,
No.
how I see is that really they
Go
should.
through your standards first. Give us like a straight on list. Some of us have heard it
Yeah,
Okay,
just
yeah, yeah. It's
to
mad.
get this guy.
okay, so I'm gonna
Ridiculous.
reiterate it again, right?
Yes,
So,
let's
me,
go.
I prefer a girl that's 5'9" plus, so 5'9" to the 5'11" range. Um, if I could,
Measuring
I don't
tape.
know, I don't have the picture right. I'm not, preferably a dress size 2 and under. Um, what else?
This guy was Kevin before Kevin was on YouTube.
Yeah, pretty much, at least a 7.5 without makeup, and when she's all dolled up, yeah, at least a 9 out of 10. I prefer. Do you have the picture? The Duke? Do you want to share it, and we can show them the
If you
type
give
that
me her
I'm
name,
doing.
oh yeah, on Twitter. Once
Yeah,
carry on
those are
talking.
the only type of girls that I ever approach, and if she doesn't look like that, then she's just an absolute no-no. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Do you guys agree with that?
Yeah, you're dwindling your pool, and at the same time,
I know. Look.
I'm
King
fine with it.
GDB. That's what I want from a very very small minute pool. So the top 0.0001%.
Yeah,
That's
but
what I'm looking for.
you need the XP in all the other assets so you can maneuver those situations, those girls, so you have the highest probability of success. Like you need to game all the lower girls so you know how to
Yeah, this
maneuver
one. Yeah,
situations. Yeah, that's lit.
That's the type he
like
wants.
that.
Like on top,
That's the type.
top tier.
That's lit.
Right.
Yeah, yeah. That's like, bro, that's like nines and tens. That's like,
Exactly. There you go.
100%.
Victoria's Secret model status. Like,
Right.
But bro,
So
you
you
Exactly.
need to go through the dirt though to get there.
you
I'm not
need
gonna
to
lie
be
to you.
able to, bro. This is what I'm saying. You need to understand the different breadth of like how different type of girls move. Because the more you have in your repertoire, the easier it is to maneuver the situation the way you want it to go. If you only
Right.
have experiences, let's say with some of these girls, yeah, a lot of them might be the same, but let's say one of them is slightly different or akin to acting like a 7, a 6, or a 5.
Right.
Then you start treating her like she's like a 9 or whatever.
Mm.
It's gonna backfire because now she's gonna be like thinking either you're gassing her up too much or she's thinking, oh, you're plotting, you're trying to do something. No, I don't trust this guy, this and the other. But like some girls, like especially in this area, like I think we all know this. Some girls respond better to, either being like completely like I don't mess with you,
Mm.
or being like touch and go. You know what I mean?
Right.
Like you
Touch and
show
go.
interest, you take it away. You show interest, you take it away. You show interest, take it away. So it's just a balancing act. But you have to figure out what works for each person. And the more you have under your umbrella of like personality types of girls, the easier it is for you to maneuver all the different type of girls, regardless of what they look like. So it's a good asset to have to just rack up the interactions. Like this is my goal, yeah. When I was single, yeah, because now I'm tied down, I mean, ball and chain and shit. But when I was single, I try to make every single person like me, regardless of whether I like them or not. I try and make every single person like me. But yeah, just give me a second. Hold on, I've got to deal with something. But
Yeah.
someone else take away. 2 seconds.
Yeah, sure. Just to clarify with Vincent, we're gonna check on Unstoppable Force as well. Let him chip in soon. But when it comes to how King GDB described that also involves touching second, third, fourth base. Like, how far would you go with a girl, essentially, like in your current journey?
Oh, you're asking me the question.
Yeah, Vincent.
Yeah. Okay, you mean as far as what, like, the furthest thing I
Like
will do with one? Well,
dating, kissing,
I've done that.
the next thing.
I haven't dated.
Oh,
I've done the kissing part. I've hooked up before. Don't get me wrong,
Yeah.
but in terms of relationship or dating, I've not really done that. I mean,
Right.
I've had dinner with a girl, but that's just about it. I
Wait,
haven't.
what?
King,
How
man.
Yeah.
far he's gone with a girl, like
Yeah,
how frequent as well.
yeah.
Okay.
Oh, frequent? No, this is like months in between. Like I haven't. It's just
Okay.
Mm.
oh, maybe at a party and I see one just staring at me. So I'm like, I feel a bit obliged, and if she's on the skinny end, like a dress size one, and she looks like she's well put together, then yeah, sure, I'll approach her and
So
do
from
my
the
thing.
sound of things, are you getting approached more than you approach girls?
Yes. Hmm.
You're getting approached more. So is that why you're also
Well,
extremely picky?
not an approach, but just more like if I catch her staring at me quite a number of times, and
You're
it piques
choosing
my
signals.
interest.
Okay.
If I I'm like, oh, okay, she looks like someone that makes me hard. Then
Yeah,
yeah, sure.
he
Uh,
doesn't code approach. You don't code approach, do you?
what I don't
You've
really
done that
understand
once.
that cold approach. Can
Code
you
approach
So
basically means
anyone you don't know.
so let's say someone is not giving you looks or nothing. They're not giving you any type of interest indicators. They're not
On
giving
the
you any
street.
interest. Yeah. So all you're doing is basically like you see them, they're not even looking at you, and you just go up and introduce yourself and make yourself
Oh no,
known.
no, no! I don't do that. No, even at my youth group that I go to every Tuesday night, right? A lot of girls stare at me. I don't look at any of them. I don't approach them. Um, if I
So
don't even entertain it. It's just a hi and bye. They might come up to me and I'm saying, oh hi, hi, how you doing? And I quickly shake their hand and I just move on. I keep it pushing and I go with.
Why?
That's
Why,
wow.
dude?
Let's
Wow.
let's
Bro,
let's
you should be you should
they're
be
not.
practicing. You should be
let's
practicing
break
on
this
this.
down.
No, because
Yeah,
look at
you
this.
should.
This is gonna bite you in the end, you know. Because if you don't know, like, I feel I'm worried here because if you have this mentality, yeah, let's say you get a wife or girlfriend, yeah, if you don't
Mhm.
have the requisite experience and she's doing something like something that's out of your realm, you start feeling weird, and then she'll cheat on you or she'll do something mad, and you don't want that. So you want to be ready and equipped for every situation. I
So are
feel
you
like
waiting that I should befriend females? That's what you're saying. Have a bunch of female friends. Is that what you're saying?
yeah, like have a bunch of them like you friend zone them. You know what I mean?
But here's the thing,
Yeah.
right? I don't believe in opposite sex friendships. I literally don't like. I don't have any female friends. It's not something I do. Like I
Obviously, you
don't.
don't need it.
Yeah, I know. But what I'm saying is like I won't even entertain it. It's not something. The only time I'll ever be friends with one is if I'm dating one or I'm doing stuff with one. That's it. Other than that, it's just high and by. That's as far as it goes. I'm very very strict with that. And, whichever girl I
Okay.
get with, she's not allowed to have any male friends either. I'm the only
That's
guy. So
fair.
Okay,
That's
you
that's
know,
fine.
yeah.
you know what? There are some factors to being friends with women. People say we're not generally friends with women. We're orbitals, right? I mean, at the
Mm.
end of the day, this is about preparing yourself for a future mate, a future
Mm-hmm.
spouse, and you need
Mm-hmm.
to be able to have that
Understand.
dynamic with women. So if it's just maybe a guy's friend who is a female, or a friend of a friend, you just keep in contact with, a, a number of them to kind of prepare you for that eventually. Because naturally, people do have female friends, but if maybe you're not in a position to be surrounded by that, you would have to kind of proactively do that. So if you're going to a youth group or you're in some type of social gathering, you might have to have that female wingman, or just pretend that they're your friend to an extent. You know what I mean? An acquaintance, not completely shut them off.
And that's the thing. If you friend zone certain girls, yeah, they will introduce you. Let's say invite you to occasions where they have other friends attending, and those other friends might be up your lane, and you're blocking those blessings for yourself. Those blessings of the hotter friends that are potentially there for you to interact with. So you friends on these ones, and then they will gas you up to all their friends. Oh, he's so hot though, but I want him. And then when you leapfrog to the friend will be like, you know what, he wants me though, so I'm gonna take it. And you know how girls are; they backstab each other over men all the time. And the fact that you have the pre-selection, it will be easier for you to get those girls. It's it's more like Dan Blazarian. You play the game smart. You have to create an ecosystem for yourself where like it funnels women to you. If you just wait on girls approaching you or you approaching those specific ones, it's gonna be hard. And hey, bro, I'm telling you, you need that. The experience is what you need. The experience, the ability to deduce whether this person is right or they move a certain way or they might be doing some shady shit in the background. Like even having female friends, and watching them interact with their boyfriends, you can tell how they move. Because I know plenty of girls who've been had boyfriends and they've done Maza on the back, but the boyfriend will never know, and he will never be clued on. If you don't see how the if you don't see the what do I call the markers or the telltale signs of this happening, it's hard to deduce these things. So you have to have the friends to know.
Yeah, but King, right? Did you hear what I said? Right, I said if there is a girl that I like, right, for quite a number of months, I will be friends with her. I wouldn't even let her know I like her or even show any interest in her. She will think I'm just friend zoning her. It will be, during that 6 to 7, 8 month period while I'm, screening her, as I call it. I'm interviewing her. Like I'm seeing, okay, what's her mindset like? I'm dissecting her. Like she tells me all. I'm pretty much like the only guy friend or the first guy friend she's even ever had. During that time, I'll talk about personal stuff. I'll pretend as if I don't even like her and just maybe make up some other thing like say, oh, that there is this blonde girl that I really like and so on, and get her thoughts on it just to see the way she acts and say, okay, well, girls are like this. So I see how she really is, if that makes sense. That's how I'm smart. Like I've really built up like steps on how I'm going to get a girl that I like. That's so. It's not as if I'm just I'm not going into this without any plans or I'm just not covering my back. Like I know how to do it. So, but some people say 6 to 8 months. You're not going to tell. I'm like, yeah, she's just going to be a friend. I'm just going to be watching her how she moves and ask her personal questions. And after a while, when her guard has been let down, I get to.
But think about this, yeah. So in those 6 to 8 months, yeah, when you're interacting with this person, are you beating? Are you going in?
Nope, not at all. No. It's going to be strictly platonic.
But that's time wasted if you think about it.
No, it's not, because I get to see if she's wife material. You see, here's the thing.
6 to 8 months, bro. That's time wasted.
I'm not looking for a girlfriend. I'm looking for a wife. That's the thing.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. How many girls do you have going at this? How many people are you talking to at the same time?
None, just her.
Oh, that's 6 months.
That's what we mentioned.
I did this.
That's 6 months of your time invested in one person. And then
I've been single for 22 years, so what, 6 to 8 months?
No, but you weren't active for 22 years, if that makes sense. Like, in order to get the outcome that you want, bro, I feel like you have to go after it, bro. You have to go after it.
It's just use simple like for you to pass an exam. Obviously, you have to revise the exam over and over again or whatever. For you to pass and the more times you revise, the better you get at it. And if you haven't been in like a relationship in, as you say, 22 years, how are you gonna know how to manage when you find the one?
Well, it will fall into natural place.
That's what we all say until it crumbles, and then you're there left with the pieces, and you're like, "Wow, where did it go wrong?" Like
at the end of the day, Vincent. You still got time. We've got friends who are in their late 20s, still struggling. Within a few years, if you kind of relearn and unlearn some stuff, you could, I guess, work your way through it. We're saying that you might eventually come across that girl you really like, but then if you're not prepared, if you don't have the tools for, that interaction, you might lose your chance over and over again. Depending on what comes across you. You're 9 out of 10. You're, perfect type.
And a quick question: how many girls have you slept with? Just a quick question.
3. Yeah.
3. Okay.
That's okay. That's not bad.
No surprise. That's a lot of guys early 20s. It's like, a lot of people don't have access like that. But 3 is decent.
I had vaginal sex. That's what you're.
How long were you with these people for?
Oh, the longest one was like 5 months. Yeah,
5 months.
5, 7. Yeah, yeah. Well, it was really. It was as if like it was every single day. It was just more of a hookup type of thing, Yeah.
And they obviously they enjoyed it, and how was the performance? How did they review the performance?
With the other 2, it was one of them was twice. The other one was just a one-time hookup.
Bro, this is what I'm saying, bro. You need the XP, even if it's people you don't like. As long as you're attracted, bro. You don't understand. Like, you might lose a girl. These days, girls, they value the bedroom thing. You might lose a girl because she thinks you're not hitting it the way I want you to hit it.
Well, there are always younger, fresh girls every time, isn't there? There's always younger, fresh, pretty, and taller girls every year. So that's they say, age like fine wine. So I still have options. I'm not a female where by the time I'm in the late 30s or early 40s, you know, the clock's
enough.
ticked up. Like Kevin
Yeah,
said,
that's fair.
you can always get, you know, one that's significantly younger. So there you have it.
All right, that's fair. I'm just
Right,
trying to get you to be the
exactly.
most winningest.
Yeah,
I'm
We
just
just-
trying to figure out. He's trying to level up, right? And in order to level
He
up,
wants to
you
figure
need more
things out,
bodies.
yeah.
You need more bodies, bro. You need more
Wait,
bodies.
wait. That's where I want to hold back because
Okay, go on.
at the end of the day, we're saying that
Mm.
he's got time, of course, to figure things out, but he needs to make sure he's not following the same bad habits when it comes to
Yeah.
relationship. Now, when you say more bodies, how far is more bodies? Is it like just
Well,
more experience?
More bodies is in
Well,
more
I
XP.
mean,
Just more XP.
if you're talking about in terms of the oral, I've had over 20 something girls, you know, slob on me if that's what
No,
you're.
no, no, that doesn't. No, that no, that
But if
doesn't
you're talking
matter.
about actual like body
Doesn't
to
matter.
body
Your
contact,
performance.
I haven't had vaginal sex before, but I've done it through the other one, you know.
You haven't
So
had
yeah,
vaginal.
Look at
No,
King's
that's
face.
Man's
I
I
thought, you know, I was thinking that when I'm saving that for marriage, you know, for the
Oh
wife,
no.
she too will have her cherry intact and everything. So yeah,
Let's check your
Okay,
background for
that's
everyone
no,
to
that's
know.
good. That's
Clarify.
good. That's
Are
good.
you
That's
like
good.
do you have beliefs, spiritual beliefs about
I do.
you know?
Yeah,
Okay,
That's
so
good. You know what? That's good.
are
At
you
least if you
following that?
find.
I mean, I have broken it a few times, but hey, I mean, everyone sins, don't they? We're all sinners, but hey,
Yeah.
I've,
Indeed.
If
right now,
you
at the moment,
find, yeah,
I'm being celibate, so yeah,
yeah. If
I'm
you
still
find, I
fine.
think if you find
Likewise.
someone who's also got a V card, or who's got like that V card, you know what I mean? Who's got that V card, then you might be fine. You know what I mean? Because people like
Yeah,
that tend to be attached to people. But if they're doing like backdoor action and mouth stuff, bro, I don't know.
So, can I just say very quickly, yes, the Skittle Span, yes, I've had you know, through the back door, but not vaginal. No, I've not.
That's
No.
that's mad. That's
That's
mad.
fine. Bro.
It
That's
still
good.
counts.
Nah, I love to hear it personally. I'm just like, yo, this guy is
Trust
he's
me,
finding the.
I still believe that I'm a virgin, but that's just me. But yeah,
I'm like biologically.
No.
I love it. I love it. Personally,
It's over.
but I do
I'm
have a
the only
question.
virgin to the day I
still
was
have
born.
I still have a question there for the panel, right? I mean, apart from Unstoppable Force, I'm assuming that King, GB, and Mystic Muse, you guys are both of African heritage, right? You're
yeah.
right. Now and you know, Unstoppable Force, you're Caribbean. Is there a cultural differences between the way we date as black men, like black African boys versus black Caribbean? So I just want to start with Unstoppable Force, if you guys don't mind. Unstoppable Force.
Yeah.
What is dating like in the Caribbean community? Can you,
It's the same.
oh, really? How?
Yeah.
Okay, because I thought you said that when in African culture that we're trained simps. So I thought you said that in the Caribbean culture that
No.
it's more so to do with your swag, right? It's more to do with, you know, how much street cred you have versus in the African it's okay, what can you provide to the girl, you
Yeah.
know? And that's
African community is about African girls go for money. They want a guy with money. You know, Caribbean girls as well, but Caribbean guys usually rely on their personality and their looks, and they kind of already know that, you know, most girls, those African girls, use men for their money. They already know that, you know, and usually Caribbean guys breed themselves out, go for white girls. So it is kind of different, you know. They usually have fun. They're not religious. That's how Caribbean guys are. They have no morals. So there's also African guys that have no morals as well.
Hey, bro, that's the truth.
True.
I'm sorry, Mr. Moose. Could you share the link just in case no one has it?
I did put it on. It's there.
Is it pinned? Okay, all right. Don't worry.
Yeah, it's pinned at the top as
Alright.
well, just in case. But if you need, yeah, sorry. Go ahead, Unstoppable Force.
Yeah, so, you know, I know African guys that are players as well. You know, so it just depends on the person. But the
If
guy
anything,
that-
True.
Unstoppable.
The guy
I'll
that-
probably say African men are probably bigger players because, you know, not most, but a lot, you know,
Scammers.
you know, a
Scammers.
wife. They will have a wife on the continent and wife in Europe. I don't think that
That's
exists.
it.
But then again, Caribbean men, they do impregnate several women. So I guess it's, you know, the level feels kind of even. But the thing is that with
It's a
African
different
men,
approach. Yeah.
it's a different approach. They will marry all of the women, right? but they're just in different locations. If that makes
Different,
sense.
different area
There is
codes.
one woman, and there is one woman, on KB Jones the second,
The
right?
main
channel.
one.
Her name is Fiona, right? She says that like when she was growing up, that they would always like their African counterparts, right? They will call their dads 6 month holiday dad. So they'll be there for 6 months, and then 6 months they're back in Nigeria. They're back again, so they call them part-time dads. So, yeah,
Indeed.
that's I guess our version.
It's also, I would say, we add on to the African experience. They use it as a hustle. So if they move to America or the UK,
Yeah.
they are targeting specific type of women, not
Like
just
Caribbean
for
guys
fun.
do that as well.
Yeah.
Oh, do
I
they
mean,
really?
Yeah.
Oh wow.
There's
What type of
Jamaican
women are
guys,
they targeting?
English girls that use them for money, and just have a place to live. That is the same thing.
Right. So when they
But the
target
thing is
these
that-
people,
but the
they
thing
tend
is
to look at passport document, who has eligibility, so that they could stay in the country they're in. Once they get that sorted out, they get their papers, they go back home, get married to a proper Niger girl,
A
and
young,
then
fresh
they'll be
girl.
doing back and forth.
Right.
Yeah,
That's how they. But in the
we
Caribbean,
actually
I
have
think-
a friend like that. We
I
could
think
discuss that,
in
I
the
don't know.
Caribbean communities, like with the Caribbean man, he will come there and he will just settle down and just marry and have his mixed kids with. But with the African man, he still wants African fully blooded children. So I don't know. I mean, is it
Yeah.
like that as well in the
No,
Caribbean
that's not
community?
true.
Oh, they.
Black Caribbean men, they usually go of their own kind. But we're talking about the British Caribbean descent men are not Caribbean men. They're just black British people. They go for white girls.
Can I ask you this question? Right? This is on the census, right? It says black African, black Caribbean, and black other. That black other, is it people that just identify as black British? So, like you just said,
Somalian people, man. Ethiopian.
No. I think no. I think it includes South American black, because I've got a few friends
Puerto
who are
Rican
actually
type.
South American
Okay.
or Colombian. I've seen those, and I've met a Fijian when I was in Essex, and he can't put African or Caribbean. They're from flipping the Pacific, so but they're still black.
Yeah, Australia.
Yeah. So Aboriginals, all them ones, they look like us, but they're not from the continent.
Right. Oh, I see.
Maybe 20,000 years ago.
Okay. The reason why
That's
I often wondered, what that black other. I thought it
What
was
the
just
other is.
so black British, but okay. KB's on the panel. Oh, KB, he's a married man and he has a son. Let's hear from him. Hello, KB, and thanks for coming up.
Man, like
Mr.
KB.
KB, what's up? What's up?
Hey, man, what the
Sorry I'm late. I didn't even know you
That's
guys
all right.
had a podcast together, man. I just subbed.
Nah.
I had no idea.
That's all right.
Oh, bless you, man. Thanks.
No worries,
thanks
man.
for
Welcome
the
welcome to the show. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Right, I'll give a slightly different perspective. Being married, a bit older than you guys, but still I can observe everything. Okay, first and foremost, I'll give you the married experience. I think I said it a bit in the chat. It's you learn a lot about women, seriously, in certain scenarios. I've been approached more or moved to more by women since I've been married. It's women are hardwired very strangely.
They're dangerous.
There's a lot to figure out.
Just say it.
Yeah,
They're dangerous.
but they're human, yeah, but also actually very simple as well, because and actually make you understand the concept of hypergamy, which a lot of people think it's money. I've come to realize it's not even really that. It's being women look for a higher tier of man,
Power.
and not necessarily exactly power, status, even a factor of maturity. A lot of people underestimate maturity. For her to know that you're almost like you're the man and she's the child. Women actually almost want to be in that child state, and I think a lot of men misunderstand that. Even in terms of approaching, right? Like I said, I used to cold approach, and I get, yes, I was quite successful at it, but to me, even though it was a cold approach, at the same time, it wasn't a cold approach, and I'll explain. Because I would go through certain sort of types of
KB,
women.
your audio is quite low. KB, your audio is
Oh, is
low.
it?
Yeah, can you
gosh.
increase?
Is that better?
Yeah, I can hear you now better. Yeah.
Okay,
Yep.
sorry, it's a bit far from me. So yeah, in terms of cold approach, I used to cold approach quite a lot, and I'll give you my personal pros and cons. But at the same time, I think with cold approaching, I think there's still a strategy to it, and it's still not 100% cold approaching because I used to go with people that was my type, but I was in the mood. I was in the moment where um I don't know if it's something I made myself do or just discovered or just my energy, but my types were into me anyway. So it's almost like 50% of the battle was won. I almost knew that I was gonna get their number or whatever. Sometimes I even said, okay, we're talking. It's like, when am I taking you out, Saturday or Sunday? And they're looking at me like, wait, what? What do you mean? It's like, because you're gonna give me your number in a minute. We're gonna talk, and I'm gonna take you out, right? Even that brashness, that brashness.
That's
Half the time
jokes.
they laughed and was like, you know what? You're way too much. I have to see what you're about. Little tiny things like that, because you have to come with that. It's not arrogance, but partly. Because I think what I've seen with code approach with a lot of men, they already got a defeatist energy. They already got a, oh, let me see what this woman's about. Not, I'm coming to get you. I'm coming here for you. It's almost like, oh, will you allow me to talk to you? No. I've never been someone to be like, oh, can I talk to you for a minute? I'll walk with you in your pace and start talking to you. I don't need to ask you, do I want to talk to you? You know as a man, and you see my face, and if you know you're attractive, that I want to speak with you. Men do a lot of this beating around the bush stuff. Um, and to be honest with you, I've got less success with beating around the bush. When I've been more direct,
Oh yeah.
yes, you get more rejections, but
I
you know
know
what?
this one.
You get more success.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, you do.
You get
Yeah.
more success. And those that actually are into you, they'll respond in prompt because
They're
they're
really
already
into you.
thinking themselves, oh, he's fit.
Mm-hmm.
So I think half the battle with men is in their mind. They've got this thing of they're not scared of women, but they've got a preemptiveness. I think men sometimes forget that we're men. We create. We
We establish.
we are the head. Yeah,
Mm.
exactly. Um, also, in terms of this friend thing, you guys are talking about friends. Okay, I don't think there's very much room for men and males and females to be friends. The reason why I say this is because usually it's because one likes the other or has feelings for the other, and there was a rejection involved or it wasn't mutual, and that's why they became friends. So that can be um, an ineffective way. I say the best way for that dynamic is if the girl's into you. That's the best way for a man. Then you two can be friends. However, there are some females, and it does happen on odd occasion where you just click as people in terms of character
In fact.
and everything else, and you both become friends. In those cases, if you can help it, if the female was pretty, it's at a big advantage to you. Also, what you need to do as well, and I've done this with a female friend too. We used to go to Camden quite a lot actually, Camden Market, and literally as friends. And
Viz
we never,
loves
we never held hands or anything. We were literally
Camden
mutual
Town.
friends, right?
Hmm.
And the amount of women that would either look at me or go to approach me when I'm with her, and I'll be like, wait, is that your boyfriend? Or they'll be like, oh, sorry to interrupt you. Is that sorry to interrupt you in your girl? And it's like, oh, that's not my girl. And they look at us like, wait, what? That's not your girl. And it's like, no, but as you're here, you're actually kind of paying. What's your name?
Mad. Mad.
Bro.
That's
And
that
it's
spontaneous approach that Gibbon was saying
spontaneous,
before.
bro.
Yeah.
Sometimes you have to have a level of arrogance. I think confidence and arrogance is a fine line, yes, but it's a slight level of arrogance. A slight level of,
You have to be sure
I
of
want
yourself.
you, yeah, I want you, but if you don't want me, it's cool, but I'm still going to make my move. And in the very least, okay, men should leave with this job. In the very least, if you don't get the girl, you want to leave an impression on her. You want to leave an impression on her. Sometimes when I approach women, and I think they've either generally not been interested in terms of my look, or they've actually had a partner, but they've actually complimented me on the fact of like, you're ultra confident. That you're ultra confident. I've had a few people like, if it wasn't the circumstance, it would be like, yeah, because you're something else. So it's that level of that as well. Look, if you to go nicely and she says no, she's gonna say no anyway. So you might as well up the levels a little bit. Um, al-
Risk it to get the
Also
biscuit.
as well, yeah, on that initial approach, you're also showing her a bit of character. You've got something about you, not just another guy asking for a number. It's like that cheeky guy or that funny guy. I've gone to approach a female, let's say in a rave example, and I've not got her, but I've seen her later in the rave with her friend, and they'll be like, "You see, that's the guy I was talking about. He's like, these jokes. This girl told me no, but she told her friend about me.
Yeah,
You know
yeah,
what I mean?
that's it.
Yeah.
So yeah, sorry, just my 2 pennies for this moment. Yeah,
I appreciate that,
One
KB.
thing, KB. Yeah, one
yes,
thing,
sir.
KB. Just to touch on what was said in the past. With the friend thing. The context we placed it on was like having people around you, just orbitals. Sometimes from a friend of a friend. From our experience, it was always a female friend that was friends with one of our guys' girlfriends. Do you get what I mean? So it's like we're in the same circle, just chilling. It's that social proofing we need because you might end up finding a girl from that friend. So that in a sense is not that the goal is to always have female friends. It's just that
Yeah,
put
using
yourself
them
in a
as
social
leads.
setting, right?
Yeah,
To
make
end
it
up
easy.
dating or just hanging out with just random people. In comparison to what Vincent says, maybe he's not always in a social circle. So he's already like limited his exposure, if
Yeah.
you get what I mean.
Yeah,
Word of
yeah,
mouth is a powerful thing, and if you have a network of, like, let's say, girls you friend zoned yourself, that's what you want. That's the key here.
Right.
The girls who are
Right,
your friends, you want them to be girls you friend zoned. You said,
right.
you're not it, and they will
Yeah.
seek that validation and gas you up to other people they meet.
Yeah.
And the fact that
Yeah.
they gas you up, other their friends will see that, oh, this girl's invested in this guy, and they'll have a higher likelihood of also being like, there must be something about him. She's invested. Let me see what's it about. What's about it. Let me see. There must be
Yeah.
something here. And they get that. You get that mystery factor. Where it's like, why is he? Why are they flocking like this? You know what I mean? And the
Yeah.
fact that you can say even just friend zoning someone, like, I've met girls, yeah, and chat to them. I know they like me, and as soon as I feel like they like me, I say, you know what, it is. I start saying things that's wrong with them, and say, I'm gonna keep you as a friend. And then they start to protest. No, you can't. No. What do you mean? I'm fine. I'm da 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 da. And they start qualifying themselves to me. And then other girls seeing them qualifying to me, the girls I actually like, would then start looking at me like, who's this? Who's this
Just
guy?
like that.
The girls
Yeah.
are
Yeah.
trying to qualify for. Who is this guy? And then when I go approach, then they're like, oh, I saw you talking to those girls, da da da. They're trying to play it off like, oh, you're some player, da 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 da. And I'm like, nah, those girls there, they're just being, just
Extra
being a bit.
validation.
Yeah, extra
Universal.
validation.
Is this
You
a
social
universal
proof
thing?
yourself. That's the
Is this
thing.
sorry, my bad. No, I was gonna say, is this a universal thing or something? Because I can't understand that mentality. Just because other girls suddenly find you attractive, now all the others want you. Like that just
It's like Coke. Listen to this, yeah. It's like
yeah.
Coke. The brand of Coke is known, yeah. Coke is big. Everyone knows Coke. Everyone trusts Coke. If you see someone drink Coke, you're like, oh, okay, now everyone likes Coke. The fact that you are social proofing means that everybody has validated this product and they say it's good. So let's say you're in a club or a party, yeah, and everywhere you go, everyone's having fun with you. That's social proof. Everyone knows this guy is safe, this guy is sound, this guy is the life of the party. If I chill with this guy, I'll have a good time. That's social proof. So you're basically like a product that's been validated by everyone. That's what you want. So whenever I go somewhere, me and Moose, we do this. Like, we try and be like the life of the party. We try and have the most fun, you know what I mean? Have the most fun, and people want to gravitate towards the people having the most fun. It's natural. If you see someone getting lit, people having a good time, you're like, oh, I want to go over there. It seems like a party over there. That's what you want. Be that person who invites people to come to you because you're having such a lit time. You know what I mean? Create your own party, and people want to join it.
I was
That's
going to
the point.
say something actually about the social circle because Vincent, like, in my opinion, I don't think you're going to get the social circle you want, anyway. But in my opinion, when it comes to you have three choices. You have online dating, you have real life, cold approaching or warm approaching, and you have social circle. The thing is with social circles is you could have a social circle of girls that find you attractive, but what if you don't find any of them attractive? because now you're
That's a lot.
limiting yourself to your social circle. So even if you don't, if those girls like you, it's still a waste of time because you don't like them, you don't find them attractive, they're not your actual type. So the best way to actually meet a girl is actually online or just approach her in real life. Social circle is
No.
actually the worst way to meet a girl. That's just my
Boondocks.
opinion.
No, but you see what I'm saying, yeah?
I
Those
like
girls
and I watch.
that I don't like,
I
those
like
girls
it.
that you don't
I
like,
know what.
they might know other people that they might invite to a party that might be girls you like. You see
Well,
what I'm
what
saying?
if you don't like them? Then what?
But it's
Just
just
keep
another
going.
avenue. It's just another avenue. You
Rotate.
know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's another avenue for you to get leads. It's not like this is a thing you do solely to get. It's one of your tools in your toolbox. You use this sometimes, you use that sometimes, you use it sometimes. All you want to do is get as many leads coming to you so you have more options to pick from.
I've
You want to
tried
have the
social
abundance
circle.
mindset.
I've tried what you tried before, and I found zero girls attractive when none of that. They were all right, but they weren't my type. And the best girls I've ever met have been when I just seen a girl on the street or something. I go and talk to her, or online. But like, you set up a profile online, you get the best pictures, and you have all the girls message you first, and you pick which one you want,
I'm like,
and
shout out to
you can
Bumble.
funnel that to Instagram.
Mhm.
That in my opinion, Instagram connected to your Tinder or Hinge is the best way to meet a girl. And real life, when you go out by yourself, and if a girl is looking at you, not approaching a girl that don't look at you. Cold approach don't work, by the way. I'm just letting you know. But warm approach does work. So those are the two ways to meet a girl. Social circle is dead. Is an outdated way. That's for people that are too scared to go out by themselves to meet girls. That's my opinion, man.
Okay,
See,
just because of course you have an against view on what we've said. Define warm approach in comparison to what cold approach is.
So a warm approach. This is the warm approach. A warm approach is only 57% of people can do a warm approach, because a warm approach is only viable for someone who can read social cues and can read. And when you have the ability to read social cues, you actually know how to manipulate someone. So it's usually people who know how to manipulate can read social cues. So a warm approach is when you can see that a girl wants you to approach her, wants you to talk to her. So you go up and talk to her because she wants you to do it. So you're not bowing down to her. She is bowing down to you because she's like, wow, like, he's really attractive. She's looking at you in a way which shows she wants you to approach her. That's the only way approaching a girl works. Cold approach doesn't work. That's a waste of time. You're just wasting your time doing that.
this is the thing. It hasn't worked for you, but this is what I'm saying.
No,
For
it
me,
does work for me, but I'm saying it mathematically. Like, I'm not saying cold approach doesn't work. I'm saying what I'm saying is mathematically it's the least effective. It's
Oh
one of
yeah,
the
because
Okay.
warm approach,
We
you
get
already
it.
know there's interest there.
yeah.
Warm approach, you already know
We get
there's. So you're viable. It's like dating on Tinder, whatever. You have high success because the person's already attracted to you physically. So you've already won on that front. All you have to do is not be weird, and you've won. That's it.
There's levels to it. There's levels to it. Yeah.
But
The
the thing about
success
cold
rate.
approach I like is it doesn't just build those skills of like interacting with women. It builds skills of networking and business. Like it's like a completely like package tool where you can build systems for yourself and where you can talk to people you don't know, build relationships and retain those relationships. It's not necessarily just about getting girls. Like it helps you with
The thing is,
interviews.
me and Vincent are very. I'll be honest. I'm quite similar. Like, me and Vincent have a lot in common because there's a big.
Agree.
Obviously, me and Vincent are not the same person,
Yeah.
but we actually have a lot in common because I actually don't believe men and women should be friends, and I actually don't like networking with people. I don't really believe you. Like, for example, I know how to make a lot of money. I know what to invest in, and that requires zero networking. But for me personally, I see the benefit in networking, but I don't like to network with people. I'm not that sort of person.
That's
I don't really like to make a lot of friends. I like to be by myself, do my own thing, and that's why you can see I gravitate towards maybe a cold approach, warm approach, or online. But in social circle,
That's fair.
I'm not saying it can't. Like, that is good because it for pictures on Instagram, that really can help you. You understand? That has a funnel. But for the average person, that, like, if you have my type of personality or Vincent's type of personality, it's not going to work. it's just not gonna work, man. But for us,
Yeah, this is why I want us to have this discussion, because that's what I did notice. There are different personalities on this panel right now when it comes to being extroverted or introverted. So when it leads on to dating, we all have a sort of a different goal at hand. Like, how are we going to reach for the type of person we want? So, for example, if I was Vincent, are you actively looking now, or are you kind of focused on other things right now, like prioritize?
I'm focusing on
And you're
myself.
not okay, and you don't see yourself really trying right now.
I'm not even trying. In fact,
Okay,
I'm not even trying to try. I don't want to try right now.
I'm
okay.
not even trying to-
See, he's completely avoiding it. That's cool. Because then, us, giving us your experience, and then also us kind of advising what you could do, could be that maybe you're not even prepared for that right now. So it's like, okay, maybe you could just store that for later on. But then we said that you should practice, right? Are we changing that view? KB, the veteran, the married man on the panel. What do you think? Does that sound viable for a guy to either practice while he's young, or just wait till he's prepared for that?
Yeah, thank you for asking, because I was going to ask if I could reply,
Brad Pitt.
actually. Now,
It's jokes.
young, and there's little ways you can practice, right? Even in terms of code approach, because I do understand what Unstoppable and Vincent is saying. However, practice is very important, and practice includes practicing your flirting techniques, practicing
Mm-hmm.
making women laugh, making women blush. And we're talking almost every woman you encounter, be it in a retail environment or any woman you need to speak to.
Mm-hmm.
Get used to finding the different sort of pinpoints that trigger a woman, that makes them laugh, that makes them blush. Little sort of like, sometimes it's just the way you look at them. Um,
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes the way you look at a woman, that can just make them melt completely. And sometimes it is something like, why are you looking at me like that? And they could kind of shy away. It's because you've broken the wall down completely. Um, Practice is very much effective. Vincent and Unstoppable, right? You two being introverts, and Unstoppable, you mentioned social media, dating apps, and everything. Even with you two being introverts, particularly Unstoppable, you work in IT, you know how to make money. Vincent, you're in aviation, you're on the way to make a lot of money. There's also status in both of those. You two, I would say, won't even have to worry as much, because let's say on a social media, Vincent, if you had, let's say, pictures like you have up now, you're
Yeah.
already displaying several things: ambition, character. Um, you already have certain status. We already know that your career, your field has a certain salary amount. There's already certain things that's already been answered in the head. You already qualify for certain things. On top of little things like your uniform, that reminds me of like peacocking. And stuff you said about the pictures. So even things like that can assist you. You know, make it to your full advantage. Make women compliment you. Vincent, this might sound strange, yeah, but wear your
Yeah.
uniform a lot more. Wear your uniform. Trust me.
Once
Wear
you
your
once
I
you
uniform.
have.
reach that point, yeah.
Oh, I have. When I was in my student pilot uniform, yeah, I did. When I went to Walmart's and that, I'd often get quite a lot of old women really just coming up to me and asking, saying, "Oh my gosh, do you work for the airline?" This and that. I told them I'm a student pilot, but even still, then it's just they would gape in awe. I mean, the way
Love.
they would stare at me in fascination, it was like wow. So that's the reason why I don't believe that I should approach women. That it really should be them approaching me. In fact, to be honest, I'm the one providing, and that. And how I see it is that if you want to be my wife or my woman, why should I have you on board? Well, why should I have you as part of my team? That's how I see it. To be honest, I really feel
See?
like they're supposed to be the
Fine.
one approaching
See,
them.
this is what we said. That's why it's up to
That's
them
it.
to kind of ask,
Right.
what are
So
we?
what's the talk?
Yeah.
No, the thing is that Mystic Muse, King G, and you're saying that you should approach a woman like this cold approach. I don't follow that at all. I really don't. To me, I don't even believe in that. If anything, it was even my mum that even taught me that allow a woman to approach you. You don't approach a woman. That's how it should be.
But
Yeah.
anyway, I think me and
What
Moose
we're
are looking at it
saying
from a
is
different perspective.
that, do you want
Because
to hit that?
let me just say this, because it's not just about cold approaching. Yeah, there's the ability to make someone who doesn't know you or have no interest in knowing you like you is understated. Like that ability in terms for us, like I understand this. Yeah, I was reading a book called Seven. I was telling the guys this earlier. Yeah, reading about 7 Habits of Highly Effective People. Yeah, the first 3 habits teach you about moving from dependence to independence, and then the last 3 habits, and then the seventh one is about refining these habits, and at the same time moving from independence to codependence to the point of where not like depending on other people, but you realize if you're going to scale a business up to the point of the Elon Musk and the Teslas and all these Bill Gates, you need people you trust around you and you know can do job. And if you get people to trust you and like you and invest money in you, that is a powerful skill. And you can use that to leverage your status and improve your status to the point where you don't have to obviously approach people. That's what you want. So these cold approach skills are not just for the birds, for the women. It's for everyone. It helps you maneuver the world in a more like, how do I put it? In a more savvy sense, where someone could completely be like, I don't think that guy is, I wouldn't like that guy. But then on meeting them, you can read the social cues, you can read their body language and move a certain way to allow yourself the best possibility to network with this person.
I just want to say, like earlier I said that mathematically cold approach don't work. Like for the average person, like for me, I've cold approached many times. Like not right now because I'm not interested in doing it. But when I did cold approach, there are benefits and it does work, and I do know how to do it. But what I'm trying to say is that mathematically, on a mathematic scale, it's not good. You're not. It's a numbers game. You do honestly. It only really works for people with game. Like I have game, and I kind of know how to do it. You know what I'm saying? I have muscle memory for it, and it does work. But for the average person who can't read social cues and can't switch their language, can't switch their words, can't use their body language in a certain way, it won't work for them. And most of the time, it comes down to whether the girl likes you. And a lot of the time, that's what I realize is whether the girl actually likes you. And there's only 12% out of 100% of what you can do to actually change her mind. Do you understand? So if she has high interest, the cold approach will work. You understand? But if she has medium to low interest, it won't work. So that's why you have to keep cold approaching, keep cold calling people. That's the whole point of it. You understand? But it is effective. It is effective if you keep going.
But that's what I'm saying.
You know what I'm saying? But Vincent...
No, there's a misunderstanding on the panel here because that was an example we used. Given was mentioning how when he first started dating, he was cold approaching because that was him practicing. KB as well. It was that was the dynamic that worked for them. But then there's options for that. Like we've all kind of described different ways we approach women. You've used social media on Unstoppable Force. Vincent has said he's been friends with girls. So it's like we're saying that there are multiple options. Practice.
Use all of them.
Use them all
to your advantage.
If one doesn't work, because if it's not, the average person isn't cold approaching, then fine. Practice on the ways that would work, right? So that's exactly what we're kind of promoting, rather than wait until you're 30. Because we've got, friends who are older who are still like, don't know what to do because they've just been chilling.
I just want to say when it comes to the warm approach, because when I say warm approach, like warm approach is more effective than cold approach. This is the reason why, because I'm not talking about a warm approach where you just wait for a girl to look at you or wait for a girl to talk to you. A warm approach, how I warm approach is I actually look at the girl in her face. I actually do a certain thing which triggers the girl to respond in a certain way where she has to let me know if I should talk to her. And this is something a lot of guys can't do because you still have to cold approach a little bit, but you're not really saying anything. You only make the move when she makes the move.
But you still have to do something to get there. To get to warm approach. You have to cold approach to get to warm approach because you then have to learn those skills. So
that's what I'm saying. To warm approach, you have to actually look a girl in her eyes. Do you understand? That's the first part of the warm approach. And then usually they will look back at you, and if they want you to approach her, they will do a certain thing. If you know how to read social cues, then you know what to do. But if you don't know how to read social cues, you're pretty much fucked.
The only way to get that, that's what I'm saying. That's what I was saying. The only way to get to that point where you can read the social cues is to put yourself in social situations often. And then once you get to the level where you are competent and or excellent at it, then you don't have to do it. You can do it when you feel like doing it, and because you already have that skill. You don't have to then just keep doing it.
Yeah, to be honest, yeah, like all you really know when you need to go to meet a girl is literally as soon as you step outside. That's it. As soon as you see a girl, you just go up to her and talk to her. And if you have a certain, I say the same thing sometimes I improvise, but if you just say the same thing over again, you're gonna have one that likes you. If you're in shape, like there's things you can do outside of the code approach that can help you, like be in shape, dress a certain way,
Look,
make your voice a bit deeper. You understand? There's certain things you can do.
unstoppable.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
everyone on the panel, right? This is, you see, in my own case, right? I don't know, maybe it might not work for us, but me, what usually gets women's attention to me is that usually I don't really look at women in the eye. That's, one
I
of
think
my
eye
rules.
contact. I
I
think
will
eye
not
contact is paramount.
I will not make eye contact with her, and I don't shake a girl. Like, for example, if I see a couple, I will shake the man's hand, but the woman, I will just, just a quick courteous nod, and she might be expecting me to, shake her hand. I don't do that at all. It's just a quick nod, and I'm just back to just
That's
focusing. But
respectful.
to be honest, it's like it's almost as if like she is just invisible, and I make it very clear that she is not of any importance. And
But
naturally, that will just their curiosity peaks. They're like, how come he's not doing this? That's what spikes their interest. But
that's a good
um,
tactic. Yeah, I do
I
that
know.
too. Like I put that in my repertoire. Like that's what I'm saying. You want multiple tools in your toolbox. You have that one tool, yeah, and it's working obviously. But if you add more tools, you have more options to use. That's all I'm saying.
No.
But if you don't want those options, that's fair enough.
Can we go over that? Because I thought I heard Vincent say what with girls who are in relationships is that you avoid making eye contact. I thought it was what out of respect
No, no,
or
no, no,
just
no. It is literally just in general. So I guess that's just
No.
the
okay.
principle that I follow of their religion. When you see women,
Okay.
you literally just bow, like you don't make eye contact with them, or you don't really interact with them. Like you pretty much just ignore them and act as if they are some more. That's how I act towards them in general. And most of them, when they
All
see
of them.
me doing that, they're just like, wait, hang on a second, why is he ignoring me? And then next thing I know, they'll try and start flipping their hair and start doing all motions and yeah, that's literally something that it
Do you know?
all
Do you know what I would?
decided.
Right.
Sorry, Mr. Muse. I'll be real quick.
Mm.
I would input with that is that it's beyond that. It could be your body language. It could be other things you're doing that might make them pay attention to you. Because a lot of guys are afraid or they would avoid eye contact, but then not get no play or attention. So it could be that. I'll
Yeah.
explain further
No,
after Mr. Moose steps
you're
in.
right.
You
I
get
was
it?
gonna say.
Yeah.
All I was gonna add in real quick is that method that you use / technique, we use that actually with the girl in groups of
Peng is
girls.
skill.
The groups of girls, the peng one, ignore them. Don't even pay them no
No.
mind. Pay attention. Pay attention to all the
I do it
friends
to all
except
of
the one
them,
that you want.
regardless. All of them, they all get the same
Yeah.
treatment. Period. But carry on.
Yeah. So literally, what ends up happening is the penguin is like, "Oh, what the fuck? Does he not think I'm all that? Like, is he? What's going on? He's talking to all the friends. They're not as attractive as me. Blah blah blah." Or that's what they'll be thinking anyway. And then literally that method it works again, like you said, in your favor in the end, in the sense that they'll be looking at you, they'll be flipping hair, they'll be trying to qualify.
Yeah. Right.
Towards yourself. So yeah, bro, that's like I said, that's a good tool. That's a good skill to have. Like I said, trial and error. We went through the same thing. I had to learn that too.
I know
Yeah,
when I
and the thing is,
when I moved to West Sussex, right, I did this, when I was in year 11 and to a group of girls, and I wouldn't stare at them, I wouldn't even talk to them. Every other boy did, but just me. So naturally, they said, "How come he's not talking to us?" And so and so,
Yeah.
and then next thing I know, one of the boys came up to me and said, "Hey, some of them are wondering if they pissed you off or if you did so and so." And I said, "No, I did not. No, why?" Exactly. Because they were quite wondering, like, "Oh my gosh, did we do something? Why isn't he talking to her? Why isn't he showing us attention?" You see what I'm saying? So naturally, that just makes them feel bad. And hey, I don't have a problem with making them feel bad, but is what it is. But I think the Duke wanted to say something.
yeah. It was just that the fact that maybe there's a lack of purpose in that because you're not trying to look at girls. Most guys are horny. Period. Like they look at a girl, they're hoping there's attention in that. But already you come across as if you don't even give a damn, and that's
Yeah, I
actually
know.
quite rare. Most guys are like
I know. I am right.
excited.
I know.
Right.
I know.
But that's the
Right.
key to success, isn't it?
That's working on your favor. Yeah.
That's the key.
Beyond that, it's like
the nonchalant, the I don't care attitude, that's the key to winning. That's what I do. See, I do what he does, but to increase my chances, yeah, because some
You
girls
sure
I
don't
about
don't.
respond to that.
really?
I do. That's what I'm
No,
saying. You
listen.
read the cues, and let's say like I like a girl, yeah, and she's not responding to me being completely cold, you know. I would then turn it hot a little bit, and then get that response, and then I shut it down. And then the fact that she got that validation for a little bit, and then got dragged away, it leaves her feeling like, oh snap, shit, I want, like it's almost like creating an addict to a drug, you know what I mean? And eventually they start to crave that your attention, where they enjoy the time when you give it, and then they feel so bad when they don't get it, but they try and keep chasing after it.
Yeah,
I mean,
for me, it's just about position, operating from position of power. In my opinion, I like even when it comes to the cold approach, you're not really operating from position of power. That's why if I use an online dating app, I like it when the girls message me first or swipe right on me, because everything has happened because I gave you a chance. So if you mess up, I'm done. You know what I'm saying? I show no emotion. With girls, man, like they're nothing. That's how you're supposed to be. Like I like a girl that I can strangle, pretty much. Like that's the type of girl I want, man.
Wait, pause. What? Wow.
I was waiting for that.
Wait, we're just gonna brush past that? Okay.
So in relationships, is that what you're saying on Unstoppable? Right?
Yeah, in the relationships as well. Yeah.
So you treat them like once you've courted them, you're still nonchalant. You don't care what you say. You will neglect their attention. You delve into it.
Yeah, so what I do is I'll push and pull, so I'll be hot and cold, and I'll get to a point,
exactly.
I'll get to a point where I'm mostly cold, and then I want to break them down to the point where I want them to break up with me, but they're not gonna break up with me, and I just destroy them, drink their soul, and then that gets them. That's what you have to do.
You're a narcissist, don't stop. I'm sorry. Like, yours is just okay. Yours is way more extreme than me, but I'm going to.
But
I was like, I'm gonna destroy them.
That's wow. That
you have to break it down. That's the whole.
I think KB wanted to say something, guys. KB, go on.
Can you? Yeah. Okay. So going off two things you guys said. Now, first of all, with the eye contact thing, right? I understand where you're coming from, but me personally, I think eye contact is a very good one, because to me, over the years, women have told us. I think men are missing things, right? Women have told us over the last, let's say, 30, 40, 50 years how to get them in little bits. One of women's biggest complaints is, men just want me for my body. Women know we want to sleep with them. So that complaint is not fully valid. I think what they're trying to say is men make it too obvious they want to sleep with us. When I've approached a woman, I'm somebody, she could have a really nice body, and especially if she's, half dressed or whatever, I will not look at her body where she will sit. I will keep complete eye contact.
100,
Now,
100.
with me, I will look for something. There's always something interesting to pick at that she's not expecting. So if I'm looking at her face, I'll be like, we'll be in the middle of a conversation. I'll be like, oh, you got dimples? I didn't know. And it usually makes them blush. It's like, oh, your eye color is really nice, actually. Just make conversation and carry on. You will never, you will never catch me. She will never catch me looking at her body, ever. She will never catch me. I'll look, but you ain't catching me. You ain't catching me.
I never, ever compliment a girl. Never. I can't even remember the. In fact, no. To be honest, actually, no. The only time I did is if I see a black girl and she's wearing her natural hair. That's when I'd be, oh, nice. Continue. Rocking the natural hair, and don't put that horse hair on your head. Last week I actually did that at my youth group to these two girls. And obviously they were quite visibly taken aback. They said, "Oh, well, thank you very much." But that's the only time if I see a black girl wearing braids, really nice, well done braids, or her natural hair. I will say this. I'll say nice natural hair, but make sure not to wear horse hair ever again. Understood? And I'll just keep it pushing. But yeah. But yeah, carry on, KB.
Yeah, I would.
You love to hear it, man. You love to hear it. Honestly.
So yeah, I would look for interesting little things, something just off the cuff in terms of her. And you see this confused look on their face. You can almost hear their brain ticking like, excuse me, I'm hot. Have you noticed? And it's like a switch goes up in their head. Like, he hasn't told me I'm hot. He hasn't, like, it's one of those things. Also, you guys talked about the girls in groups, right? Again, that's something I've loved doing. I will talk to a whole bunch of girls, even if you just say hi girls, hi ladies. Sometimes you get two responses. Either they're all going to respond going hi back at the same time, and especially when they say it in a simultaneous choir way, you're in, because they all notice you, every single one of them. And when you leave, they're going to talk about you amongst themselves. Or the other one is very similar to what you guys said. I can be talking to a group of girls, but the one I actually want, I'm going to ignore her completely. It's like she's not even there. And like you guys said, first of all, she's going to know she's the hot one. I don't care what women say. Women know when they're the hot one. I don't give a damn
Exactly.
what sisterhood says. It's a bunch of rubbish. They know. Right? And they will wonder, hold on, why isn't he talking to me? You guys got to remember, these women, or especially the attractive women, they're used to thirsty guys over them all the time. So they're like, hold on, wait. This guy's talking to all my other friends apart from me. Like, what the hell is this? Again, in those sort of experiences, I found the penguin either come and talk to me herself in some ridiculous excuse to talk to me, or in another case, one of the friends has been like, oh, do you know what? Do you like my friend? Or like, my friend wants to talk to you. That really does work. So I'm glad you guys said that, because it does work. But the general speaking to women in groups, and I think it helps because I like public speaking. And amongst public speaking is being able to go around the room and engage in terms of your voice and eye contact with everybody, your whole audience. So let's say you've got a group of 4 girls. When I'm speaking to them, I'm speaking to all 4 of them. Now, where I'll position myself is in like let's say a half circle situation where I can see all of them in my sight. And they're almost all in the queue. And while I'm talking to them, and while I keep eye contact, even if I'm talking to one specific person, I will throw my eye contact at all of them involved. Now, if you actually look at everyone else involved, even if you're talking to one of the girls, and sort of spread your voice, through your voice, so everybody's involved in the conversation, even though you're not talking to them specifically, if you take a quick look, they're all engaged. All of them are engaged in what you're saying. And you could be talking to that one female, and they really want to hear what you're saying, how she's responding. So I think that definitely does help as well. Even groups of women, even if they do the little, other groups of women like sort of look and they've had like a giggle or something. Now some men will take it as, oh, they're laughing at me. Maybe they are. Do you know what I'll do? I've gone up to them and I'll be like, "What's funny, ladies?" or something like that. Or I'll be like, "Oh, you guys all right?" I'll do it in a sort of way like, "Okay, I noticed you guys giggling. What's going on?" Now it's going to be you more often than not. It's going to one or two things happen. You either get a response back, and it's almost been in a way of like, "Wow, you're brave, aren't you?" Or you actually see how actual unconfident women are, because the times again I've approached and been like, "Girls, you're right. I see you looking at direction." Sometimes they shy away, and a lot of the times you found they're giggling because one of them likes the look of you, and they said something amongst themselves which made them all giggle. And how you can tell this is because when you do that approach, the one that likes you goes off looking all shy because it's like, "Oh, she's here."
She grumbles.
Yeah, I'm here.
It's too hot.
I'm here. What are you saying? Do you know what I mean? And
That's fact.
yeah, so I found that's worked for me. Even in terms of like you like saying a social setting or a party setting, I'm someone who's a very big fan of music. So I've always been known as a person from males and females. Like, KB, you've got to come, because as soon as you come in the rave, you dance. If I come in the rave and one of my tunes is on, you lot can stand there. I'm off.
You know.
You have to. You have to. It's got to be done,
Dancing
man.
game
Not
for
a
me
drink in my
has
hand.
worked so much.
No, nothing. Sorry, carry on, bro.
Oh, I was saying dancing game for me has worked so much. Like, there is times where I go in the club, I'm just having the time of my life dancing away, bro. And you don't know how many girls will send their friends. They will send their friends. I'm not even in VIP, and they will send their friends to come get me, to bring them to the VIP, to bring me to the VIP and say, "Hey, my friend likes you. Come with me. Let's go chat." I've had a brother give his sister and say, "Bro, my sister likes you. You want to chat to her?" And I'm there like, this doesn't happen. Who's this guy giving away his sister like this? I'm like, bro, this is crazy. But when you're having a good time, when people see like you're like a sound guy, having the time of your life, man. You're just having good times, good vibes only, bro. People want to be part of the party, and they wanna be, you know, they want to be friends with the person having the most fun, or the person who has the most perceived value in the venue.
100%.
I went to the club
Agreed.
once and I danced with some Nigerian girls. They told me to fuck off, man.
Wait, how were you dancing with them?
Oh, what?
You weren't choking them. You weren't choking them, right? Before.
No. Like I was just dancing, like, and then I went to some like West African girls, and they like told me to fuck off or something.
Man,
Are you serious?
Wow, that's
Yeah,
deep.
serious.
That's deep, bro. That's deep.
I'm
Why?
serious.
What happened? What went
I
wrong?
don't know. I was probably 19 at this time, I think.
They
Wow.
told to
The fuck.
And this is what having social circle games also helps, you know. Because let's say you go out to the club, yeah, and there's song comes in, like a whining song comes on, yeah, and you wanna dance and get down, yeah. If you have your girlfriends there, yeah, who like you, they'll be willing to get down and whine and all that stuff. And when you're
They'll
whining,
whine with you.
yeah, everyone sees your skills. If you got mad skills on the dance floor, they see your skills. They're like, oh shit, this guy's got it. This guy's got it. And then now they're all looking at you. People don't think about these things, but bro, for me anyway, I try and use every single scenario I can to increase. For me, it's about increasing the lanes of vagina when I'm single. Increasing the lanes to where I can funnel people through. Whether it's cold approach, warm approach, social game, internet, we do it all because why not? If you have the time and you have the the capability, why not? You might as well. It's not gonna hurt you.
Like I think that's good, you know. But like with me, you know, it's going a little bit off topic. But I'm not really like in a place where I want to be even like doing that anymore. Like I'd rather. Like I'm at a place where I only really talk to girls who come to me now. Like I don't even put out any energy towards trying. Like I only use online now and only a cold approach a girl that I find really attractive. But I don't spam approach like before. Like I would spam approach like an idiot, man. Like when I was 19, like just running. Like when I went to my uni and I'll be running around like a Olympic athlete running.
Yes, because you got the energy.
Yeah.
Yeah. The energy fades when you're older, and also you're a bit more smart up here. So,
like like right now, like I hear what you're saying because I like right now I do the same thing. Like, but obviously I'm gonna go right now, so I don't like do that. But like before I got my girl, like my girl approached me.
Black?
My girl approached me. No, she's not black. My girl approached me. She took me out on the first. Yeah, she's white. She took me out on the first date.
Future's bright, future's white, yeah.
Bro, of course. No. See, I'm gonna be honest, yeah. Ever since I left Africa, I only dated one black girl, yeah. She was sound. All the rest of them, they're too masculine. The energy is too masculine. I can't mess with it. It's too masculine.
So you don't date black girls anymore?
No, I do. If they present as feminine, a lot of them come combative. That's not
when
me.
we say masculine and combative, can you give specific examples? Like I'd want to understand what. Okay, so what does a masculine woman look like to you guys? So starting with you.
A masculine woman will challenge every point. Let's say I say, let's do this. She's like, no, why gotta do that? We have to do this. Or I tell her do this. She's like, I ain't gonna do that. Why should I do that for you? Like someone who challenges you at every opportunity. Someone who.
Okay, go on.
That's what I'm saying. Someone who thinks that like they don't have to listen to what you say. They don't want to have male leadership. Someone who says, I'm a strong, independent woman. That's masculine energy. I don't want that. Because if you're going to be in a relationship, you have to realize that this is a relationship. You can't be independent in a relationship. It doesn't work. So if you're here counting off strong, independent, you're not ready for a relationship. So why should I invest time in you? A lot of black women have this mentality of, I don't need no man, I don't need Okay then. I'm not going to be there. I'll go to the white girls.
What country are you in now?
Huh?
What country are you in now?
Oh, I'm in Northern Ireland.
Oh, so you don't go for... I see, because for me personally, I don't go for black girls, period, because not just for... because they're masculine, because I just don't find them attractive. I'm
that's fair.
not attracted to them, in my opinion. And the thing is with me,
no worries, KB.
We've got a lot of options.
Thanks for coming on.
Because I'm not attracted to Caribbean girls because they're the worst, and then African girls only don't really go for a guy like me. So it's a double whammy. You understand? So I got no choice.
But here's the thing, though.
girls are
Even
insane.
if African girls wanted you, you wouldn't even want them back. So they're pretty much doing you a favor by not being interested in you, right?
Yeah.
If they were
Right.
light skin or something, maybe.
That's one way to look at it.
Yeah, but I just don't see it, man.
Yeah, no, but I'm saying some girls just try to be masculine off jump. They try and assume the role of a man off jump. Even though they like you, they might still try and be that like challenging force. You know what I mean? I don't know why people do this. So for me, if you come off as combative, all right, you can fight yourself. I'm out. Good luck.
That's it. That's it.
But if-
Part of
Okay, so I keep hearing that. Okay, so they come back to this, right? But before you date them, didn't you already spot this trait in them initially before beginning?
No, I don't date them. That's what I'm saying. The only ones I date are the ones that are feminine. If I
Okay,
see you combative off rip, you're not for me. You know what I mean? Obviously I'm gonna talk to you. If I'm talking to you and you're combative off rip, goodbye. You know what I mean?
Okay.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
like
most females have
are
independent
rude,
thinking.
man.
Yeah, most women are not fit for marriage today.
Yeah, that's
It's
true.
just
That's
independent
true.
thinking. No,
Yeah.
they're not fit for marriage. It's just independent thinking. Because how are you
So-
gonna? Why do you need me for? Why am I there for? What? Just to
Do
lay
you?
pipe.
But the funny thing is, I don't really see a lot of other non-black men having these types of discussions like that. I mean, they do, but it's not to the same level as us. Like, do you think with them, they have it easier or what? I don't know if anyone
They
understands. What
fold. That's what it is. They're on the queen height. You're the queen. You're my blah, blah, blah. You are like, yes, you're strong. You're my strong independent queen. This, that, and the other. Okay, do all that strong independent queen stuff. See how far that gets you.
Right.
Yeah, they
I
just they
slipped
just
in at the wrong time.
they'll just go through the rubbish, because a lot of guys nowadays, they take the scraps, like they take girls that are rude to them, that use them for their money, that are disrespectful, that won't do anything for you. Like most men, they marry a woman does nothing for them, that doesn't want to do anything for them. You know what I mean? That's the type of girl you're gonna get nowadays. And if you read the Bible, it actually says, King Solomon went through like 1,000 women. He didn't find one that was righteous. So even in your own Bible, it tells you,
Boy,
Matt.
So if the Bible is telling you, what makes you think you're gonna find one? Because to be honest with you, okay, all of us here on this panel are all. I mean, apart from I think King, DDB, but there's no guarantee your relationship is gonna last. There's no. I mean, it probably might, but it might not. But some of us on here might not find a wife. If we're being honest, we might die lonely players.
But I'm okay with that as well.
Reality.
Nah, I have to have some kids, at least 4 to 6 kids. I have to. Sorry, I just have to.
That's gonna spread the seed no matter what happens.
With
But it's
one
also like-
woman, with one woman, of course. But
Yeah.
yeah.
I'm content with not getting married.
Yeah,
If
marriage
I
is
find
I
the
think
person-
the idea is that guys
Yeah.
can survive without a companion. I mean,
Yeah.
it's really based on your purpose. Do you want a legacy? Do you want children? Then you would have to have it with a woman. Unfortunately, it's like that's how you could see it. If you don't need a companion, we can say that. While in the reverse side, we know the ideology. It's not the same for them.
Yeah,
Well, most
they want-
Nigerian guys don't think like you, though. They actually want to get married no matter what, and they'll marry any. Like, I mean, some Nigerian guys that I've met personally are very smart with who they pick. Like, for example, I know one Nigerian guy. He's actually Nigerian. He's not British. Like, he moved from Nigeria to the UK when he's like 30 or something, and he is a player. You know, through and through, and he doesn't settle down. So he's never gonna get married, in my opinion. He's just gonna he's gonna kind of do what I do, maybe what I do. You get into a relationship and you pretend to be her boyfriend. You pretend to be her boyfriend. That's really the best thing. You pretending to be her boyfriend, because when she gives you starts talking rubbish, you just ghost her. Like, now I'm on this thing where I just ghost the girl. She's being rude. I just ghost her. Like, you don't even exist. That's the best way to do it, man.
Yeah,
I would say this, you're touching on the cultural aspect. I think the only reason there's pressure for Nigerian men or any African man to marry is just the status position you're placed in. For example, if I see uncles that haven't been married and they're in their 40s, people tend to judge them in the community. Like, is he okay?
They look at
What's
you like,
his orientation? So they look at it like you have to have some type of if you have a house, a car, Why not have a family? Are you a bachelor? Why in the West is more acceptable, it's promoted that a man could handle himself and play player, but in certain cultures it's like it's a status symbol. So that's
That's
the
why we're
pressure
coming.
on us.
Right. Like me, for example, my mom, she's a pastor, right? When I went to Nigeria, right, some of them didn't know that, I mean, because with my beard, I look like I'm actually 31 in my early 30s or that, right? So, when they hear, oh, that, pilots or that, they actually think I'm a qualified pilot and that. And, they assume that, oh, wow, that I must be doing this
Pilots. Being fair.
back the cows out in the West. And, this prophet, right? He said, oh, my daughter, that, she will soon be, finishing up med school. And
Trying to
he said,
link you up.
I know. So
Fully.
that's how it is. And he said to me, so how come I'm not married? Like, do I have a girlfriend yet? Or, what's going on there? And you see already, right? And then my mum,
Yeah.
when she's with her friends and
Where's your
that,
wife?
yeah, when she's with friends at Nigerian events, when we're having functions, birthday parties, weddings, right? She would always be, telling her other best friend, she would say, oh well, guess what, my son, he will soon be finishing up flight school, and then her other friend is saying, oh well, guess what, my son, he is in law school. Then this one, she's saying, oh, my son, he's doing his
Yeah,
degree.
they love to
Like, I'm
guess.
telling you, it is literally some sort. It's like competition in this, trying to outdo and one up the other
Yeah.
and saying, "Oh well, guess what? My son, he will soon be getting married and so and so." But yeah,
The confidence.
how
Yeah,
it is.
yeah.
Wow, that's crazy.
They're,
I
they're
just want to
intense over
say,
there.
I just want to
Yeah,
say
they are.
one thing though, because Vincent, you said you want 40.
Sorry, I'm so
Wait.
Can
Didn't
you
quite
say
catch
again,
that.
please?
You said you
Yeah,
want
your
40
sound is a bit
kids.
off. Yeah.
Go ahead.
Hello? Yeah. You said you want 4 to 6 kids. That for example, that's the type of lifestyle that I don't want. You know what I mean?
Wait, can we clarify? Is that true?
Yeah, you said 46 kids. Oh, you weren't here
Yeah,
for
I
that,
did.
Tammy. Yeah.
No,
You did say that.
yeah, I wasn't here.
Yeah, I said, well,
Oh.
really, the absolute minimum 3, or maybe 2, but it's going to be at least have to be 3. That'll be the absolute minimum.
I
I'm
thought you
expecting.
said 43. I thought I
No,
heard
No,
44.
no. I think
4, 2, 6.
4, the number
yeah.
4 to 6 kids. Preferably, I
I
always
was
have a
just like,
big
okay.
family. 6
Okay,
kids
yeah, that's
maximum.
cool.
Yeah, 6 kids maximum, and maybe 3 or 4 kids minimum. But yeah,
Those
Yeah.
big numbers,
43.
I don't know why. I
3
don't
to
know
4.
why. But yeah, carry on.
Yeah, like for me personally, that type of lifestyle is not the lifestyle that I want. I think if you're born in the West and you live
Right.
that type of lifestyle, you are throwing your life away, because the West, in terms of women and abundance, has a lot to offer, and even traveling to other countries. So when you have kids and you put yourself in a position where you're married, you're pretty much giving up all of your options. You're throwing away women. So
I
you
would-
could be in your 30s,
The
40s, and still be
abundance.
messing with a lot of women, man. That's a better lifestyle. And you can
I
just
wish
settle down your
KB
40s.
was still on here. Like, I would love to hear his thoughts on this. What you're saying? I don't know about that. I mean, how about this?
I think every man gets to a point where they either want to keep doing it or they just say, I've done enough in these streets.
Yeah.
Let me just find someone and just retire and be done with the game. You know what I mean?
Right.
Because it gets exhausting, man. Like, it does get exhausting trying to chat to people and asking the same damn questions. What's your
sourcing.
favorite color? Like, bro, I don't care. I honestly don't care. I don't.
What's your favorite color?
No, for real. Like, you get to some point that person could be absolutely paying. I'm just like, why am I here? Why am I chatting to you? Like, what's going on? Like, what's this? It's annoying. At some point, it gets annoying. So
I wanted to add to what Unstoppable Force was saying. He was saying how marriage in itself there's a disadvantage in that, because it might not be successful. Women leave, and so what's the point? And I would say this: a lot of guys use marriage for other purposes rather than just having a companion. A lot of those wealthy men, they still remarry because of status. Yeah, but why do they need to marry when they can have the abundance, especially the people on top? Like, why are you're worth millions? Why do you want to settle down when you've got all these options? But there's always a
because to run in those social circles, a lot of them, you need to have like that wife. Because
why?
Those wives are not just wives; they're business partners. They do things for you. Like, let me give my brother for example. Yeah, my brother's like a social media influencer. Yeah, and his girlfriend, she basically runs his emails. She does all his emails for him. Without her, he would have to back order by himself, and that's long. So now she's bringing him more opportunities. She's bringing him more money by doing these things. So she's an asset. You know what I mean? So
can
it makes
support,
his life easier having her around.
Yeah, but let's say someone like Bill Gates, right? I'm just using him for example. Okay, let's say a younger version of him. Let's say he wasn't married with that,
Mhm.
and he's a billionaire and that. He's single, he's a bachelor, and he has all the money in the world. He can employ assistants and pay
Mhm.
people to do that. What I'm trying to establish is what is the
It's not the same.
huh?
It's not
No,
the
no,
same
no.
though. Imagine someone is invested in your success as much as their own, because your success is tied to their success. Some people who are like assistants, they might, try and do some shady shit. You can't trust people who are not invested in like a family. You know what I mean? Like you both have kids together. They're invested in your kids' success, so they're gonna grind as hard as they possibly can to make sure the family succeeds, the dynasty succeeds. You know what I mean? Whereas
Right.
assistants and that they can come and go.
Yeah, I know, because you see the thing, because I always hear that like in the workplace that married men get more respect, and that's why I'm still trying to fathom, like, as long as you just get the job done, that's really all that should matter, not your marital
No,
status or
but imagine, it doesn't look good for a company. Let's say the head of a company, yeah, let's say Elon Musk was single, yeah, and he was moving mad in the streets. If a scandal comes out that he did this with this person and she didn't consent, if he's moving around single, there's more chance of him having a mishap, you know what I mean? And then that will crumble the whole empire. So if something goes wrong with him interacting with people as a single man, his stocks go down. The business partners or people who are investors in that company, we're not going to trust the liability of the company if the person isn't secure or tied down. You know what I mean?
I don't know. Maybe in the next 5 years, I will understand the true.
It doesn't paint a
understanding
good
of it,
picture,
because
basically.
I literally just still cannot understand like why, like I don't know. To me, it really shouldn't matter, but I don't know. It just seems very old-fashioned.
It
way of thinking.
shouldn't. It really shouldn't. Like, I agree with you, it shouldn't, but it does. And the world we operate in and live in, it matters. So you should get on the program now if you want to be at that level of success and run in those higher circles, get yourself a wife. That's
Well,
what you
anyway, I
gotta
do plan on getting married. I'll say it again, like I'm purple pill, so I know about the red pill very well, and I know the differences. But yeah.
Yeah, I'm green pill, man. Fuck that.
I'm my own.
Do you
Wait,
mind explaining for Mystic?
let's
Moose and-
explain what the green pill is.
What is the
Wait.
green?
Let's go.
The green pill. So the green pill is basically the God pill. Okay, so that is only reserved for certain people, right? That are literally have the techniques to build money. That they know everything. It's like the superior intelligence. They know everything. You understand? Like it's all of the pills in one, basically.
Even like, I know you're saying you want to do it by yourself, yeah? But even like, I don't know if you know this guy, yeah? Andrew Tate. My guy. Even people like him, yeah, the most obnoxious, I can do everything. Even he needs his brother, his cousin, his team. Like he's got a substantial team, his war room. He needs a substantial group of high value men to help him out. And obviously he's been successful being single, but you have to have the same like-minded people to be on that level. But if he's not on those Bill Gates levels, you know what I mean? To get to those levels, you're gonna need family and all that business.
This is the thing between me and everyone. Difference between me and everyone on the panel. I am gonna get married. You understand? But the difference between me and everyone on this panel is I'm never gonna have kids, so I'm gonna get married and not have kids.
You're gonna have kids. Stop lying.
No, I'm not. I'm not.
Gene runs strong in your family.
It's all about
you
money.
are going to
It's all
watch.
about money, man. It's
Okay.
all about money.
So what are you gonna do with you when you die? Where's the money going?
Right. Charity or what?
Yeah, where's it going?
It will go wherever it goes, man. I don't care where it goes.
To the government.
Yeah, but it will go to the government because I'm going to be dead anyway. So it don't really.
Why
make a
not leave
difference.
it within your family? Though? Okay, that's the only place where I understand the importance of marriage and having kids. Okay, in that specific scenario, I get that because I do want to have kids of my own and to leave a legacy behind. But you in particular, Unstoppable, you're gonna have baby mamas. I'm already even predicting it. I'm seeing it in a vision. Okay,
Let's not.
See, rub my crystal
Let's
ball.
not have that, please.
I know the Duke. I know, right?
I'm never going to have baby mothers, man.
Okay,
Never.
but
That's never going to happen.
if you want to prevent that, go and get a vasectomy then, if you're sure.
You don't want children.
Oh, Vincent,
No, it's Unstoppable.
get
Unstoppable
the
Force.
vasectomy, bro.
You better get
Yeah,
a
unstoppable
vasectomy.
force. You don't want children at all.
No, I want to be able to come inside my girlfriend, but I'm not gonna have kids. No, I'm not.
Yeah, you
Then
can.
get a
I'm too
vasectomy, bro. So
selfish.
Vasectomy
Yeah,
still come.
still.
No, I'm never gonna get a vasectomy. I'm never gonna do that.
Blunt.
watch. There's gonna be an accidental pregnant. If I not
Yeah, if I
this one, a
accidentally,
few.
this is the thing.
Watch.
If I accidentally get a girl pregnant, I will have the kid and I'll take care of the kid.
Stop
Okay,
it, Cap.
if we're married, if I have a wife,
I'm going to put.
if
You're
I
setting
have a
yourself
wife
up, bro.
and I get her pregnant, I will take care of the kid. You know, no problem. But that's not really gonna happen because the marriage I'm gonna have is gonna be money. It's all gonna be about money and her doing things for me. That's what it's about. It's not gonna be
Pimping her
about
out,
taking
yeah.
care of kids.
Pimping her out, right?
No, not pimping her out.
So,
Alright.
so if you if you accidentally got a girl pregnant, you will keep her around, but you would use her to help you financially, like with your business work. What?
Yo,
your
Meth
audio,
Twist.
your
No,
audio.
sorry, I'm on stop before, so you might want to go back
Volume.
up, come back in. Your volume is
Your
so
audio
low.
is off, bro.
No.
Can you hear me?
Go
Yeah?
out and come back in. Yeah,
Better.
You can hear me, yeah?
yeah, I can
better,
hear you.
better.
Yeah, so what I'm saying is
Yeah.
accidents in life happen, you understand? So there might be a situation where I'm married and I do have a kid, you know, and preferably it'd be when I'm 39, you know, so I have all the money I could possibly make. But if I do, she's already gonna have the qualities that I want, and we've already probably established a business outside of our careers. So the kid will have
fair
private
enough.
school, will go to cram school.
So you
know,
have a
'cause-
plan, okay?
Yeah.
Yeah, you know
You
what
have a
cram
contingency.
school is, right? Sorry.
Cram school. Sorry, I was saying you have a contingency involved just in case you do have a kid.
Yeah, so the kid
Okay.
will be going to private school and cram school and a private sixth form, and also cram school when he's in sixth form. You understand? Or he or she. I mean, I wouldn't mind a girl. But I don't really care, but preferably I want a boy. But that kid will be in private school.
I
You
thought
know?
you wanted a girl, something beautiful to look at.
Yeah. I can raise a girl as well.
I'm here like that's what.
Okay, so it's almost as if that you already have, as Mr. Moose says, a contingency. You're prepared for whatever happens.
Yeah, I'm prepared for whatever happens. Yeah, but I think if I do have a kid, I'm going to be in my late 30s or early 40s.
That's cool.
So
you would only skeet in a woman that's eligible. That's what you're saying for you.
Yes.
Yeah.
Because that's the whole point. You don't want it with just any random girl you're smashing. You want it with someone you're fine to leave your legacy with.
Yeah, to me, my legacy isn't really about kids. My legacy is what I do when it comes to me leaving a mark on success, on my own success. But if I have a kid, I'll take care of the responsibility. But I've always believed that before I have a kid, my money needs to be perfect.
Yeah.
Oh, definitely. Yeah.
I agree with that. You need to be financially stable.
That's literally common sense, but yeah.
Because most people have
you'd be
kids when they
surprised.
got no money. You know?
Yeah, most
Common
people
sense is
they
not
do the
very
opposite.
common these days.
It needs to be taught, man.
Because I'm gonna be honest with you guys, okay? Like in terms of black guys, I get on more with African guys. Do you understand? I don't really get on with Caribbean guys because it just seems like Caribbean guys are just stupid. I don't know what it is.
Why is that? Is it cultural?
Why is that?
Yeah.
I have no idea, man. I just don't get on with Caribbean guys. They're just stupid, man. They're just like gorillas, man.
I don't agree. You're not stupid, bro. Like
You're not. Yeah, that's what I was about
not
to
me. Not me. I'm talking about other
Caribbean
guys
friends
that
we
I've
have.
other Caribbean guys that I've
Man's
met.
moving
are
like Freezer out here.
Yeah, like other Caribbean guys that I've met. It's like they're gorillas. You understand? It's
Do
like
you
all they
mean?
do is smoke weed.
Oh, okay, right. Okay, because I was saying, do you mean in terms of financial or what? Like socially or yeah?
Their personality, just like for example, I was just on LinkedIn. I just seen because I checked the statistics that African black guys do better than Caribbean guys, job wise. And I just seen a guy on LinkedIn and he's working, some stupid job, man. looking like an idiot. Like in his profile picture with his big ass nose, his big ass peacock nose, an idiot, man. In
Who's
suit.
this? Who's this?
Sound like I'm just wondering what the hell. It's a clown show, man.
I have a question for you, Unstoppable. Right? If you could pick, right, again, would you rather pick to be Caribbean or African? If you could like go back to day one.
In conception.
No, I would still pick to be Caribbean descent.
Okay.
I'm not surprised you would say that.
Yeah, there are successful Caribbean descent people. Do you understand? But it's just where I live in London. Okay, most of the Caribbean guys are just whatless. They're just completely whatless.
Got you.
And the
Africans
African
are
guys,
hustlers, they're scammers, bro.
I'm just
Caution and just allowing people listening. We don't hate Caribbeans. You know,
No, we
he's
don't.
speaking his truth. You know,
he's speaking his piece. He's speaking his piece, innit? I'm just listening. I've been
I was just like, what the hell is going on?
This is brilliant. This is good stuff.
We're all gorillas.
This is
We're
just
all
the
gorillas.
truth. Like this is honestly like the truth. I mean, me personally, I'm born in this country. You know, I'm not 100% black anyway. But like, I just knew, you know, from a long time that when it comes to Caribbean guys, there is something wrong, because I know someone personally that finished school. He got a business degree, went to University of Greenwich. I'm going to mention his name. He's that guy that I sent Duke the video of, working for Uber Eats. He got a business degree, a business management degree, a 2-1. He could have done something decent. Business degree is shit anyway, in my opinion, but he could have done something. Do you understand? And now, like an idiot, he's grown some stinky ass dreadlocks. Stinky ass dreadlocks, dressed like a bum. Okay, now he's doing rap music and comedy and all this crap. Rapping about Bowser and Luigi and Super Mario and all this rubbish. Like an idiot. And then he's singing this song called "I Got the Fool in My Face, breathing the kiss." Like, what are you talking about, man? What the hell are you talking about? Like, you got the fool in your face. What the bumperclut is that, man? Like, shut up, man. This idiot, man, talking about he experienced trauma because you resisted arrest and you got slammed down like a gorilla. You don't even look, you're dark skinned and you don't even look African. Shut up, man. Your name's Levi Scott.
Wait. Okay, bro, okay. That's cool. Do you want to give context to that story? Because I know you shared his video. He was getting arrested. I think they questioned him for something and he wasn't complying. And so it got a bit escalated, right? They had like 6-7 different cops on him. And I guess he didn't, I thought he didn't handle it right.
Yeah. So, sorry, did someone want to say something?
Yeah, I said,
No, that's it.
was this video in the UK or what?
Yeah, this happened
UK,
in Southeast London. Yeah.
Okay.
So the guy got, he was cycling on the pavement and the police came up to him. And then they did want to do a, stop and search, cycle on the road. Maybe they want to do a stop and search. And like an idiot, he's putting the camera in their face like a gorilla and doing this gorilla dance. Like, what do you want? What do you want? All this rubbish. And then they slam dunked him to the pavement. And then he's screaming like a woman because he is a woman with them dreadlocks. He's a woman. So he's screaming. And then he's saying racism. He put in his Instagram, racism. What racism are you talking about? And then he had that interview on ITV. It was on ITV, this idiot, man. What are you doing, man? You idiot. What rubbish is that? You never experienced no racism and you're asking for £5,000 on GoFundMe. This is just ridiculous, man. Man, this is the problem with Caribbean people, man. They're just stupid.
GoFundMe. That's jokes.
This is brilliant.
I mean, if we want to segue into that topic, you're saying culturally, some people aren't showing a good image of Caribbean men. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, they're not showing a good image, And then the thing is, you've got these ones that are born in the UK, and it's like they've forgotten about their Caribbean roots, because what the thing is with a lot of these ones from the UK that are kind of light skinned, they're turning a Caribbean person into basically a mixed race person, when Caribbean person is originally just a West African that grew up in the Caribbean. Because when you go to the Caribbean, they're as dark and as Nigerian as Ghanaian as West African. So why are you changing Jamaican to a mixed race thing? Like what is wrong with you?
Unstoppable. It's only recently, like the last month, when we were on White Man's panels, that I even realized it, because I really used to think that all Caribbeans, like at least 75% of you guys, were actually light skinned. Because growing up, I went to predominantly Caribbean, schools where most of the black kids, they were Caribbean, and they were all very, very light in complexion, and a lot were also mixed race, but they were like very light skinned black, But this is kind of new to me. They're like, oh well, because it was really when I got here to the US and I saw a lot of other Caribbeans, like Haitians. They look very West African looking. So
Yeah,
but I just
that's
thought
because
Jamaicans.
they're not even 100% black, man. That's
That's
why it's nonsense. Do you understand? Like,
diluted.
it's ridiculous, man.
Yo, Mr. Moose or King, when it comes to living in the UK, growing up here, did you ever feel like there was a difference between how, like, those with African background versus those with Caribbean background? Maybe did you see that in your schools, or like what
Bro,
they're saying?
there was no
Not
black
really.
people at my school. There was
And
only one
exactly
other
same
kid. There was one Caribbean kid at my school, but he was calm. I was cool with him, so that was about it. He was light skinned,
Yeah.
but only knew one Caribbean kid growing up. Literally, that was it. I lived in like the poshest area, whitest area ever. Yeah, me and my brother were the only black guys at the school until
Midlands?
this Caribbean kid. No, it's like an hour out of London. It's called Henley on Thames.
Okay.
Yeah. King, right? The funny thing is, we lived in Purley. It's a very white, upper middle class kind of environment. But the schools I went to, for some reason, my mom always sent me to Croydon, right? It was like a radical change. So, like at home, neighborhood wise, they were all white English, and there were a few other ethnics, but they were, also classy people. But the schools I went to, it was just complete
The opposite.
shit.
That's
It was just
wild.
open shit. So, like for example, my primary school, secondary school, it was just, I would, for example, get clowned because at lunchtime I'll eat things like jollof rice and plantain, chicken rice and stew, that sort of thing. Every time, because I just love that. Whereas
Yo, I didn't even go through that, because I just had lunch.
no,
at
I
school,
had
like,
it.
school lunch.
It was intense. The bullying. Let me tell you, even a few times it got physical. For example, my last name. They literally would make like a national anthem out of it, right? Um, just saying, you Nigerians are this and that and that. And at the time, I never really thought it was because I was African. I just thought, I don't know. I just really did not know. But it's years later that I realized that it was because I was African. That was the reason why I got bullied that much.
That's
But
deep.
That's
yeah, it
wild.
was.
Deep.
Let me tell you that.
I never
Yeah,
encountered
I
that.
never got that. I was just like the token
Yeah.
black guy. Everyone was
No,
like happy
it
to know a
was
black guy.
rough. In secondary school as well. I was also best friends with these two mixed race African girls. One was mixed race Ghanaian, and they got clowned and bullied on as well. But bear in mind, we were also nerds or neeks as well. Because we were in like top sets and everything. But they would always just be bullying us, and I don't know, man. It was just.
Yo, that dare not happen to me because my brother was the most popular guy at the school.
I don't know where you were, but in my part of London, no, it was not like that. If you were African,
Yeah, I mean,
you had a big disadvantage.
yeah.
That's
I
wild.
I also went to an inner city London school, and I would say when it comes to that cultural dynamic with the Caribbeans, I've already said before, but I didn't get any friction with them, but I knew there was a difference. Like looking back now, I realized that I had more African friends than Caribbean friends who were black.
Same
So
here.
I don't know. Yeah, I didn't think of it as much, but looking back, I'm like, okay, maybe it's that cultural thing of what they're used to doing after school compared to what I had to do, which was be home by 5 o'clock or you're in trouble. You know well.
4
But
p.m.
yeah,
where you're catching
You guys
boots.
go hard.
Yeah.
I didn't get none of this.
But what's the
Oh,
funny thing? That in primary school, right, from year 4, year 3, I'm getting bullied. Like, I'm just sorry, but it seems to me as if maybe it was like their parents that are indoctrinating them and saying, oh, he's African, is he? And then, because I'm just saying, at that age, how are you going to clown someone
already.
from coming from an. I mean, I would expect this more so in secondary school, but not in primary school. So, I don't know.
Yeah, the prejudice.
Yeah,
the
yeah.
parents are supposed to
I've
teach
always
you
made
about
to
this.
be feel. I've already like from primary school, secondary school. I was always made to be feel like embarrassed about my Africanness, but
Same.
I didn't really let it. I didn't let it take me because I looked at it as, hey, yeah, I can't change who I am, and I've got African friends who are doing okay for themselves. So I don't know. From it sounds like being in Croydon, South London, you experience a hugely different
Yeah.
It's the worst.
career,
I go
different
back
community.
much.
100.
Yeah.
Five times worse than you did. That's the reason why
Yeah,
we
probably.
That's
Yeah.
crazy.
I'm gonna tell you something. Yeah, at my job, okay, like they don't hire Caribbean people, man.
But seriously,
Like I don't know, but when
Specifically.
it's only if African or some Eastern European or some other thing, man. There's one guy at my workplace. I thought he was Nigerian, but he's actually East African. I was shocked.
Mhm.
I was shocked. So I
Is it
thought,
that like you're the Caribbean in the workplace? So
right?
do you think they avoid it, or you just assume that?
so they don't know what the hell I am actually. Do you understand? Because
Oh man,
if you
Cap.
if you see me in real life, okay, if I use the African name and you saw me in real life, you would think I was something else, man. Like I'll
Okay.
probably Angolan or
Somali
yeah,
or
not Somali,
Eritrea,
not
East,
Somali, but something
Man's trying
you
to,
East
wouldn't
Africa.
think I was a
Don't do
Caribbean.
him like that.
man's trying to throw shade.
Do you understand? So, and then I got English names, so I don't know, man. Like I don't really, I don't, I'm
Well,
not
then let
really
them know.
yeah, I'm not really a classified Caribbean guy. I'm actually, okay, I was born in the UK.
mixed race, or black other.
Yeah, Black British. I don't consider myself Caribbean guy. I just consider myself Caribbean descent. You understand? So, but I'm not a real Caribbean guy, and I actually do not like Caribbean people, man. You know,
Where does this start from? Where did this like the
I was like,
rift
yeah,
with
where?
you
Tell us
culturally?
where
just
where
my
did it
whole
begin?
life, just
Yeah.
my whole life, just everything about them, man. Like they're just very weird, man. Just
Did you ever get bullied by them or what?
no, not bullied by them. Not bullied by them. But it's just you can just I just always I'll be on the street. I just have a problem with some of them, looking at me or whatever. Just weird, man. Like some of them are just unusual, and it's just not right. Something is just not right, man.
I mean, the only thing I can relate to that is that because I always follow the rules. For example, I would look very sharp and well dressed, even in my school uniform. But with them, it was always very saggy pants and all that sort of thing. I don't know, man. I always just got clowned just for following the rules and for being a goody two shoe or for being a white man wannabe, really. But
Fucking hell. Lord, you guys are rough, man. Oh, you guys
I was
are
like, yeah, man.
rough.
Yeah,
Like,
I know. I know it's the difference. It was like relaxed party guys were the Caribbeans, and then the Africans were stiff,
yeah,
serious.
just
But
follow the
there were
rules.
some who would imitate the other culture. So
Like King Richard, for example, he's of the other side. He's one of those ones that followed the Caribbeans, I guess. I don't know.
yeah, exactly. So I mean, there's nothing wrong with that if they want to move like that. But it's just I noticed the difference there. Well, okay. When it comes to relationship, let's go back to the topic. Yeah.
Yes.
Would you avoid Unstoppable Force?
Yeah.
Would you
Would I-
avoid dating Caribbean girls then?
If they're half English, half Caribbean, I wouldn't. But if they're fully blown Caribbean, yes, because I actually, yeah, man, I just I can't do it. They're just too miserable, too sort of weird, too rude, disrespectful.
I want to get dagged.
Just
I think
unusual.
both Caribbeans are worse than actual black. I mean, in my own opinion, but I don't know.
Yeah, black
Oh,
British girls are the worst.
Would you be pressured on Unstoppable Force to like from family, like, oh, bring home a Caribbean girl, or they don't do that at home?
Nah, they don't do that. My mom just lets me do whatever I want. Just lets me be with
Okay.
whoever I want. That's how it is. My mom knows I prefer white girls. She knows that.
Is she okay with it? How does she
Hey,
feel?
things
Yeah,
nobody.
I feel like, I feel like we're like Unstoppable Force in some ways now. I'm like, okay.
Yeah, she's okay with it. Man.
Nah,
Oh,
Unstoppable Force. I remember when Temmie was like, "Black girls all the way." Look at you now.
Hey, tell me, look at you
They
now,
know,
boy.
they know, they know.
Yes,
I told them
With
already.
me,
I was
Duke
welcome.
bounced back. bro.
everything changed around 2017. I don't know why. I just flipped the switch.
2017, bro. Oh,
Yeah.
mad. I know what happened around
I
2017.
just I just
Yeah, my
I
dad
don't know.
is
It wasn't
married
really
to a white
super
woman,
deep.
Oh what?
Yeah.
My dad is married to a white woman for 11 years, so
Oh nice.
Okay. Fair
Wow.
enough. So, you just like you look. You'll see.
in a
it.
Christian
Does
marriage.
that give you a depiction then?
Yeah,
That
it does.
okay, your dad's staying over Snow Bunny.
Yeah, it does give me, a model to follow, but that's just I prefer to do what I want, try something different or change it. I already knew that black girls were not compatible with me because I just can see the attitude. It's just attitude is getting worse, man. It's getting worse and it's not getting better.
Yeah.
Hey, man.
In my own case,
Speaking of like, go on.
and I was going to say, in my own case,
Facts.
Memphis said right, he said Caribbean girls don't. I'm sorry, no, Caribbean families really care. Well, I mean, I'm sure the others can, but they kind of do care. I mean, African family, preferably they would prefer you bring home a decent girl, obviously from your own background. Like me, for example, actually last week I had this conversation with my mum. I said, Mum, how would you feel if I brought home a white girl? And do you guys want me to do the African accent and do how she did, or you just want me to?
Let's go.
Go for it, bro.
She said, Oyinbo girl, what is your business with a white woman? You are a black African boy. You are supposed to marry a Nigerian African.
Wow.
Oh hell no!
You brought it up recently.
She went full blown African and said to me like, what is wrong with what is wrong with a Nigerian from a well-to-do family? Why can't you pick one of those? Okay, you know what? Don't worry. One of my best friends back home, her name is Mrs. Akimade. Her daughter, very beautiful, light skin, and this, I heard, that she is training to be
deja vu. I've heard this shit before.
I mean, literally, bro. Deja vu. Yeah, I know. And, she would say things like, okay, if I bring in a white girl, how is she supposed to learn how to cook rice and stew, chicken, plantain, eforiro, stuff like that? I'm just like, Mom, we can teach her. And then,
That's wild.
I know. And
food
then,
is important, man.
I said, Mom, well, I'm not gonna lie, I do have a thing for Oriental girls, specifically Thai, Filipino, Chinese. I know I do have a thing for them. And she said to me, right? She said, so you want to bring home, so you like Chinese girls, eh? So you want to have children they have eyes that resemble a snake? Mommy, you have really, really put me to shame. Why would you do that to me? You want to bring home a Chinese? What will all my friends say? That my son has married some useless Chinese girl. Oh no, it's just
You know what? I established that quick with my fam. I was like, you know what? I was like, guys, it's gonna happen. Life kids, I guarantee. You take it to live. You're gonna be either a grandparent or you're gonna be by yourself. Good luck. Make your choice. And
man.
Niger parents are more strict, man.
No, they are. They really. Nigerians are just. They really. But you know what's so funny?
Military with it.
But you know what's so funny, right? My mum, she's actually. I realized that I'm not gonna say, but she's more of a subtle colorist. Like for example, like before I never really used to even pay attention to a girl's color. Right? For example, if she happened to be, of like a darker shade or that, she will say, things like, oh, well, I don't know, she is quite dark, isn't she? She's too this and that, and then she would then say, oh, what about this one? And then she'll show me like a girl that's clearly very light skinned, and then I guess that's where my preference and that really came from. And then before you know it, and
she's so fair.
She too is also light skinned as well. So, wait, hold on. Myth Twisted, laughing. Your mum would. My mum did say that if she, because it's only me and my younger brother, she had a daughter, right? She would train her never ever to bring him a Caribbean man, no matter what. She said, and her niece, right? She always tells her that one of her younger brother's daughter, she says, don't do that, marry a well-to-do African man, or if you must, a well-to-do English man. But in my own case, it's either like that, or if I'm to marry a white girl, she has to resemble Kate Middleton exactly like that. So that's why I said I want a black Kate Middleton, or yeah.
That's wild, bro. I'm like, good luck.
Hey guys, that's a good story.
That's mad.
I don't know the chances of
but then can you hear King? Can you hear that along with him having his own preference, it's also sounding like the mom is influencing what he thinks.
Heavy.
No, not for me.
Yeah.
I would not.
And that's the pressure I know I would get too. I relate to that as well.
I would nod yes. If I was in your situation, and then once I moved out the house, I'd do what I want. I don't care. Good luck.
Thank you, mom and dad, for getting me to this point. But now I'm driving the car. I'm gonna do what I want, and that's the end of that story. You know, you can either be in my life, or you can't. Good luck. You know, it's your choice. I made the choice. You can make your choice. That's that.
But to be honest,
Yeah,
bro,
disrespect your family.
yeah.
I don't live under your roof no more. I can do what I want.
But given, have you ever
No
found?
matter what.
But given, have you ever found that your parents have? I mean, like being from Zambia, like
Yeah,
my parents have never. They don't care
they don't care.
at all. They don't care
They
at
don't
all.
care.
Like
They
they've
don't
never
care.
ever said, "Yo, bring
I had a
home
conversation with my mom,
X, Y, Z."
and she said the only one time I had a conversation. She said, because I said I'm probably not gonna marry a black girl because you know they're very masculine. And then she said, you know, what's wrong with us black girls? That's the other. And I'm like, Mom, it's not happening. And she's like, okay. That was the end of that. And then
I wish.
now she's seen the light skinned son, yeah, that my brother has, yeah. She's
Mm.
sold. Light skin on the way. Let's get these light skinned kids in the family. Let's get them
That's
in the
legit
family.
my mom. That's my mom as well. Hey, yo,
Well, your
Myth
mom
Twist, do you want to jump on? You want to chime in?
Yeah,
You could
jump on, man.
click the link.
Come through,
You
bro.
can-
Well,
Come
if you
through.
do that, Myth Twist, you would have to take on African culture and that because my mum said if I am to ever marry a girl that's not Nigerian, she will have to completely abandon her and take on the role of a Nigerian woman and
Yeah.
learn the language and the rules and all of that. And obviously, take on
Learn
my
the
life.
language and the rules.
Well, okay, well, not gonna, but at least
That's the
understand.
same for mine as well.
Yeah,
You know
but she
what?
would
That's too
prefer.
much effort.
But she would prefer that I do bring
Hella,
them a
hella.
Nigerian girl. That's why she keeps on, just her friend, one woman called Mrs. Akimade. She always wants to, her daughter all the time and say, "Oh,
Akimade.
she's training to be a doctor and so and so." I'm just like, Mum,
Arranged
like,
marriage.
arranged marriage. I know, right? Arrangement.
So
Oh
you want
gosh,
to keep
that's
everyone happy, yeah?
well gone. Exactly,
Huh?
Myth Twist. If you did, then maybe there will probably be a chance they would accept you. But if you can't, I know most Caribbean man, they don't want to do that anyway. So
Yeah, it's
that's why most
like an
African
initiation. Like you can't
you
just
would
be.
see that's the reason why you see that most African girls they don't even really go or even warm to Caribbean men. They just tend to avoid them because their families tell them don't bring them home because the way they pretty much. But my cousin he married a black American. He's Nigerian American by the way. The way my nan especially she had a big problem with it. She was quite her emotions was quite volatile at the time. She was just saying, "Huh? This Akata girl, you want to bring her to my house? What? My grandmother,
Oh
oh my,
God,
she
this
was really,
this
really
might
like
get the ADOS lot to come through.
no,
Jeez.
seriously. Do you know what happened, right? When I was it was one Christmas, right? I went up to Atlanta to see them. My grandma and the girl was there. You should have seen the way my grandma went up to her and she dragged her from her bedroom because she was on the phone and told her, "Oh yeah, go downstairs. If you want to come and marry into a Nigerian family, you need to learn how to go and cook rice and stew and beans for your husband. Do you understand?" Obviously, because she's very Americanized, right? She's Black American. She's not so used to
Yeah.
the rigid African mentality and the norms and how to prove yourself as a future wife, right?
Yeah.
She was very scared of my grandma. My grandma's only 5'4", and she's what 5'6". It was just Let me just say my grandma's very very strict, old fashioned, and very Nigerian to the
I
Bro,
bone.
get
she
that.
said, get in the
I don't
kitchen.
think that's going to change. I get that. Like culturally speaking, I'm not going to I'm not going to have conflict with that. I'm not going to fight it. It's just I'm
I would love
Nigerian. My parents expect it.
the Duke. I would love to see how I honestly wish that you were a relative of mine. I would love to see how my nan or my mum would react to you, because the way you're saying that you're Team Snow Bunny. Oh my gosh, my mum. She's always saying things like to me subtly, like, "Oh my gosh, have you seen that Oyinbo woman's thin lips? Oh my gosh, oh pig skin." I'm just like, Mom, like, see, yeah, she says stuff like
It's
that.
Oh my gosh.
one thing is that it's not very common to come. I mean, they have it in conversation, but they're not as racially influenced like that. I know for example, my mom doesn't mind who I bring home as long as she's pretty. So she would actually even promote going snow bunny. But so that's my experience. But I know aunties that will be against it. So already I'm not too stressed of a
It's not even that.
race.
In my own case, it's more, again, this is very typical. You see, that's why I say Nigerians, we are like the Indians of the black race, right? It's all about how to impress and how to, make other Nigerians,
Yes.
look up at
Yes.
us more. Like my mum, she would always say, for example, what will my best friend Mrs. Akimade, and also Mrs.
Well, just say to
Shola.
me.
And so I'm just
Yeah,
like, "Fam,
the
does it really
respect.
matter? Does it really matter?" I'll be telling my mom, and then my mom, she wouldn't look at me and say, my son, oh, don't say that, oh,
Why would you
don't
do
say
this
that.
to me?
It matters big time, oh. We are African, we are Nigeria. Like, it's just so, oh my god, it's so cultured and so.
That reminds me.
But
Wait,
Go
that's
on.
the thing. I don't have if they disagreed, I would have pushed back because I don't get the idea of that. You know what I mean? But I understand the other values. If I bring someone home, she would have to culturally be influenced by my culture because
Yeah, I
we're
know.
just so involved, and I want my kids to be like half Nigerian, like
But you
legit.
know what's so
Claim
funny?
it.
Right? The Duke, right? My younger brother, right? He has a thing for big bassy Latina or Puerto Rican shit for some reason. She doesn't seem to have a problem with him, but me, she's really on my neck that you must marry a Dudu girl. She must be
Are
this
you
and
your
that,
firstborn?
And then I pretended to, and I said, Mom, there's this white girl that I'm seeing. The first thing that came out of her mouth, Emma Bamike,
Triggered.
which really means in
Triggered.
English, which really means
More
in yeah. It pretty much means in English, over my dead body. Oh
Over
my
my
gosh,
desert.
are you serious? My
Wait, are
son
you the
won't
firstborn?
marry. Yes, I am the firstborn. Yeah, so
Well,
there's
there
a
you
lot
go.
of
That's why you have to carry the
yeah, I
lineage.
know. I'm the first, but my younger brother, she's so relaxed with him.
Yeah,
I'm
because
like,
you
how
have to
come
carry the
he is
lineage.
allowed to have preferences, but me, I have to marry this black Kate Middleton that's been drawn for me and all that. But
Someone
I
has
don't
to do it.
yeah,
know. What do you
that's
say?
it. It all rests on your shoulders, bro.
It rests on your
Yeah, I know
shoulders.
it does. It does. Yeah, I know Mep Twist. No,
Will
my
you
younger
do it?
brother, he's the opposite. He loves a big batty Latina chick and one that speaks Spanish to him with long curly and green hazel. He literally has a fetish for that, and he's talking to several different girls, all
Is he
Latina.
in Florida?
Yeah, no. At the moment, he's abroad. I'm the only one now here at the moment. But
Okay. Okay.
no, yeah, he's abroad. Yeah. He was talking to several girls and that, and I told mum, and then do you know what my mom's reaction was? She was like, "Hey, that is my son, telling the whole world that that he can go and be getting." And then you know what? She'll be telling all her friends at different events that her son has so many women swooning after him and that.
Yeah.
But with me, it's like I'm expected to be like a Prince William. That's that's why I'm like, I don't know, the
He's living
contrast
his
and
best
being
life.
Like an Oga.
yeah, exactly. The old God, yeah, and
Mhm.
she always say to me that look, oh, Vincent, you are my firstborn. You know
You have to
you are supposed
impress.
to be more responsible. You're supposed to understand the culture and your younger brother, he's younger. Allow him. I'm like, Mom, this is not fair. Like,
Yeah, thanks. That's how they think, man, and that's
I
why I
know.
can't mess with it.
You giving in it.
I
You
can't,
king.
bro. I'm not. I can't. Those confined lines, bro. I'm out. Like, bro, like even traditional food, like telling someone like they have to cook. I'm like, no, that's what. This is my wife. I don't even eat traditional food that often anyway. So
Where
I'm
you
good
from?
with rice, pastas, and all that. You know, if you can
Where you from, King?
carbonara, make that, bro. Do it.
King, where are you from in Africa?
Zambia, same as
Are you from?
Two
I don't mean
Zambians.
to
Same as
seem a
Mystic.
little bit off, right? But don't you guys a little bit kind of, isn't it a bit like similar to Caribbean? Like you guys tend to like integrate faster into white culture. Like you guys don't really maintain your culture as much. I mean, correct me if I'm wrong. I don't know, but it's just from what I've seen. A lot
That's
of
what
you
I
guys
feel like.
just
That I feel like that. We don't. Well,
Same.
we
yeah.
uphold our culture, but for me personally, I'm not so like. I'm not such a culture I'm not holding on to my culture like
West
it's like
African.
life or death. You know what I mean?
Yeah, a West African does that. That's the thing about West. They do.
It's my experience. I experienced it, and whatever culture I cultivate with me and my wife, that's the culture we cultivate for our kids. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like it's not. It
What
doesn't
if
have to be.
her culture is stronger than your, like if she's like fully Italian or fully Irish or fully, like, would
But that's
you
not.
accept that more
No, but that's not
because
like I don't want
you
to be. I don't want to be in a place where someone wants me to like forcefully like be in a certain like stringent culture or like like you know what I mean? I don't want that for
yeah,
myself. I
yeah.
don't want that for my partner. You know what I mean? Like we
Yeah.
need to play
Sometimes
And
fast and
let's say
loose.
you married a Jewish woman, your kids will be Jewish and they will have to have all the Jewish customs
But I'm
because
not.
she's
I
the
wouldn't do
mom.
that. I wouldn't do that.
But
you
they're
would.
Jewish automatically. That's
No, I
how
said
it
I wouldn't
is to
marry.
them.
I wouldn't marry. I wouldn't marry
Oh,
someone
okay,
that's
okay.
stringent. You say I wouldn't marry someone that's
Yeah.
stringent on their like culture. You know what I
Culture.
mean? Like I was chatting to
Yeah.
someone who was like, "Oh, you have to learn this language. You have to learn this language so you can talk to my parents." I was like, No, it's over. It's over. I cut that one off.
I had that. I
What
had that with a
language was
Romanian.
it?
Romanian girl. I had it with
Romanian. Yeah,
Romanian. Oh, you as
Romanian.
well?
Yeah, I had to cut it. I was like, I'm not
See?
learning Romanian.
Very strong
That's what
culture
happened.
there.
No,
Eastern European man.
because the
You know
parents don't
what?
speak
Like
the
if-
language, don't speak English, and I'm like, you're in Europe and you don't speak English. Oh, what?
Yeah.
How?
You know,
I mean, if
That's
I
not-
date someone of a different culture, I would do that, but expect them to do the same, like embrace exchange.
That's a lot of
Yeah.
work. I don't have time for that.
That's the reason why if I'm
That's-
to really
that's you.
date out, it would probably be, I don't even think maybe an Oriental child, but it will probably be a Kate Middleton type girl, but she's going to have to really, because she's going to be Africanized. I will West Africanize the girl to the core. She's going to know how to cook.
You know what's
If we're
funny
real
is there are a lot of non-African girls, like white Asian, who actually embrace African culture before you even meet
Oh,
them.
really?
They already
Yeah.
play
They
the
love it.
music.
where are
You know
they?
the ones on
Where's
Instagram.
that by?
They're the ones who dance. They do Afrobeat dances. All of them, like they're fully on Africa. So
No, but it's like
I
it's the
might be
same like
attracted to
us.
that more because it's
Yeah.
easier.
Yeah, and they're the worst
see?
girls to pick.
Why is that?
Which one?
Explain on
Because
for
this is the thing, man. They're the worst to pick because girls like that, their intentions are not pure. It's all based on fetishization. Do you understand? The girl like that
Okay.
is only picking you based on lust and intrigue.
Oh my.
And that's all it really is going to be. And a lot of times they've taken too many dicks to get to that point.
No.
So that is what I'm saying. You have to be
Yeah,
careful when you speak like that because most black guys they take the scraps. They take the scraps of the white guys. You want the trophy.
epitome.
You want the best.
What they want. Mhm.
Yeah, you don't want to get the scraps. Do you understand? This is why I say
This
go
one,
for a Swedish girl.
this is the difference. What I would say is, I've seen a lot of white girls who probably get dreadlocks or want to do reggae. They just pick and choose any black culture. Just pick and choose. Those ones I can tell. Well, I'm
Look.
talking about the ones who will be speaking Yoruba, know how to cook jollof, know how to speak a certain language, and that's very specific that they've invested in. Maybe they dated someone who previously, and now they're stuck on that culture.
Look.
There's some
You see-
white people or black people who embrace Korean culture or something.
Right.
That could
Yeah.
be considered a fetish as well, fair. But there's some who are like genuinely like, I'm for this culture, like I want to embrace it without being transracial. But
You see Myth Twist, right? Myth Twist in the chat, right? I hope he
what is
comes
he
up.
saying?
He said that Myth Twist, right? He's in the chat room. He said that there's one white girl, white classy lady, where she was genuinely interested in African culture, like really, really interested. But she was made a single mother by an African man. So hopefully he comes
Right.
and he comes up on
She
there.
didn't-
If I ever date her, it's going to be a woman like that she's classy and she's very interested. Like she abandons European culture. I mean, look, we're raising Nigerian kids.
I won't say abandon. I would say we can have a dual
Integrates.
heritage in the house. Yeah,
No,
I
it's
don't.
going to be 75% Nigerian and then 25% English. I mean, look, we are raising a Nigerian child in the UK. What more do you? I'm already living in the country, and that shouldn't that
You
even
guys
be
are
enough?
holding on
Like,
to
come on.
culture, huh?
Like you see, when they step outside the door, they are already forced to immerse in English. So that's really good enough in my opinion. So
So, quick question, yeah? Would you
Go on.
impart these same stringent things on your kids?
I hope I don't, because maybe
Yeah.
subconsciously.
Because you're
but,
saying we're gonna raise Nigerian kids, yeah? So you're gonna tell them marry someone who accept and take the culture.
Good
well,
point.
of course, yes, I would. Yes, that's
Okay.
of extreme importance to me as well. Yes, it is. Yeah,
That's fair enough.
and I'm unapologetic about that. So
Yeah,
I don't
that's
know
fair
about the Duke, but no, especially
I
the last.
wouldn't. I
What if
wouldn't
your kids
put,
say no?
set rules.
Oh no, they won't have a
Because-
choice because right from birth, I'm already giving them rice and stew and plantain. So how are they not gonna?
No,
This
but what if they
guy
say like, what
sounds-
if they? No, because this is what I'm saying.
We're going to be playing
We all-
Afro beats. We're going to be going to Nigeria every summer holidays for 2 months, and learning the language, the custom. When we go to functions, you're going to see me wearing. You will see me wearing my traditional Nigerian clothes with my red beads, with my traditional Edo clothing style, and all of that. Like, no, it's going to be happening. And also, of
that's
course,
all well and
with
good,
the
yeah.
mother as well, doing that, and us playing Nollywood film all the time in the house. That's just. I'm sorry.
This guy wants to relive his.
No,
like,
that's all well
you're-
and good, yeah. But what happens? What happens if your kid is just saying like, "Nah, I'm good"? Because that
We'll
can
see,
happen.
but well, then you know what? Then like my mum did, right? A few times, if I got a B or less, I'll be threatened to be sent back home to boarding school for a year or two, and then when I have my head screwed on
That's what
right,
they do.
I come back.
Really?
That's what I
Is
will
that
do. Yes,
deep?
and anyway, I have lived in Nigeria for almost close to 2 years as a young child, so yes, that's what will happen. Most Nigerian kids experience that type of thing. So yes,
That's
Yeah,
mad.
a lot of cultures do that. To be honest, there's a lot of
exactly.
deep requirements.
Oh,
If
my
you
brother,
step out, you have to even prove yourself even more. Like if you step out of your race or culture, you have to
yeah,
make sure that person's on it. I mean, I
like
don't want to be too strict, but I get the premise.
like right now, my younger brother, he's in Nigeria. He's in Nigeria at the moment, right? Because he's been failing. Well, he wasn't doing very well. So my mom, he's right now at the moment in Nigeria, and they're making him work, and they're showing him the Nigerian way of life. So
Oh
appreciate
wow.
hard work and that. So my mum withdrew him, and for a year he's going to be in Nigeria, learning how to suffer in the streets of Lagos.
Was so that was
Uh,
punishment.
How to
yeah,
suffer?
yeah, yeah. Literally, like he was in his first year, right? He was flopping, like he was going to parties. He was like, for example, on his Instagram, he'll be having fat Puerto Rican big batty chicks be twerking on him and that. When my mum caught wind of that, and he got the F,
Yo, he's
he got
living.
yeah, yeah, and he was in it was this coastal state uni. So every day he would be going to the beach and having girls on him. He would have 5 girls and that. And my mom, when she saw that, her immediate thought was like, my son, I sent
Whoa.
him to university to go and study computer science. Instead, he's there busy dancing and talking with girl. Oh no. Next time he comes back home, he will see for himself. So what happened, right? When he came back, right, my mom said to him, "Oh, we need to go to Nigeria. The bank did so and so." So he's been there in Nigeria now for the past 8-9 months now. And last I heard is that he's sweating every morning. He wakes up at 6 a.m. He's ready to go and catch the taxi to the market and that sort of stuff. And he's now ready to come back home. And my mum is saying no, maybe another year. Anyway, he's 20, so maybe when he's 21, when he turns 21 next year in April, he'll come back.
Oh,
And
how the
hopefully by then,
mighty have fallen.
He's
yeah,
gonna be
he left. He left
strict.
the USA last. He left last year in September, so he'll be back next year in April after his 21st birthday, and then my mum
I
will
just want to
enroll
say
him.
something about that, man. Yeah,
So,
that
Yes,
in
yeah.
itself sounds very primitive and very
how's that from
gorilla-like. You understand?
like
Like
that?
that
It's
sounds
culture.
I'll
yeah,
be back.
that's your culture, yeah. But that's not right, man. That don't really. That sounds like something I would do to my girlfriend. But come on, like that is not right, man. You sending your kid to
What
another
the thing
country
he
to
included?
suffer.
Sorry,
Yeah, but
stop
he was
before.
getting this. You go on,
He was
Gigi.
failing. He was failing his course, so I guess
Yeah, he
that
was
was his
failing.
punishment. If
Yeah,
he
he
didn't
was getting
fail, he
D.
could have carried on.
Yeah, he was getting grade C's and D's, and my mom, she only allows A's from us. Like me, if I get less than an A, I will get a slap in the face. So that's what happened. So she said, okay, you know what? Let's quickly go to Nigeria for 2 weeks, and then 2 weeks is now turned to more than 10 months at the moment. So
She said,
next year,
"Let's go." She lied to him. She said, "We're gonna go to Nigeria and we eat a nice little
That's
holiday."
common.
And then she
yeah,
just
yeah, yeah,
said,
yeah, yeah, yeah.
"He."
And my brother thought, and then my mum lied to him and said, oh, that when we go back to Nigeria, we are I'll purchase you a lot of soya. Now soya is street meat, it's like beef, it's really really nice and that. And my brother, he
It's
got
a
really taken
trap.
back. So at the moment he's every morning at 6 a.m. he has to go and follow our cousins that are slightly less economically disadvantaged. And he'll be following them to the market. Sometimes he might be on the street trekking, and so he's learning hard work and how to hustle and bustle in the hot sun in Lagos. So,
How old is
If
he?
that doesn't breed resentment, I don't know what will, man. That's
no,
crazy.
not at all. Apparently now he's learning how to be strong and that, and they're shouting at him. People on the streets are telling him, he's very lazy. That when he was in America he should have learned. But when he comes back anyway, he'll be scoring grade A every time on all his exams. So that's what they do. So
Yeah, that is the
Yeah,
thing, man.
yeah.
If I had a kid, from day one, the kid is already gonna be in my program. You know what I mean? Inserted into my program, so I won't even have to be hard on on my son and my daughter to get. I mean, if it's a girl, she's gonna get A's a lot
But
quicker
do you
than
know
a
what?
guy.
Unstoppable. Do you know
Huh?
why? Do you know why he went that wild? It's because all our entire life, my mum has been so restricted. We were never allowed to leave the house.
Exactly.
It was really when I
Exactly.
turned 20 that I was actually allowed. No, when I was 19 or 20, I was allowed to actually like go out officially like have fun. And my brother, you know, when he went to uni, because he went to a different uni, another part of the state of Florida. This is like it's like 5 miles from the beach. So he was like, for the first time, he was like seeing girls everywhere wearing, you know, beach clothes and that, because it's almost sunlight every year, 24/7. My brother, he got so intoxicated, and I guess, hey, this is the disappointment going to an all boys school, because he hasn't really seen girls like that. But you know, he was so distracted, and you know, in his lessons, he wasn't doing very well. So my mom said, okay, when he comes back home, I'll tell him that, oh, we need to quickly go to Lagos to get a few documents, and there you have it. So it's just to learn, you know, discipline and hard work, and he's apparently doing very well right now, and he's not entitled anymore. He's used to not seeing electricity sometimes for, you know, a couple of hours, and he's now used to turning on the generator. He knows how to do all of that. It's almost like boot style in that, you know, he would go to the market, and look, he's already gotten a number of mosquito bites, and he now knows how to handle himself. So when he comes back, he would appreciate Western life, and he will know how to work hard and achieve. So I wouldn't call that primitive. It's learning the culture. He's learning more about Nigerian culture, and they're speaking Yoruba to him 24/7. There's no English, so he's, you know, picking it up and learning how to speak like pidgin English and things like that. So yeah.
Right, be honest, man. All I'm saying is, if I had a kid and the kid is screwing up like that, that means I've done something wrong. Because if I had a kid,
he was too sheltered.
That's
why. Because he was too sheltered, I guess. So.
I want to add to what you said, but hey, Miss Twist, you've joined us. How are you, man?
Yeah, I'm doing fine. I'm just listening.
Oh, good. Oh, good. Oh, do you have any input to what he's saying before I add on anything?
Because I don't know nothing about that.
It's a wild one. I would say this, right? Vincent, I think you kind of reiterated that you might do what your mom did with your own kids.
Really? Hell.
Correct me. Is that what you're saying? That you would be as strict as with them as your mom was with you? What would you do different?
When I grew up, there was a lot of things like, for example, I'm not going to flog or belt my child on a regular basis because I got a B or a C or something like that. You know, that was a big no-no at home. You know, for me and my brother, and you know, there was one time my brother, he got a C, and my mum beat him so much that there was actually blood coming out of his ass cheek. You know, that's how severe it was. So, you know, she promised and swore to God he will never get less than an A or even an A star again. So that's how severe my mum was. I think she had a horrible temper. I don't even know. Maybe, you know, it would have been better if we had a dad in the house to calm her down.
You know what? I would say, like, compared to what your mom did, my parents weren't this, like, they were hard on me, but hearing this, I'm thinking you had it worse, like 2 times worse.
Yeah, I did. I did. That's why sometimes, like, I'm a bit in confusion when you know, you sometimes say no, it's like this, and I'm like, wait, didn't you have this as well? You're a fellow Nigerian, but
no,
my mom,
I would say my parents were more, I guess, modern. They wanted me to go out. It was confusing because they would try and mix it up. One day I'm like, I'm not allowed to leave the house for months. Next day they're like, why aren't you going out? Where's your friends? I'm like, you just told me not to go out. So it's like, to them, they were trying to figure, okay, you can relate. I would say when it came to like school grades, they were hard on me. Like, why are you doing this? You shouldn't be getting a B. No. And then I'll fix it up. But what happened is later on, me being the oldest, they realized that the more they were harsh on me, the harder I was to even get close to them, because they want that parent-child affection. And they ruined it for me because I'm not close with my parents like that. But with my siblings, they tried to correct that by saying, you know what, if you're struggling in school, we can afford to get a tutor. So if you can't do maths, we can get a tutor for that. We'll pay for you to support you, because kids aren't purposely failing. They might not focus, but if they know their parents are strict and they still fail, it's because you're struggling in that subject, not because you're not focused. And that's the problem with a lot of African parents. They don't deep how certain subjects could be, that they think the belt is going to fix that. No.
Yeah, that's what my mom did. Like with my own case, right? I'm not really the best at math, but the reason why I got A star, because I literally feared for my life that I was going to get sent back to Nigeria for a year, and she'll bring me back again to repeat the GCSE. Because even despite getting 7 A stars, my mom cussed me out so much and even slapped me, right? Because for example, in RE, I didn't get an A star, I got an A, and to her, she will say things like, Why are you not getting an A-star? You see me, I am a pastor. You're supposed to be getting A-star in every subject. And I'm just like, Mom, I got 7. And then, she tells me to just shut the hell up, that I'm supposed to be doing this and this and that. And that, all my other mates
No
they're all getting A-stars. And I'm looking at them. Most people did not even get up to like 1 or 2 A-stars. I got, but to her, that it still wasn't good enough. But I don't know, man. It was just.
I mean, to her, it sounds like she's done well. Like, oh, she's disciplined. So for you to even reach that amount of grades, A-stars and all that. But again, it's like that comes with a sacrifice. You're not gonna be close with your mom long term. There's a level of affection that would be lost. You feel like you are close with your mom?
Well, I guess, like you said, right, it's more like a son-husband marriage because, for example, whenever we get technicians or DIY men, right, that has to do things, right,
Yeah.
she would always say things like, Vincent, I need you here, and then, she would always want me there, and, she often depends on me a lot for things, like I should go and get her this, I should go and do this, and then, when she's just, for example, how Nigerian women do, or Nigerian moms especially, right? They always be gossiping about their friend. She does that a lot with me.
Okay, she does talks to you, right?
And I started to realize, especially the last couple months, and thanks to you guys, especially KB, and you guys here on the panel, right? I've realized that I've been a son husband to my mom. It's really all about her, and I've not really been doing for me like that, if that makes sense.
Yeah. She relies on you a lot and your brother.
She does heavily, but my younger brother, he doesn't get it because he's younger and it's okay. He's just immature but with me, no, I get the full part. I'm the firstborn, this and this and that. I'm supposed to know better, responsibility, and from the age of 6, I had to take on adult after my dad left. She would say, I am the man of the house. I'm supposed to know how to do this. But she would clown me, for example, because I don't know how to change a tire. I'm like, hang on, mom. When was I even taught how to change a tire? I know, yes, I did do design technology in school, right? And when I was doing those textiles, but they never do workshop or motor skills. Like that's not something that that my secondary school offered. But things like that.
Wait, your mom's a single mom, yeah?
Yeah, divorced when I was 6 and my brother was 4.
So that's why she was so hard on you, because she had to fill that father role. So she had to pick either be more like dominant and masculine and exercise excellence,
overcompensate.
Last year we killed this snake that was in our house, right? I was so scared to death, like really scared. My mom was calling me a pussy and saying, well, she didn't say like that, but she would say things like, she would say, "Hey, so you at your big size at 6'3", you are too scared to go out and take care of a snake when every other man." They know how to do it. I'm like, wait, hang on, mom. This is a snake. This is not some ordinary thing. No, it's because here in Florida.
Your mom sounds toxic.
No, seriously, she was telling me.
I'm not
gonna cap. She's building a strong man.
No, she literally said to me, she in her words, in Africa, right? 5-year-old boys and girls, they know how to literally snap a snake in half.
I got that.
But you ain't in Africa though, are you? Like the thing and the thing is it's funny because like I didn't grow up with that level of strictness, being like having I'm of Caribbean descent, so it's usually not as strict. But the thing is like I think some of these things just comes from parents that just don't like, because there's certain things I relate to that I think is just sometimes some parents just don't really know what the fuck they're talking about. Like I think sometimes they just because you got to think like not everybody is. I don't want to say this too harshly, but in my view, like not everyone's like just that smart or intelligent, and not everyone should be, not everyone's going to be the best parents or ideal or think about it properly, because they're all humans and they'll make mistakes. But like some people just like something that the Duke said a minute ago that reminds me of certain things is like, oh, you can't go out, but then why don't you go out? That doesn't even make logical sense. And if you're a self-aware person, if you're a self-aware person, you can't even make that mistake. Like, I don't think there's ever going to be a time I'm going to have a kid and then I say to them, stay in the house. And then a month later, I'm like, why aren't you going out? Like, how could I even come to that conclusion? Because I'll know they're not going out because I told them not to go out. Like, it's like for a lot of parents, they're just the type. Because I remember my ex, right? So she was mixed, but she was half Nigerian, right? Half Russian. So both sides of her family was just strict. but her Nigerian side, she had more resentment towards that side. That's a whole other thing. But so it was, but her dad didn't want to ever meet me ever. I never met him. I was with her for 4 years.
Do you know why?
I never met this guy.
You know why?
Because she it's his daughter, and obviously he felt some type of way because he knows that she's with me, and you know, one, there's the African Caribbean thing, right? He knew I was from the Caribbean, so that's one thing. Then you know, it's like she, you know, I'm not sitting here rich or whatever. The thing is that for my age, because I got with her when I was 18, she was 19. You know, I've always been an entrepreneur, so I've always been doing more than the average person at my age. So so it couldn't have been because I was underperforming, but he didn't care about none of that. His thing was just he don't like. Look, some dads just don't like that their daughter's with someone. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
They just don't like it, and I think he was just controlling. And I could understand that. I didn't actually have an issue. I said to her, I was like, look, it's better that he's protective than he don't care. You know what I mean? Because that's how you end up with a lot of single mums and whatever, even with the dad there. So I don't have smoke for the fact he's like that. It's cool, but I could see he was just like that in general. Like even with her, he was just too harsh about things for no reason. And the reason why I say this is because I just think sometimes there's things she would tell me that relates to what some of you, like what you might say, Vincent, about having your mom and just that kind of African parents and stuff, where they're just over the top strict. Yeah. And she had the same thing. Like when I met her in school, her dad was like, you better get these grades, and he's a girl. And she's not the firstborn. She had an older brother.
Well, but it's still like, they're like that with all of us, regardless of gender.
But you were saying that your brother, because he's not the firstborn, he's not as it's not as strict with him.
And she's home though. Because of education, no, she is. But I mean, in like other areas, she allows him, you know, to fly. But with me, no, she put me to literally an impossible standard. And then when I question her, she will say, "Oh, well, this is how it's done in Africa. You either take it or leave it. And leave it, that is not an option. I have to take it." So
I think some parents they use their kids as a way to use their kid, like, because you said already your mum, she wants her children to social proof her, you know, so she wants her kids to be like, but it's like, and this is something I put in the comments earlier when someone brought up legacy. I think it was Unstoppable Force, and he said it the correct way, which is he said his kids are not his legacy, or he doesn't view it that way. And that's because it's not. Like, your kids are not a legacy, they're a lineage. You can't force another human being to take up a legacy. I was talking to a guy the other day.
People, and I get it, but it's just the semantics. People can use that term to say, look, maybe they don't have any other life experience or business, but their children alone is like what they've left. That's how they see it. I'm not saying it's distinctly, but some people would use that phrase, you know, oh, my children are my legacy. I mean,
because I get that, but the mentality that I usually see alongside it is like, my children will take up what I've left. It's like, no, they probably like won't, because they're their own person. That's what this whole conversation is revealing. Like, if you've got your parents or African parents who have a very specific idea of what you should be, but then some of you might be here like, I'm gonna not do all of that, or I'll adjust it, or does that make them failures? What if you achieve in life in every way? Like, for say Vincent, he does very well in life, but he decides to get with the exact type of woman his mum, you know, has nightmares about. What, now he's a failure? How does that make any sense? You know what I'm saying? Like, I just think that that's the issue I have sometimes, because I see guys say like that thing of where I can see before they've had kids, they're putting out the idea that the kid's gonna have to be a certain way. You can't make another human any way. You can't. Well, you can raise them and try and guide them. Yeah, sure, but ultimately they're gonna decide what they want. And what I don't understand why is that we as adults ourselves are proof of that. I don't think there's many of us that are exactly what our parents envisioned. Some of us might be better, but you know what I mean? It's just, it's no one's going to be exactly what someone wants.
Twist, I can tell you, right, on GCSE results day one, you should have seen the look of horror on my mum's face, because the whole family was expecting me to get all 12 A stars so I can enroll at Oxford University. And my mum, you should have seen the way, like, she actually burst into tears at first, and she said, you know, Nigerian, you know, she was like, oh my gosh, oh mommy, what's he feel me, this and that, and that, which in English,
Yeah,
really means.
your mom was overdoing it, man.
Oh my
Yeah, your
She
gosh,
was
mom.
overdoing it.
my child has failed me. That why hasn't he done this and that? And I'm just like, Mum, but at least I can still go to a good uni. Like I was thinking of going to uni of Birmingham or uni of Manchester. And you know, to her, she wanted me, and the whole family was expecting me to get there so I can go straight to. And I really wanted to. I was quite disappointed as well. But you know,
But that's all symbolic stuff, man. Because what you see, this is the thing. Like that's just not efficient parenting. You've got to look at the outcome rather than the symbolic nonsense. It's like, okay, let's look at what I want my son to achieve, and what university bare minimum does he need to go to get that. Not, oh, he has to get to the very top thing. You know what I mean? I know your mum's not on the panel, so I'm just talking. It's not
no,
like
if
it's
she
your
was, I can
fault.
tell you this for a fact. She will say that all of
Sorry.
us have very, very low standards in life, and that you know we need to increase
Of
it.
course.
That's what she would say.
But let me just keep it a buck though. You know, by the same token, someone could throw that back home and be like, well, you know, why are you divorced? You feel me? Like you can't
Right.
be out here trying to impose standards on next people, tell them what's what, and then it's like, hold on.
I
You
know
what
she's
mean? Like,
divorced, right? And you know what's so funny, right? She my dad, right? He actually played my mum big time, right? You know, he lied to her and said that she was the okay. So in Nigeria we have 36 states, right? She said that she was the no, he was the governor's contractor, like you know, solicitor, lawyer, and you know, he does contracts and that sort of stuff. So that's a very, very big deal in Nigeria. And my mum was like, oh my gosh, I've landed a multi-millionaire, this and that, and you know. Come to find out shortly after the marriage and that it was all a facade, you know. Before
Big
then, he was
scammer.
renting out Mercedes Jeeps and so, be wearing all these tuxedos and he
I'm
run.
telling you, what Vincent's talking about now is it's almost on hypergamy on steroids. That's what Nigeria is. It's
I'm
driven on
sorry.
money, and we've had this discussion before. And I guess your dad played that game of
No, he did.
looking like
Fake it.
that.
He
Right.
faked it.
And you know what's so funny, right? When she was in uni, right, there was this white man, right, from really well-to-do, upper middle class English family who used to hit on my mum and always ask her out and that, but she always rejected. And I said, Mum, why didn't you marry him? And she said, oh, you know that during the 70s and 80s, you know, it was big. It was a big taboo for a black African woman to be seen with a white, like she would actually be called a slut and all that. And
Oh,
she would even
wow.
get disowned. But you know, yeah, I know, and I've seen pictures of him. Like he was from a well-to-do family, but I don't know. Sometimes I'm just like, wow. And now just to realize that she gets played by, you know, some next man. But
Exactly.
Yes,
Yeah.
he did.
But again, in that culture, hypergamy is like out there. I mean,
it's a big
hypergamy is
deal.
practiced anywhere, but it's just more vocal.
Nigeria
Like
take it to the extreme.
to the extreme. Imagine now they're bringing out Love Island Nigeria. I'm thinking, are you
I know.
mad?
Love
Do you
Island.
know?
Can you imagine? It's good to be like, I find this one
Real?
attractive. Is he a
Love
doctor
Island
or a
is the
lawyer?
biggest KO. That's gonna be like a scam, man. People are gonna be
'Cause-
gassing themselves to the next level.
Bro,
King,
it's going to be
think about it.
exactly the type of men that, you know, what
yeah,
I did
think
to my
about it. You
mum.
know how Love Island is right now, where you had their occupation, and it's not all that, but still,
Yeah.
like they don't base it on occupation or how much he earns.
Yeah.
It's just how good looking he is, how if he has a chat.
In
Now
Nigeria,
imagine Love Island Nigeria.
It's all about the work.
there's going to be
What
no.
you do?
It's
How much money you
literally
earning?
how much
Yeah,
money
big
you
is your
earn,
house?
what type of car you drive, you know, where you live, yada yada yada. Have you been
Forget
to
love.
the UK? Have you been to America?
But that's fair. You
literally
know,
how
that's
it is.
fair.
I know.
It's about
It's all
having the
status.
best survival, like
They're getting to the
survivability.
Do you think,
No,
right,
the point.
do you
the
think that
funny
unstoppable force was right about that? That we're kind of trained simps to, you know, pretty much lead by our pockets. What's
It's
your
weird
thought?
because
But that's
he
not
made
trained
it.
sims because they
Yeah,
fall in line. They fall in line
yeah,
because they
he
want that
made
money,
it.
so they fall in line.
Yeah, exactly. But he made it about how it's just an African thing. But I think if you see around the world, like other cultures do the same thing. Like I think
Indians.
Chinese people are worse.
Indians do.
If you've seen how they vet people,
Oh wow.
it's first age with women and then like occupation with men, and it's like everything is practical. Like there's no
Yeah.
love involved. So I'm seeing it everywhere. So I don't get that. I mean, it's a westernized idea to push away from it, which is good, but you see that as a survival tactic as well.
Is it good though? Because the divorce rate in the West ain't looking good. So I don't know if it is good because those cultures tend to have better, stronger marriages because of
They
that.
last. Yeah.
If the Western notion is based around love and love is fleeting, you know, like that's not a good thing to base it on, especially not if you're gonna have a contract still involved. That doesn't make any sense. It's a business arrangement, so you should be looking at it purely as a business. Like it doesn't make any other sense, because if you're gonna sign a document which has stipulations, that's a business. That's what it is. Like
business
so
agreement to
those
get
people,
married.
so Asians and Africans and Indians, all of them, they're doing what you should do, in my opinion.
Yeah.
But then in 1 minute, you say in one breath, right, Memphis, that like, oh, that we're being too strict, we're doing this and yada yada. So which one is it? Like, is there a balance or
No,
what?
but marriage and relationships, I'm saying there is such a thing as being too strict. There's a difference between having standards and going overboard. And we're talking about, if I had a child, I'd want them to do well in school, but I'm not about to beat them with a belt and make them bleed because they didn't. That's just too much. Like, that doesn't mean I don't have standards for them. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's a difference. I mean, but to be fair, it's subjective, because like you said, your mum, she would look at that as being like not high enough standards. It's subjective, but I just look at results, like what just works. If a person in the West tells me marriage in the West is better, I'll just point out the divorce rates compared to these other cultures. That's all I'll do. I'm not gonna argue whether or not it makes logical sense. I'm just going to look at the end result. That's all that matters. It's like, if it was working better, then I would say it's better, but it isn't. So,
we got it, man.
For example, right, even talking about marriage and that, which I have with my mum. I said, Mum, why didn't you get married shortly after, the divorce or whatever? And she said, oh, just I have 2 young boys to care for. That like when you guys have both finished your masters and PhD, that I'll look into that. I'm like, so Mum, by the time you're 65, 66, that's when you expect to go back. And she said, yes, of course, definitely. And she's a pastor in this, and she would say things like her next husband, he's going to have a private jet, he's going to be a multi-millionaire, he's going to be this and that's literally what she's expecting, and she said, and she's literally speaking it to existence. So I was thinking, how about I bring my mum to Kevin Samuels, one day, and having a British Nigerian mother on there and see how that goes.
That's go viral.
But I would never do that to my mum.
Your mom would not have it, man.
No, she would not, because after that I will get flogged. I would get flogged.
Wait, has there ever been an African woman on there? Because I'm sure any African woman on there would be funny as hell.
Are you serious?
There have been. I've watched almost all the episodes, and there are a few who grew up in the West. So Africans who say, "Oh, I'm different," and then he goes through the same questions, but they still imitate, African American idea of relationships.
No, they grew up in the West. They're contaminated.
Yeah. So you're talking about like proper African, right? Yeah. There's been like 1 or 2 South Africans, and they will fully agree, but they've already gone. Maybe they're like in their late 30s, and they're still asking, "How can I get a rich man?" So there's still a few who are lost.
The problem with age. The problem with Kevin, you stay on the age and say
that's it.
The age is there's no way.
Time.
There's no way.
That's the thing, though. Kevin Samuels is capped to an extent with that, because that's not true. Like, a lot of guys that have money will marry women over 30. That's not true. So I don't know why he harps on the age thing so hard. If they've got kids, then yeah. But if it's just older, that's not the issue. The issue is that they're older and they've got an attitude, or they're entitled. It's not just because they're older.
He didn't.
He says high value, man.
Right.
If a man understands his value and knows his high value, he would want the best for himself. And that's
but he determines high value. He determines high value not through. He's not. I saw what he said on DJ Vlad about what high value is, and he didn't mention anything to do with mentality. He said that it's based around money, what guys are making, and in terms of their network. Now there's plenty of guys that have those things that don't look at themselves as, I have to get a 21-year-old. So it doesn't. Right.
Yeah, but
it doesn't work like that.
But why do they not get a 21-year-old? It's because of the circles. They might want to get an older woman because it looks better for their circles.
Yeah, but then that goes against the idea that their age is the problem. It's more just where they are. Then they're just not in the right circles. But that doesn't have anything to do with their age.
Like, there's a limit to the age thing, because
a
lot of people you can go. Let's say you're 40. Yeah, you want to get someone who's 30. But let's say you're in your late 30s, you want to get someone in like mid-20s. You know what I mean? There's a limit
because there's plenty of guys in their 30s who don't do that. Like, that's just not the thing.
There's plenty, But again, if you ask someone honestly what they would like, they'll give you the truth. And the truth is, they want someone younger.
It depends. Okay, well, the thing is, I'm in my early 20s. I've spoken to guys in the age bracket you're talking about, and that's not what they've said. They've said that it depends on the girl's maturity level. If the woman's immature and young, they're not going to want that. She can be
Well, yeah,
28, but
obviously,
if
yeah.
it's right. But the thing
But
is if they
at the
meet
end
a
of the
woman
day,
who's 32 and she's got the right things that they're looking for, they're not going to disqualify her because she's 32, is what my point is. But of
Yeah, but
course, they
Yeah,
would
yeah.
they
rather a
want kids
28
though.
version of her. But if she's 32 and she's got the mentality, it's all about what you gotta understand. But if a guy's a high value
One
level you're
sec,
talking about,
Mystic.
he ain't got time to be running around looking for girls, bro. So if he meets a 32-year-old woman who's on point, he's taking her where she's at. I think guys are overrating it. Like,
One
that's
correction,
not
bro. Wait, 1 second. I'm because I've listened to his content a lot. I disagree with a few things he says, but when it comes to age range, he doesn't say over 30 is a no-no. He said between 27 and 35 is where the women should be urgently looking for a man. So
married.
by 35, like
The danger
30
zone.
to 35, they're still fine. It's just that these are the special
The
years you
crucial
should
times.
be actively around.
that makes more
looking for a
sense
man.
because the average marital age in the country he's in is around that age. So if you're saying
Yeah.
I'm not saying that. I'm just saying because the comment I heard was that once they're past 30, then that's it for them, which it isn't.
That's hit. That was. Do you know what he said? He said personally he doesn't date women over 30. He didn't say that high value men don't date over 30. That's what he said. And then he says after 35, a woman's chances of having a child is considered geriatric pregnancy. So she's already at risk. So for a man who wants a family, he's more likely to avoid. Yeah, or
that's true, but it's also
he would avoid over 35.
That's true, but it's also true that once men get past a certain age, their chances of marrying drops as well. If they go past 40,
that's about 10.
depends on the money.
See, that's about 10, 15 years more than a woman, and he can have that leeway.
But it depends
time
on the
frame.
But the high value he's talking about isn't established until around those ages anyway.
Yeah.
That's the reason why
look.
most of the guys that are married, that are at those ages, usually met the woman when they were younger. They didn't meet them. It's not a 40-year-old man going back looking for a girl in my age bracket as often. That's not usually
That's not what we're saying though. A 40-year-old man is more likely to date a 30 to 36-year-old woman.
Yeah,
people tend to go 6 years behind, but he's saying that they still have the option to. It's rarer.
They have the option.
But they still have the option.
But if I'm a woman and I'm over 30, what I'm trying to say is the mentality people are coming with is why do women think like this? The reason they think like that is because they can see it in the real world. It's like if I'm a 30-something-year-old woman, it doesn't matter. The fact of the matter is women don't view relationships the way we as men view them. You know what I mean? Like they're not looking at it's average.
I thought that too. But then after I listened to these callers, they say the same thing. I'm thinking, I thought women understood that not every man's going to be rich, but they still ask for the same demands. It's like, you can't expect 6 figures. It's not from him.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. They don't. What I'm saying is, if you ask the average guy, does he think he's going to get with a supermodel? They're not going to say that. Most guys are reasonable with their expectations. What I'm saying is that women, they're not like their expectations is different because they don't view themselves in a realistic manner the way men are forced to. So what I'm saying is that when guys are saying, oh, if they go over 30, whatever, the issue is that there are guys that are validating that belief. It may not be as many, but they don't care about that. They just care about the small. Say, for example, let's just hypothetically say only 1% of women over 40 got married to like a billionaire or something. They're just going to look at the 1%. They don't care that there's 99% chance that it won't work because they want to be the special person that makes the 1%. It's the same reason why they all called into his show. They saw all these other women get taken out, but they're like, "Oh, I'll be the one to get into." Understand? They don't. So he's not gonna be able to convert that way of thinking. It's just that's just I don't know why they think like that, but that's how they think. So
because they feel like they feel special because of the abundance. They've been fed this life their whole life because they feel like they're getting all this attention, and eventually when that runs out, they start looking around like, well, what happened? The tap ran dry. Like I had the same experience when I was a kid. When I was getting my tap was full. When people used to like, when I was in primary school, since my brother was like, in secondary school, my brother was like the most popular guy. Yeah. So all the girls around my age thought, oh, he's the brother of the most popular kid in school. I like him. So I was getting mad offers. But when girls stopped approaching and the tap ran dry, I started panicking. I was like, oh my God, I need to do something about this. So it forced me to start chasing and becoming like learning how to court women.
The tap ran dry. I like that.
But the advantage you have in that situation that woman doesn't have is that you're still a guy. So when that realization hit, you finally came into the world of the average man. Most guys are gonna know how to teach you, but when a woman has that realization, there's no one to teach her what she's supposed to do, because she's just every other woman her age who's single is gonna be like, oh, you can get what you want. It's like, well, hold on, you ain't got what you want. This other chick ain't got what she wants. But we're still going by this fantasy. Whereas when you came out of that, the average guy's gonna be like, yeah, bro, that's just life. Like that's normal. We're not gonna delude you and tell you, no, man, you're a king. You can get those girls. They just don't know what they're talking about. You can do anything. We're not gonna do that. You know.
Yeah, women want to empower each other to the point of absurdity, because they feel like they owe each other that, because apparently they've been stepped on for so long. So they want to believe in their power to manifest.
That's making it sound too nice. That's not what it is. It's just because they see themselves like in each other. It's like it's a thing of where it's like they want to believe. So they've got to so they've got to tell them as well. It's like because they think more in that kind of synergetic way, like more like they view it more like what happens to one woman affects them kind of thing.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, they feel like if this other woman can't succeed, I won't succeed. So we have to make sure this person succeeds so we can all succeed.
Yeah, which is not a bad thing if you think about it, but it creates issues like this. Yeah. Like, it sounds like it should be good, but...
It sounds good, but it doesn't work. That's what I'm saying. It's like there's a fundamental flaw in the fact that she can do it, I can do it too. It's like, no, you can't. Not everyone can win. There has to be losers. It's facts. But they think they can all win.
Well, they think they can all win the same way, yeah. Because technically, there's enough men for them, but it's just, boy.
No, there's not enough men for them. That's what I'm saying. There's not enough men they want.
No, I know. What I'm saying is, if they were realistic, then technically there would be enough. Like, it's not like there's, I mean, some of them would have to share, but are they
already sharing men anyway already in the black community?
Yeah, so they like to act like as if that doesn't happen.
A lot of guys are not going to get the girl they want either, to be honest.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah,
because
men accept it.
Yeah, because the thing is though, like in terms of being like high value, I don't really believe there's such thing as high value. I think that's highly subjective anyway. But in terms of in terms of the money aspect, there is a lot of girls who for a relationship, they will only get with a certain type of guy that makes a certain amount of money, and a lot of girls nowadays are like that because they're being trained by their parents or father, especially I mentioned before, a lot of Nigerian guys, African guys are trained to be simps, and then their daughters are trained to go for guys that have a lot of money. So it's going to get to a point where if you don't even make a certain threshold of money, you're invisible to these girls on a relationship level. So
I will say, I don't think you'll ever hit that point because women are not biologically wired like that. But secondly, even if it did for guys, the thing is that what makes dating difficult for a lot of guys is that it's not that clear cut. Like, for example, if it was as simple as you could just make a certain amount of money and get a woman, and every guy would just go and try and make that money. But the problem is guys can make that amount and still not get what they want. Do you think every guy earning over 6 figures has the type of woman he wants? That's not the reality. Like, the fact of the matter is,
that's what we were even discussing about. Even wealthier guys who don't have game, who don't even know how to socialize because they've grinded so much and they think, oh, once I get money, I can get any girl I want. That's not the case.
Look at all the guys who are programmers. They make great money. Do you think girls want them?
They don't look.
I've never heard a girl say, "I want a programmer or an engineer," unless she's like past 30 and has finally realized the value of the money. That's about it.
Yeah,
those are the better males that a lot of women settle for because they
I'm speaking about simps. I'm speaking specifically for guys who, because I said this before. you know, if you think that you need a lot of money to get a girl, and you're an idiot. So what I'm saying is, most guys don't realize that they're gonna be, when you are very ambitious. When a girl says, "I want a guy that's driven," all they're saying is, "I want a guy that I can use for money." That's why they're attracted, not sexually attracted.
I don't think that's actually the case. I think it's more because you gotta understand that girls sometimes communicate things and they don't even themselves sometimes know what they're talking about in exactly. Like if you was to try and get them to map it out, they have like a general idea. So when a woman's saying something vague like "I want a guy who's driven," the guy could be broke as hell, but he might be hustling. To her, that's driven. Okay,
Yeah.
it's not always a
Because
matter
they
of he's
see a
got to earn
potential
a
there.
They
certain amount.
they want potential for
And
money.
trust me, she'll be loyal to that guy over a guy who's actually making six figures if she really
But the
feels
thing
something
is,
for him.
Yeah.
to a
But
point, she'll be loyal to a point.
the longevity
When
of
that
it.
potential,
Mhm.
that drive doesn't come through with actual money and results, she's gone.
Then she's out. I
Yeah,
mean,
but
look,
this
for
is the-
example,
yeah,
this is the
Unstoppable
point.
Force.
Money creates retention. That's what money does.
Yeah, but
It
you're
creates
missing the
retention.
point.
Yeah, I agree that exactly. It's better for maintenance. I completely agree.
Yeah. What I'm saying is, even if a woman says, "I want a guy that's driven," that means she at some point wants to use you for your money.
Yeah.
Because
But that's literally every woman though. Like every
Yeah.
woman wants security and resources.
Nah,
You're never
yeah.
going to escape. You're never going to escape that because they're all going to get older and they're all going to want resources. When they're young, yeah, they might not care, but eventually they're all, unless they're dumb. Like this is the thing. Like guys have issues with hypergamy, but unless a woman's stupid, she's gonna have her hypergamy kick in at some point.
Mhm.
Because the truth of the matter is, and you know, I mean, the only issue is.
Yeah.
The only issue in this modern society is that it's kind of unnecessary because they can make their own money. That's the real issue I have with it, because they can go to work and make more money than you, but then still expect you to provide. That's a problem.
No, but they're not built
Do you
for
know
it.
what
That's the thing. They're not built for it. They fold under they fold
I
under the
know
pressure.
that.
They look in the long run and they actually think, oh, maybe I don't want to do this for 60 years.
Yeah,
You know,
they
that's
don't.
just how
They're
they
not built for it.
But it doesn't. The problem is, but there's a big issue with that though. The issue with a lot of women is that they don't want to date guys who make less money than them usually. So if she's making good money, she's diminishing her options each time she makes more money. The more
And
money
that's
she
her
makes,
choice.
the less options she has. I don't watch Kevin Samuels very much, but I remember that's one thing
Yeah,
that he's
that's her
spoken
choice,
about
yeah.
is
it should
you
be
know,
like
like that kind of thing. And that's a real issue because a lot of women are making good money. And if you're making more money on average than the average man, women, you see, the difference between men and women is when we make money, our money is used
Expected.
for the community. It's used to provide, it's used to give to others. Like if we have kids and we have a family, we go and make our money and we make sure the woman gets something, the kids get something, everyone's looked after. See, when a woman's got her money, she just wants it for herself. So she's not looking at a man thinking, I got to provide for him. That makes you look weak. So the issue with them making more money than us is they ain't going to respect the guys who have less than them. So this is one of the reasons the dating market's so messed up. Because even women who don't have a job, if the government's giving her money, she still can view herself as, well, I don't need your money. So it's like it's the reason why oftentimes guys say, oh, go to other countries, go to other cultures, because the women there are disadvantaged. Then people say, well, why do you want broke women? And it's like, well, the only reason relationships lasted in the past in the Western system was because women didn't have the money. As soon as they have that, they have power to dictate their own choices, and that's something it's so long as like and it's a bit mad because it's like, well, do you just take that away from them? But it's like if they want relationships in the old way, it's not happening because it's the issue they have. They don't like the idea of providing. You know what I'm saying? Me personally, I don't want a woman to provide for me. That's just me. But I know a lot of guys. I know a lot of guys who are able to mind sitting up under a woman who's paying the bills. You know what I mean? Like, but for me, I can't do it. But I know that.
I think it should be like that, man. I think a woman shouldn't be with someone who makes less than them. And I think if you do make less, you should suffer, man. Like I really think, that you if you're.
But then the majority of guys,
this is my opinion.
The majority of guys though.
So I'm just gonna say this, and then I'm gonna go. Yeah, I don't want anyone to take this disrespect. Okay, but if you turn 33 years old, okay, And I want all of you to remember this. If you turn 33 and you make less than £70,000 a year, you should commit suicide.
What?
Okay, I'm gonna go now. Take care.
What is doing with this guy, bro? Like he knew he had to go after saying that because what does that mean?
He doesn't want to get the backlash.
What the hell does that mean?
Oh
Like,
my gosh. What?
Drop his bomb.
Brandon, if
you
you're
can
still
ignore-
there, come back up. Come back up if you're still like, nah.
Don't worry
he
about
ain't
it.
coming
We'll
back.
be
He-
wrapping up soon anyway.
That's
I
wild.
have a question, right? What if you're both earning, like, let's say, okay, I'm just using myself for example. Let's say I'm earning, let's say 120, and she's earning like 100 or 90k or
Yeah, you're
100.
fine.
I feel that's
depends.
I mean,
Because
fine.
it depends because women it depends on the woman, but like what kind of woman usually is making that type of money and how is she
That's
making
the
it? Like
thing.
there's variables because the type of woman who's usually making that, if she's in corporate, bro, I don't even know what kind of she's not gonna
How
to
she
me,
climbed the
that's
ladder?
not a wife. I'm sorry. That's just not like
How
that's
did she
not
climb
a
the
wife,
ladder?
right? That's not
Exactly.
because she's gonna
now
have a
I've
mentality.
seen
You don't get
stats
that
where
far.
there are way less women who earn that much anyway on average than men, and even the average income for men is higher than women. And they discuss this wage gap thing, which is a myth. It's not reinforced, is what they choose to do. And a lot of these women, like let's say Vincent marries someone who makes 90k, by the time she starts having kids, she might take part-time work
Yeah.
over
That
what
90K
she
is
was
going
doing
down.
before. Yeah, it's gonna go down and rely on Vincent. I remember talking to an older guy who earns a good amount, and his wife had the same job and role, but once she started having kids and they got older, she was like, hey, you're the man, you take over. So at the end of the day, these women expect to be taken care of after they've retired unintentionally because you're there.
That's
I
why
think that with me,
I think go on,
Go on.
Vincent.
no, I was gonna say, no, with me, it's like by the time I get married, I'm able to provide for 3 children and a wife. So that's until
Right.
I've reached that goal.
But
So
here's the
Right.
thing though. So why does the woman's money matter to you? Like what does
Doesn't.
that what is it that for you like that matters? I'm not saying it should. I'm just asking what is
I would
what
say
is
that
it
when
that
the children are growing up, right, she's not going to be a full
That's what your mom
stay-at-home.
told you,
She
right?
has her own. Excuse me, what? Yeah, like my mom,
Your
exactly.
mom said she must have a degree. She must be
A
postgraduate. She
master's
must.
degree.
Is that what she
has to be a
told you, right?
but why though? What's the logic behind it?
Yeah, so that she has her own things, her own, things to give to the children. It's not just all on me. She also has something to give because I'm not going to marry a
But why?
woman.
But why? What? But hold on. But here's the thing. So why does she need to have financial resources to give to the children? If you could just said you'll be able to provide for all of them and her anyway,
All of
why
them.
does she need to have something?
Well, for example, I plan to buy in a very big house, like a 6-7 bed when I'm older, and maybe in terms of mortgage, that starts, that would also help as well, contribute. Maybe, for example, in terms of the bills, I'll probably pay like 90% or 75%. She does things like maybe buying the food stuff and maybe the children's uniform or that sort of thing, just here and there.
See, I think my thing is that like so I came to realize this after my last relationship, where it was mostly me trying to take charge, but then I didn't have this mindset entirely. But afterwards, I kind of realized I have like a very strong, like when it comes to money, because there's certain traditions I don't care about, like marriage, that doesn't mean anything to me. But when it comes to things like the provisions, like I want to do all that. I don't want this woman to be paying rent. I ain't doing no 50-50. I ain't doing none of that. It's just when it comes to the money, I want to take care of it. Even with what you said about the food, that's money I'll give her so she can go and use that. I don't want anything where, and some people see that as like, oh, why would you want that and blah blah blah. You're misogynist. Well, so be it then. Like, because my thing is that's the setup I want.
Yeah,
because
you want
the thing is, I just look at the thing is though, where it really became where I became convinced with it was what we're talking about. When I looked at how women date and how they respond to things, they want you to provide anyway. So it's like I might as well just cut through the BS and just do it from the beginning. Like you know what I mean? So why bother dealing with someone who's corporate and has I do for myself, I do this. I don't want
That's
that.
That just
it's not
creates
even attractive.
unnecessary combative energy in the relationship.
Yeah, like I just don't get why. I think what it is for me is that I'm just doing the most efficient thing that makes sense to me. Like it's like I know what I want. I want a woman who's gonna be behaving a certain way. I don't need her like she can be intelligent, but she doesn't need to be an entrepreneur like me. Like she doesn't need to be, oh, I have my own business. I have this. We're a power couple. No, like we can be a power couple in the sense that you do your stuff, especially because go on.
No, okay. So let's just say, for example, you're earning 80K and she's earning 50K, and okay, would you date a girl that has a job herself, or would you prefer her just completely quit her job and she's just at home? Or what?
I'm taking her out of her job, and if I can't do that, then the way I see it is I shouldn't be trying to get with her, because I don't want her to be in where we wake up. I wake up in the morning and she's like, oh yeah, I gotta go to work. You gotta go do this commute, go work for some next man and go get his check.
Like, they fold under pressure when it gets heavy. Like this is what you don't want for yourself anyway. You don't want to have to deal with having to deal with your. Let's say you have problems at work, yeah. You come back home, you're stressed. You want a relaxing home. When she comes back, she's got problems from work as well.
Exactly.
And then you're both whining about your problems, and she's saying this is tough, and you're saying, oh, this is tough.
And here's my other thing. This is a bit more esoteric or whatever, but here's my other thing, right? So a lot of guys have this issue with women being masculine, okay? And this is something I don't understand, because a lot of guys claim they don't want a masculine woman. Yet when I hear them describe what they want the woman to do, it's masculine roles. So you're telling me that you don't want a woman to be masculine, but you want her to be in a masculine position for 40 hours a week. You're going to have her be in a place where she's got to sit there and grind out. She's got to do things that men do, but you're saying you don't want a masculine woman. How does that make sense? See, one thing I learned from my ex, and I've realized with other girls, there's this whole idea of, one thing she would tell me is how she would feel like she can, because before I was with her, again, I told you about her parents' work. They put her in this masculine sense of, you need to grind, you need to do this.
They don't want you.
And then when
Nigerian
she was with
parents
me,
called sabotage, man.
but when she was with me, she felt like she could relax. And one of the reasons why, one of the main reasons our relationship didn't work out was because of this pressure where she felt like she had to be doing more. She had to be this, and basically making her into like a masculine, like into a man. And it's like I can't compete with that, and I'm not going to, because one thing with me is I'm just too cut for it. I'm like, listen, man, if you got an issue with this, then you need to walk. So she decided eventually to do it. So, and my thing is I'm not going to compete with you over nothing. If you can't get in and play your position, then you need to, you need to go. But I understand as a man, you need to provide a space for a woman to rest in her femininity. You can't expect her to be feminine if you're having her go out there and slave out 40 hours a week.
But here's the thing. I don't know. Maybe it might be the way I'm wired. Maybe because I was raised by a strong matriarch. I really don't know, because I'm so used to seeing, for example, my mom. I'm not trying to brag, right? She's a very high earner, and to her is like, she says to me, "Yeah, you should get a woman too that is also a high earner as well, and both of you together."
But here's see, I'm gonna just try and just be real about this, okay? Because this is, if she was my mom, this is all I'd be thinking. Like I said earlier, I look at the result, so I'm just gonna think, well, do I want
a woman like your mom?
If the woman's just by herself, she's divorced. Well, again, like, what we're talking about is I'm going to be with the woman in a relationship. See, like, so your mom has to be doing all that because she's by herself. But you see, the ideal would be that she wouldn't be in that position. I'm sure if you ask, I don't know if you want your mom to say, but if she could choose between making less money and having a man who's there, who's helping her and supporting her, one of the reasons she's going to be so harsh with you is what I said earlier. She can't rest in her femininity because she ain't got no one to look after her. See, like, that's the issue. I'm not trying to have a woman who's going to turn into that and then start beating my kids with a belt and all this, because I'm going hot.
I can relate. Let me chip in real quick, because this is unanimous, bro. Vincent, like what you're hearing now is exactly what we've all seen. For example, my mom, when she took on a higher role in her workplace, things started changing in the house dynamic. I explained that too. And I could tell she was less motherly, because when she went into the workplace, masculine roles are required for her to fill out, certain responsibilities. And so that's how it will turn out. And I'm not saying, look, I agree with Myth Twist. I would rather my partner was a housewife, not because I want her to be subservient to me, but because I feel like we can have those separate roles and bring balance to the house,
to the household.
Bring balance to the
successful
family,
from all angles, because you don't want to be you don't want to be a jack of all trades. You want to be a master of a certain sector. If your wife has that nurturing energy, that motherly energy, and then you have that stern fatherly energy, your kids get that balance. But if you're both trying to do certain things, they'll be imbalanced. You won't have the perfect synergy.
I will say,
You're
Yeah,
saying
go on,
as best
Vincent.
I get married to what, like a housewife, like someone she's just all domestic completely.
She's probably educated. Maybe she went to school and she was working, but eventually she would be a housewife or
Or
work
someone
Yeah,
part
but
who
I'm
time
work
if
looking
she
at
from
it
wants.
home.
from a long. I'm looking at it from a long term point of view. Like, okay, for example, like they're 8, 9, and they can pretty much do for themselves. They're independent. They know how to make their own meals and do chores on their own. What is she doing then? That's how I'm seeing it. I'm like
Soccer
she.
moms do a lot though. People undermine the role of
You're
the
sleeping.
mother in the home.
Okay,
They,
hold on,
they're not
Vincent.
just
I've got
chilling.
Vincent for you. I've got a perfect example, okay, of
Mm.
what she does. Because a lot of people, you're right, they just whittle it down to the housewife. So you're going for the whole affluent thing, right? Like I'm gonna be rich doing my thing, and she's gonna be part of that. So she's not gonna
Power
be.
couple.
Right. That's what I'm
Well,
looking at it
yeah,
from.
but not in the sense of what people think of when they say that, because they think of we're
Right.
both earning 150K. No,
That's
so
what I'm looking at it from. Right. It's like that.
right, but that's because you're looking at it too
They
simplistically.
won't
See,
love.
the
Yeah.
difference is there's plenty of wealthy people already, and here's what a lot of them will do. So the difference will be that what her role will be is networking. Okay, so it'll be more a case of because one of you mentioned soccer mom, so it'll be more a case of her getting into networks and knowing about people who can bring you more business opportunities.
In the
That does
neighborhood,
not
yeah.
require her to go out and be a business owner or to be grinding or
Mhm.
working.
No.
That requires her to socialize, which is what women do anyway. But
Yeah.
here, what she would
That's
do is
their strength.
she would network with the wives of other wealthy men. So she's still around females. She's doing all the gossiping thing you're talking
Look
about.
at Bill
She's doing
Gates'
all
wife
of that,
or
but she's
ex-wife.
building a network.
Mm.
And
Bill
no,
Gates'
most guys
ex-wife,
don't
you know?
think of that. They just think she's got to make a certain amount of money like me. No,
I
bro,
mean,
that's not efficient.
for me, for example, right, it's drilled into me. Like, for example, at my uni,
I got the
if I
same
look
thing
in-
too. I got the same
if
thing
I ever
too.
look if I ever look into girls or that, right, it's usually girls that are like pre-med made. Like the last girl I was messing with the white,
No.
she was a a med student, or she's
You
a
don't want that.
pre-law, she pre-accounting or that.
You don't
So
want that.
I was thinking to myself that look, Vincent, I am a captain. Miss Vincent, she will be what, like a lawyer, a judge, that sort of thing. So
No,
it's like,
It's nice.
A
It sounds
lawyer?
nice, but
Oh, no,
Dude,
you
of
don't
course,
want that.
yeah, on paper, we are
Vincent.
both a power couple. The husband's a
No,
captain, the wife,
no.
she is a doctor or a high-end lawyer.
Okay.
So
Look, I'm gonna be honest. Look, I'll be honest with you. So we're just gonna give you advice, but again, all I'm gonna say is just look at the result. Most of the time, when women are going into those
Listen.
areas of work, they're the ones who are going to be quick to divorce your ass. That's all.
single,
It doesn't
childless.
it doesn't mean
Sometimes.
it'll happen in all cases. But when what I'm striving towards is something I know has a good chance of working. I know that. Like, that's not me making that up. That's not because I know the leverage is all on my side. How can if in older situations the entire reason that the marriage system and all these things worked in the past was because of that? Like I said earlier, main distinction with me is I don't really care about marriage. I don't care about that. That's not important to me. Like, I know for some people it is whatever. To me, that's an out there concept. We're in 2021, and by the time I'm old enough for that, it'll be like 2030, 2040. I ain't doing all that. So, but I think that in terms of when people talk about a strong household or whatever, that's separate from being married. Because if you've got a divorced couple and it's a fractured house, how's that better than two people who've never married but they're strong and they're together? That doesn't make any sense to me. But I think it's just a lot of guys think they have to get married, otherwise it can't last, and that's an outdated way of thinking.
So
But yeah,
I just want to know because it seemed. Oh, I was talking before, so you're still here. Of course you are. Of course. But what was I saying? Yeah. I just want to know. I noticed that you guys were like, wow. So for example, I'm a captain and she's a doctor or a judge. Like, what exactly is wrong with that? Like,
Who wants to
so
go?
what?
You want to give? You want to King? Do you want to do it?
Yeah, King, go ahead, King. Let me hear you. Your audio is low, King. I can't hear
Let's say
you.
she's a lawyer or a doctor. Let's say she's a lawyer or a doctor, yeah?
Right.
Imagine the amount of work and effort she has to put into her profession, yeah? And imagine the work and effort you have to put into your profession, yeah?
Right.
If you're both putting the maximum effort, when you come home, you're gonna be tired. You're gonna reserve raising your kids to nannies and all these other people. You know what I mean?
Grandparents will be there. Even my
Well,
mom,
okay,
she's
grandparents or
Still.
whatnot, but your grandparents might not necessarily have the same views as you or the same way you want to raise your kids. They might teach them things you don't want them to be taught. You know what I mean? You might agree on certain things, but not on everything. If you have your wife there, she knows how you want your kids to be raised, and she'll make sure that happens. You know what I mean? What you really want is someone to help you or integrate them into your business. Look at Bill Gates. Most of the most successful men, yeah, their wives work in the same company or aiding the company.
Assisting them.
Melinda Gates has been established into the company, the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. They work together to push his dream. He was the Microsoft guy. She came in,
Even
helped
small
him with his
businesses.
goals.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? That's what you want. If you're going to be successful, either you're in the same field and she's in a lesser role. If you're in two separate fields and you're both trying to head to the top, when will you have time for intimacy? When will that happen?
You don't.
That's why you get
the reason.
cheated.
I've seen it with my eyes. It's impossible. It's harder.
You won't. If
Bro,
this is what I'm saying, do you want to come back from work, yeah, and have your wife there ready for you, ready to help you relax, chill out, or do you want to come back from work and hear her complain about her work?
Oh, I see. Okay.
This is what
And
I'm
Vincent,
saying.
also, the advice your mom gave you is the advice my mom gave me. And let me tell you, both of them aren't in the situation they wish they were in.
Exactly.
And they're both successful. So at the end of the day, you might take advice from a female relative, but a lot of the times they don't know exactly what would work for their
Look
sons.
at the result.
They're just
If they
trying
can't,
to, yeah.
if they can't show you with their own life an example of what they're talking
Exactly.
about, then who are they to tell you anything? You
No,
can't even tell me. It's like you're sitting there, you've got the high earning part, but hold on a minute, I'm your son, you're talking to me as the man. Where's that in with you to show me that side of it? Because we can
Even
talk
just
about you
look
as the
for
woman making
another
the money.
example. Yeah.
But where's
because
it for you though?
my dad, he left my mum because he got jealous because she was earning way colossal amount, way thousands more than he was, clearly, and
Right. And he wasn't
this is
vetted
what my
properly,
dad told
right?
me, because she would, for example, be traveling to Hong Kong, Dubai, because she was in the cosmetics industry at that time, and also, doing real estate at one point there as well. So, and he was just pretty much just at home, not really doing much. And
He got emasculated.
excuse me.
He got emasculated.
I don't know. I guess it was because, according to my grandma, because she was living with them at the time, he pretty much got very jealous, and he would be like, for example, driving her Benz around town and so and so. He would always be, for example, demanding that, when she comes back, that he wants a hot plate of jollof and chicken and things like that. Yeah, and my mom too, she would get into a really heated row with him and say, well,
Yeah.
you have to
not
spend
doing
home all day. And bear in mind, the house they were living in, it was only in my mum's name. Like, she owned it completely. She owned all the 3 SUVs and everything. So to him, he didn't have much anyway.
He had no place in the family.
I'm not gonna lie. I mean, that's just weird, because I don't know why he would leave that. Like, I get being emasculated. I would not feel comfortable with that. But first of all, I wouldn't have put myself in that situation. But since he willingly put himself there, I'm not really sure why he ducked out.
I don't think he thought it out, really. When it comes to marrying into a rich family, he thought it would be the same as a poorer woman marrying into a rich man.
From the upper middle class.
He didn't process it, and look at what ended up. He left because he was frustrated with the gap in wealth.
I'm curious though. I mean, Vincent, do you remember, like, because you said it was when he was 6?
Yeah, I was 6. Yeah.
Do you remember if, like, because are you sure he left, or did your mom get him mad? You know,
there could be other stuff.
Because I don't feel like, because that just sounds too good. Why would you leave that if you're getting jollof and and
he was doing.
It was my grandma that would be the one to really be cooking most of the time anyway. But
okay.
It's just that because my mom, she would often travel to Hong Kong and Dubai on business all the time. So it was really my nan that would look after.
I'm sorry, but you see, to me, like, that just don't sound like, oh, my woman goes and travels and and I just chill. Like, what?
He didn't want to be a house husband. I think that's what.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. But I'm saying the whole concept of the house husband, to me, it doesn't even sound right. Like, I can't even. I can't.
I mean,
even,
he did have his own. To my knowledge, I don't really know what he did, but he had some business thing, but it wasn't nowhere near.
Yeah, but it wasn't doing nothing though. Like, you're saying the house is in your mom's name and all that. Like, bro, like, I'm sorry. Like, you can't be the boss of no woman if she's bossing up more than you. I'm sorry. Like, what are you?
True.
Like, she's the one making the bread and you're just there. Like,
well, she tried to give him a business,
how
right?
How can an employee tell you as a boss what to do?
Exactly.
I mean, she was trying to set him up, right? Trying to give him some business.
She's the one setting
gave him
up.
a £15,000 loan to go and set up a business for himself, and so he pretty much squandered it and gave it to his sisters, and it was also due to reason like that. That's why the marriage eventually.
You,
But and
you
then
know, it's funny. It's funny. I will say this though, because there was a black chick I met here in London last year, I think, and she was like doing very well for herself, was like in banking and all this, right? And she had her own like apartment she was paying for, whatever, right? And I remember being surprised because she was 25, so she was only a bit older than me. And I remember thinking like, damn, like she's got it all situated out here and all that. I didn't expect that because most girls don't have all that together. So I thought that was impressive. But again, I'm not looking like I'm not trying to get with some chick who's got all this down and the third. But what I asked her about was I said to her, I was like, oh, like, don't you care about how much money a guy makes? And she was like, no, I don't care about that. And I'm thinking to myself, but I said, because I said a lot of guys you meet probably have less money than you, right? She was like, yeah. And I was like, well, that doesn't bother you? And she was like, no, I don't care. And I'm thinking, so I said, okay, but long term though, maybe because I didn't want to be rude.
They're not processing it.
But I'm thinking, because you're on your ones right now and you're single and you just want to
match. Kids come.
Yeah, like when it gets later on, like, because at first, oh, he's cute, he's attractive, he's this, that. But eventually, after it gets a bit old, you're going to start thinking, where's that money at? Why am I paying for the bills? When she comes home, like you just said, when she comes home from a stressful day of work and she sees man with his feet up playing, Xbox, and she's gonna, she's gonna feel pissed. Because all her girls are gonna be with a guy that's probably paying for stuff, so he can't. They're gonna go out for dinner, and she's gonna have to foot the bill, and she's gonna be thinking, none of my friends do this.
She's gonna have FOMO, man. She's gonna dip that.
I remember when I was younger, he used to always be watching football on the TV, and then when she came back from the airport in the taxi, and then before I know it, they're like arguing upstairs.
Of course, there's no way she's coming home and not gonna be pissed.
Yeah,
he wasn't fulfilling his roles,
for example, like she would be gone away for like 2 weeks in Hong Kong doing what.
Right. But this is the difference, though. This is how you know. This is how you know women are meant to be in that position. Because as a man, if you come home and you see a woman relaxing, are you gonna want to go off on her for that?
No.
No, she was going off on him, and then
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm saying if that's why I'm saying that that it's not meant to be that way, because I don't think I've ever heard of a woman. I mean, there's some women who just have no self-esteem, but if that woman has any degree of self-respect for herself, if she sees that enough times, it's gonna piss her off because she's gonna feel like this isn't right. Like, why am I doing everything? Why am I the man? She's gonna feel that way, which is why I just say instead of doing this male feminist 50-50, let's pretend that we're equal BS that obviously isn't true in reality. Just do it the way it's meant to be done.
It's not true, because guess what? When the babies come, you're gonna have to foot the bills anyway.
Exactly.
So it's not true. It's just for the early stages to make people feel better. It's for the early stages.
She did actually, because I was born in America, and because she at that time she's not a citizen, she had to pay almost 40K having me here in America for some private hospital. But anyway, Unstoppable Force, you're on the panel. What do you have to say? So you came up. What's up?
Yeah, man. I just want to say, man, like, a lot of you are talking about, I want to pay for this. First of all, man, are you even gonna earn enough money to even do that? Because a lot of you, because the thing is, man, you said you're doing medicine, Vincent doing aviation, I'm doing IT. I know I'm gonna make £150,000 a year. Do you understand? I know I'm gonna do that. But how do a lot of you know you want to do that? And a lot of the times, you taking care of a woman, that that woman might turn around and be like, you know what, I want to start working now. I want to start doing this now. They might change their mind. Because if you think you're going to find a housewife in this country, you might find a housewife in this country. It might be ugly.
Hold on. I can. Okay, so I can easily address this. So first and foremost, first thing is if you're thinking in a local mentality, then there's already going to be an issue because of what you just said. Like if I'm in London, right? The cost of living in London alone is higher than in the rest of the UK. So if I'm thinking with a London price tag, I'm already going to have to think differently. Versus even if just in the UK, if I just thought about somewhere else, for example, if I'm living with a woman but I'm not in London, if I'm just outside of London, the price immediately becomes lower for everything. Now, if I take this to another country where it's even lower and my money goes further, it's even more in my favor. So it depends on where you're doing it, like you say, but also to do with the thing of the woman changing her mind. Now, there's two things. First of all, I'm going to pick a woman where she's going to be more inclined to want to do that. Either she's been raised that way, which, as you said, in the West is not likely, or she's going to want that because she's sick and fucking tired of working a shitty ass job and she wants to get taken out of that. Now, if she decides after 5-10 years she wants to go back to the grind, then she can kick rocks. That's why I wouldn't marry them, because I ain't got time to go through that, because I know women can change on a whim. So if you're going to do that, you can go and you can lose out on. But why would she do that if she's being provided for? It doesn't make it just doesn't make sense. There's no reason for it.
It doesn't make sense.
So what would you require your woman to do then, so it's assuming that she's a full-time stay-at-home? What would you require?
Well, I'm still.
It's a big role, man.
Explain.
What was that?
Go on. Go ahead.
Should I? Okay. When it comes down to it.
Oh, no, I was going to let the Duke talk, because I feel like I'm talking.
Yeah. Half the time, when it comes down to housewife, people picture this idea that they're just sitting there waiting on you to come back from work. They're just picking up the kids and they're just there. That's not the fact. A lot of the times they have their own part-time role. It could be with the community, with the, associated with the schools for the children. That's a lot of work to do. And it could be that you have your own type of business or whatever work you do. She becomes your assistant. A lot of the times, these are what these women do. Like, for example, when it comes to like my maternal side, a lot of my aunts are married to wealthy men. And most of them aren't working anymore, but they still come out very busy. They're involved with a lot more than just sitting at home, washing the dishes and doing the chores. A lot of the times their husbands expect them to be involved in one way or another. If it's with the business, with the church, with the community, it comes down to it. And to be honest, we make it sound like as if it's a lazier role. It really is not. So, where do you think that came from?
I will say this though, because there is a chance that, like Vincent said, some guys don't do it properly and they do just have the woman laying up there. And I will say this: if you're doing this, like I hear that phrase of, get a woman on your program. Most of these dudes ain't got no program. So my thing is if you're going to be doing that, you need to have something to integrate her into. This is one of the reasons why. Again, if I think if you're an employee, it's gonna be, I don't want to say less likely, but like the way I'm imagining it and the way I would do it is different. And to be honest, it's not just imagination, because the last relationship I was in, I was doing this anyway. I just didn't have as much money, but I still was doing it. So it's a little different. But it's about, if I've got my own thing going on, then it's easier for me to.
But is that what man looks like? That's unstoppable force, yeah?
He's repeating it.
What are you doing?
This guy, man. He always has to do shit.
Bro.
Yeah, you go to the gym. Yeah.
But yeah, that's what it is, though. So if I've got my own thing going on, then it's easier to integrate into it, because I have control over it. When you're at a job, you don't have control over that system. So you can't do that. All you can really do is provide and that's fine as well. That still works, but you're still kind of at the mercy of another man in a sense with that, because anything happens with your job.
That's where I'm coming from. That's what I think about things like that, because I'm just like, look, after the kids are grown, like, what really is your purpose? You might as well just at least have a part-time job, really. Unstoppable force.
I would say this, Vincent, because I'm not fully entirely against the idea of a woman working entirely. I've what I've tried to distill it down to is what I call soft income.
Yes.
So it's not that she can't have an income, but the income has to. My thing is the femininity thing. It has to be an income that doesn't make her be masculine. Like if it's something where she does, I don't know, painting or knitting or some like other thing. Like, because I think my main thing was, I had this already in my previous relationship. My ex, she was into floristry, right, which is working with flowers, plants, but it was like a hobby.
Hey, unstoppable force, man.
Yeah, bro.
It was like a hobby.
See you, man.
So
yeah.
So I thought I helped her to
carry on, bro.
I was helping her so that she would have space to do that and not have to worry about it. So if that becomes an income, like they do some fun thing on the side or some hobby and turn that into an income, fair enough. But I don't want it to be, I gotta get up, commute, grind for 40 hours a week, deal with the boss, deal with the people at work, deal with the drama, deal with the like, it's too much, you know. So
I
Why are we still flexing, bro?
can't focus.
Good, man. We see
Is it
it.
frozen?
No, it's him. He's just like that. I could
That's
tell.
right.
I could tell he was just like that.
Anyway, I just wanted to say this. So
Okay,
you're
yeah,
saying that
Miss, you
go on.
made a good point, man.
there was just one question, right? For example, right, there was one girl that I really did like. Actually, I was actually thinking of approaching her, but I told my mum, I was like, "Hey, mum,
cold approach.
Why are you
Did
asking
you guys
Mom
already
everything,
talk about
bro?
that?
What's going on?
talk about what?
Cold approach.
Go on. What did you tell
Yeah,
your
I think
mom?
I saw it in the chat.
yeah, we did.
Okay,
There
yeah,
was
go
one
on.
girl I
Sorry.
was going to, but I was like, let me get my mum's thoughts on this, right? She was like a nursing practitioner, which is a good job here in America. It pays 80 to 90K plus. And I told her, and the first thing was like, oh, what does she do for a living? I was like, oh, she's a pre-nursing thing. And when she heard nursing, she was like, nursing? No. If you're going to get with a girl in the health field, she must either be a doctor, a pharmacist, a dentist, or an IV, I don't know, something like that, right? And I was like, I mean, what's that? I mean, they pay good. She was like, okay, but just just think about it. A nurse. Why can't she be a doctor instead? Have doctor whatever her name is, But I was like,
Doctors work more hours. They're more stressed.
Yeah,
they earn
but
a lot more.
his mom's not thinking like, all his mom's
Brandon, man,
thinking is
see,
what's the highest thing, like, and that's a flawed way of thinking,
Bro.
because your mom's thinking of it as a fantasy, whereas that's not reality, man. Like, that's just not.
Your mom's trying to get you a man.
Yeah, that's how I view it.
Because she
You think
I
so?
view it in the house. She's
You're
trying
just
to
trying
get
to
you a
get
man.
a man. Like, that's
You're
literally how I phrase it.
She's actually
That's how I
trying to get
view
you a
it,
man.
because literally everything you're
Yes.
asking, I want him to make
She's
money. I
projecting.
want him to look after things. I want him to provide. That's a
Yeah.
man.
He's
That's not.
projecting.
And then here's what's
symmetrical.
crazy. Here's what's crazy as well, because a lot of the way that women put this is like it's good for women, but then here's what's mad. So you're doing that, and then on top of it, you're also still expecting the woman to be a mum, or to be pregnant, or to, it's like, it don't make sense.
She was like, okay,
Yeah,
well,
no. It's
her
wild.
and the other grandparents, they'll be involved while we're out and about doing our career and so and so. And even my grandma. Go on.
Vincent, after you've listened to what we've said about how you kind of take on what your mom says, would you start maybe listening to her less and probably like seeing it as right?
I never really clocked it that way, Now, I mean,
Right.
because I never really thought. I was like, I've never really thought, oh, why my dad left. I was just thinking, oh, it's all his fault and so and so. And for example, a few
It is
times
partially his fault based on what you've told us. It is partially.
Out of anger, she said to us, out of anger, right? That her being a single mother, like if it wasn't for us, she would be out and about in Hong Kong, making, like multi-million dollars.
Was it by force?
Well, I said to her, well,
no one asked.
Open your legs to my dad, did I? And of course that resulted
say
in
that?
Yeah, I did. Yeah.
You don't have to say that, but
I've been
you
growing wings
understand.
lately, especially the last year or so. I said it too, and sometimes she'll say I'm talking about. No,
it's facts. Because truth be told, she had no right. She had no right to talk to you like that either, in my opinion. Sorry, but that's
I started sticking my fingers in her face and so, and then her response would be like, you have now growing wings. Ha! So you have now become a big man.
You're a man, though. It's true, though. You're a big man now.
You are not a big
Yeah,
man.
but this is my point, though. She wants you to have the role and responsibilities of being a grown-ass man, but then when you come with grown-ass man energy, it's a problem. That's why you can't listen to what your mom's trying to tell you, because she's your mom. Like, she's gonna
your
try
mom
and...
is your mom and your dad.
When I started working, right, because I'm gonna soon be working actually soon next week. I'm gonna officially start working, right. She will say things like, "Oh, I should give her like," and then when I'm done with uni, right, and when I'm done with uni and that, and me and my brother start working our high-end jobs, she expects £600 minimum for me and brother as a monthly allowance. And I said, why? And she said, well, for all those years of taking care of us and for being and I was just like, hang on, wait, what? And then she would say things like, well, this is how
the Nigerian culture.
Okay, so here's what's hilarious. Here's what's hilarious about that, because We've just been talking about being in a relationship with a woman who makes her own money but still wants a man to provide. See, this is even with your mum. So
Your
even
mum
though
is
your
trying to get
mum's
you to
got
provide.
big money, all this, she still wants you to give money. Like, that's crazy, man. Like, this is where she
£600,
needs
bro.
to. Your mum, what your mum needs is she needs to go get another man, and he needs to. I mean, boy, I don't know, like
The likelihood, but not.
She's grown, boy.
that's what she needs, really. What she really needs is a man who's gonna look after her. But it's hard because she can look after herself. So
true,
it's
yeah,
She
just
already has
like,
a lot.
no,
She's
like
got massive debt.
if I meet a
What she
woman,
has said that when she gets in her next marriage, right, he's going to be he's going to have a private jet, a couple private jets. He's going to be a multi-millionaire with just so much.
yeah, but that's
Dream.
just what she's imagining. That's what she's imagining.
No,
She has
she's
a very
literally speaking into existence, and she'll be speaking in tongues and praying to God. And I've just been like, well, mum, for the past 15, 16 years, since dad has left you, you know,
Facts.
I haven't seen any of that. And
Facts.
she said, oh well, you know, I haven't been around the block. I've just been, you know, looking up to
Jenny
you,
on the block.
you and
So
your
what? When
brothers.
she's older and got even less energy, that's when she'll get around the block.
She's in her early 60s.
Yeah,
She's
no.
61 this year in August. So
Bro, I mean, come on, man. Come on, man. You're 60. What you need private jets?
Your
Come on,
mom
man.
should be happy to just find someone who's gonna ride it out with her. You know what I mean?
I told her that, but
Millionaire, bro, no.
but she said once beaten, twice sharp. So she now knows what to look for in a man. And I said, well, you're 60
Okay.
plus.
She has no leveraging power now with a man.
But what she's got, you know, not. I mean, it's mad because we're having this discussion like your mom's here, and it's just like
I would
it's
ask
not
her,
your
I would
like,
say things to her. I will say this to her. I'll say, okay, mom. So why should a multimillionaire take you seriously? She'll say
Yeah,
things
well,
like,
debate her.
well, okay, well, guess what? I have a postgraduate degree.
oh
you know,
my god,
I have several.
I'm a
PhD.
I have several. Yeah, she always says that.
I'm
You
a
know,
PhD.
well, okay, you know what? I'm literally just gonna act like her. She'll say, okay, well, you're asking me. Well, I have a master's degree. I'm a postgraduate. Two, I am a pastor. Three, I have several properties. I have so many buildings in my name. I have.
That's a man.
Attraction is not
I'm telling
symmetrical.
you right now. You know what? Yeah, I'm gonna be honest with you. Yeah, it's crazy because I mean, your mum. So your mum's like African, right? So,
African to the bone. Let me tell you that Nigerian to the
but
bone.
here's what I'm trying to understand. So, because I'm not African. My understanding is that in African culture, I know there's different cultures, but there's this patriarchal thing. That's what I've been told.
Yeah,
If that can't be true across the board, because how did your mum even exist as she is?
She's a confused Nigerian woman, because even that's the thing about she's overcompensating, right? Because of the divorce, which is a lot rarer in the community. So she has to further prove herself through her sons. So as we've been saying, she's projecting what.
That's why she was beating you. What she wants,
but the thing is though, before the divorce, she was already doing very, very well from what I'm hearing. So what I'm trying to say is, why was she in that position in the first place? If you know what I'm saying, like, why wasn't she raised to just be a wife? Because it's kind of like whoever she was kind of set up for failure in a way. Like,
no, because my grandma, she raised all her daughters to all, you know, pretty much be like a six-figure, high-value woman. They have a career, they have this and that. You know, for example, they own several properties and cars and all of that. And to also find a man who has twice what they have. But, I don't know, that's
this is all contingent. But what does the man want? What does the man want? What does he want? What do men of that caliber want? Do they ask themselves?
I mean, I'm gonna be honest. It's not that, because again, I feel like that gets treated like all those men think the same, and they don't.
No. That's what I'm saying. But you have to find the men you like and figure out what they want and give it to them.
No, I agree. But what I'm saying is, like, because I'm just gonna be honest. So a lot of the guys I know, like, I've spoken to guys like my uncle, for example, and some other guys who earn a lot of money, like a lot, well over six figures, and that's in the UK, bear in mind. And
I have two uncles too.
Like, yeah, like, and I've heard conflicting things. So some of them are on my type of energy, where it's just I do everything, where then others are, well, I want her to have her own, and it's like I don't see this universal high value man they all want this XYZ
No, but you
19-year-old
know
blah
why? But
blah
you know
blah.
why
Like that's just
but you know why that's happening? Because of the feminism movement has
no. I'm aware. I'm aware of.
So we know.
I'm aware of why. I'm aware of why it's happening. But what I'm saying is, I think sometimes what guys are forgetting when they talk about what these men want is they're forgetting a lot of these men have got a feminist mentality themselves. So
But they're not
they
high
don't.
value then.
They do
And they're
value.
not
They
the
do value a
common.
degree. Some of them do. Some of them do think that if the
Yeah,
woman's got a PhD, they do look at that. There are guys like that, and they
but
are
yeah,
high earning
again,
guys.
Like I was
guys,
raised, for example, I take
that's
a
how
woman's
this will
education
end
seriously.
up. If yeah,
For
yeah, if he
example,
didn't.
me,
Mhm.
for example, I will probably be turned off by a woman if she says that she only has a bachelor's instead of saying she has a master's degree minimum. I mean, that's how I was
Why?
raised. It was drilled into me from a young age that
Listen, no,
only
listen,
go
listen,
for a
listen, listen.
woman that has
The
a master's
majority
degree.
of millionaires, some of the majority of the millionaires, like the best, some of the top earners, a lot of top earners are self-made, not
They
through
don't look at.
education.
Mm.
No,
So
but
how does that?
in
Well, in a
terms of
woman,
we're talking about in terms of women. I mean, it's like a lot of the time the woman they're gonna get with does have some form of education.
A degree is more than enough.
No, I know, but the thing is they
Yeah,
use
but for
that's what
her,
these women.
it's
But
just
these women are say. What I'm saying is, guys like Kevin Samuels or whoever will say we don't care about your education, but that's not entirely true across the board because a lot of those guys they want a woman who's educated. They say it themselves. They say it. I don't personally give a damn about that, but I'm just saying that that's what a lot of these guys do say. So there's a conflicting narrative, and that's why women ain't really always listening to that or they're coming with that
again,
information
bro,
because
it's all based on the
But
general
why do they say that
perception.
though?
We're talking about,
well, it's more like
bro,
it's
bro.
for her. My mum's case, it's
Wait,
just like
wait.
saying,
I want to make a clear point. Here. You know, Myth Twist is saying that there are these guys who say the opposite. But the thing is, when you look at the statistics, it's not the common guy. It's like not the common rich guy. If you look at the stats again, majority of them. So when we talk about generalities, like Kevin would use that a lot. Like some guys will say, I know this man who's well, and he says, well, that doesn't matter.
Exceptions.
Majority of men still say, yeah, there's exceptions to the rule. At the end of the day, the larger amount of men in that position will pursue a certain type of woman, and he wouldn't care much about her finances, her education. And you hear those guys, some of those guys saying that, but it really doesn't matter because majority don't care. And I don't know.
no,
I'm not
I'm aware.
denial about that.
I'm aware that I'm aware. But the problem is that I've said this before. Women focus on the
The
things
minority.
yeah. So if they can see that there are guys saying that, that's all they're gonna care about. They don't want to hear about the other percentage. They don't care if it's 99%. They don't want to hear about that. They want to hear about. They're like, well, I
The
heard this
1%.
1% of guys say that he does care about that. How do I get him? I don't care about these other ones that don't care about my degree.
would I
I want
fit
the
into
ones
that?
that do.
That's not enough.
Would I fit into that 1% of guys that are like saying, "Well, I have a PhD, I have this and that," then or what?
Well, if for someone you're looking for, a woman who has those degrees, is that what you're saying? Yeah, you will
Yeah.
fit into the minority because the majority of guys don't say that stuff. They don't really care. I mean,
Yeah.
it's a plus. Like, oh, okay, that's good for you.
It's a bonus.
Well,
I think that I don't know because I've just heard too many guys say it. I think that the difference is they're talking on autopilot. I think what's true is that if they really come down to it, they don't care. But I think again, because feminism's just there and it's in our head, we just
wanna sound
naturally
good.
think
They wanna
it's like,
sound
for example, when they
politically
say, yeah, it's like, for example, when they say, oh, I want a partnership, because they're just speaking. They haven't really thought about it. They're just kind of just saying what they heard.
No, I tell you right now, no guy really wants a partnership. No guy, you can say
Some of these soy boys, I'm
No,
sure
they
one
say
that.
it. They
Some
say
of
it.
them.
And no. King.
No.
Those
I
guys who
tell you
say
now,
it
yeah.
eventually change their mind
I have
after
met girls.
saying that.
I have dated girls who say they want a partnership. I give them opportunities to take a lead in something, and they flop. They flop. They get caught.
It's within the experience. Yeah.
Even the simplest thing of them saying, "Oh, I want a 50-50. We should make equal decisions." I'm like, okay, cool. Okay, I picked what we ate last time. You pick what we eat. Why are you giving me all this pressure? How can I can't handle this pressure. What do you want me to do? Why would you do this to me? And it creates chaos. It's easy for me just to make the decisions.
Women definitely don't want partnerships. That's all cap.
They don't. They want to sound good. They want to sound politically correct, but they want you to do the politically incorrect thing and take leadership.
What's
Yeah.
up, Mystic
I think
Boost?
I don't know.
I heard feminism from across the bedroom, and I was like, "What? I'm here.
Break.
What's going on to shut this shit down ASAP?"
Not for
You
real.
know, this is the
They
topic.
want a leader. They don't want someone to 50-50 stuff with. They don't. Because when push comes to shove, yeah, women, a lot of women these days can't make decisions off rip. Like if shit hits the fan, they will act emotionally and they'll make their own decision. If shit hits the
Eventually, yeah.
fan, we are more collected. On average, men are more collective thinkers. So if something hits the fan, we're gonna think, okay, what do we need to do here? How
I
can I handle
will.
this situation?
I will say this in women's. I'm not trying to defend them because I do not give a fuck. But I'm gonna say this to be fair as a guy because it affects me as well. I will say this. I do think they have a fair point to an extent when they talk about like guys not really, pulling their weight in certain respects. And what I mean by that is, I think that a lot of guys they and this is kind of my issue sometimes with the money thing. A lot of guys think, well, I make a certain amount, a bit similar to the women, and they think that should just be the be all and end all. Now the issue is that these guys lack any sense of masculinity. They lack any leadership skills. They don't know how to be a man in a relationship, period. So they might have some money, but then the woman's got money. So she's looking at, well, what else do you have? Because I've got money too. You ain't got nothing that she don't already have for herself. She can't be a man. She can't lead herself. But if you can't lead either, then what good is it? Like you aren't doing nothing. And I think this is why sometimes
Trust me,
we
they love
see
when you take
women
jobs.
go for these guys that ain't got as much money, but they may be
And
more
then it
masculine.
goes up.
And then they're like, well, why are you messing with him? And it's because that guy has more of that raw masculinity and leadership in him than a lot of these high earning dudes do. A lot of the guys I know who make a lot of money, they're nerds and they're scared of women. And that's
They
not,
get cheated on by the
yeah.
highly masculine
You know
guys who
what,
don't earn that
Memphis?
much
Now that
money.
you say that, over the years, right, my mum at times, right, some men have approached her, and then I've noticed that, like, after a while, when they get to know you, I just never see them ever again. And I've come to the conclusion, it seems like, because if anything, I've realized a lot of men are actually, they get intimidated by my mum after a couple of minutes.
I'd
They
probably
get
be
quite
intimidated
red in
by
the
her.
face.
That's the point I was gonna
Okay.
make. One
What do you
point
think?
I want to make. When it comes down to initiation, when it comes down to dating, like we're talking about, someone who's already decided to get together, even if the woman makes triple the amount. But during the dating stage, a lot of these women struggle to find the guy they want or even cooperate with him. Because we actually reacted to a video of a TV show where women who were established in their mid 30s, ready to find love, and they were matched with men on their same level. They struggled. And what did the men do? They
Why is
pursued
that?
the younger women because
Why
they
is
were
this?
more cooperative, more submissive, and they played the feminine role. Women who were established, who were CEO this, head of this,
They don't budge.
department. They don't, yeah, and they're still very masculine. They're still fixated on that. They haven't learned the feminine traits
No,
that
it's
would
not
My
that.
way
No,
attract
has
no, no.
been
It's
the
men.
hold on, hold
highway
on,
for
hold
the
on.
longest.
No, it's not that. It's that to become that CEO, to become that boss lady, they've had
They,
to
yeah,
hype
that's
up.
that's the
They've
point.
had to hype
That's what I
up
was
their
saying.
masculine traits, right? So
Yeah, that's
in
what I was
doing that,
saying.
but then, this is what happens when you meet a modern woman, right? They understand that you need to be submissive for the man, so they will tone down those traits on purpose when they go home. Do you know what I mean? But the issue is they're carrying that boss lady mentality from work into the household. That's where the problem is.
Cognitive dissonance. That's what
Huh?
you get. You get problems with them having to take medication because they know they have to be feminine. They know they have to be feminine at home, but they have to be masculine at work. And
Yep,
that
That
disconnect
switch up is
leads
hard.
to problems.
it's tough. It's
It leads
tough.
to
It's
them
hard.
freaking out, bro.
You
That's
know
why
what?
you don't
Yeah.
want them to have any kind of
Actually, you
major
know what?
responsibility because it will
Yeah.
mess them up in the long run.
That's why
No.
that's
You
why
know
I
what?
said that.
You know what?
You know
Right,
what? I was speaking. Oh, go ahead,
she
Vincent. Sorry.
she had the choice to at the age of 25. So after she had finished it, postgrad, and then a couple 3 years after, she went back to Nigeria. And there was this Igbo man she was actually dating, right? She was actually going to get the man proposed to her. That he came from a millionaire background, but the reason why she didn't is because he wanted her to be a stay-at-home wife,
Oh,
and
wow.
she was at that time building her brand, going to China, Hong Kong, and that, and she was not having any of it at all. And the man, he begged her saying because he was madly in love with
See?
my mom, but my mom was not having
See?
any.
He
So
begged
after
her.
that, right, for like the next 12 years, she was single, and then she met my dad at the age of 38, had me at 39, my brother at 41.
Wow.
Yeah.
Damn. Okay.
But I said
That's
to her, well, why didn't you
crazy.
marry? But she was like, over my dead body. So what? So that a man can come and control me? I don't think so. I was not ready.
Yes,
Bro,
that
your
is
mom
the
is
yes,
not a
that is the
traditional
That's
reason
woman.
what.
why.
Your mom is
That
She's
is the
not
controlling
reason
trad.
you, man.
why.
She's not
That
trad.
is the reason why. The
Do you know,
reason why
Yeah.
is so that you can
your
control
grandma
your
feels
ass, so
that.
that you don't grow into being this bitter woman in an older age where you're trying to be a man and a woman at the same time and creating
It
this
doesn't
weird
make
environment for your
sense.
kids. That's the
Wow.
reason why. See, like the thing is it's why I'm saying at some point there was just some setup where it wasn't good because I mean, at the end of the day, Vincent, you're here now, your brother's here, and you're alive, and that's great, and you'll do good things. And at the end of the day, ultimately, she's still got some kids, and I'm sure you'll do well for yourselves, if nothing else. But it's
I
just a
don't have a
shame
choice. I
for.
have to. We're gone.
Well, I'm just saying, like, look, I'm just saying that you still have a choice to determine your own future and do what you want to do. Your mom can't tell you or control you. You can listen to her if you want, but you ain't got to. And what I'm saying is that at least I always feel like it's people's children's is like a chance if they messed up the child's like a chance to fix things, but
To
True.
repeat, live
you know
through
Yes.
them.
but it's like but I see it as you get to correct things on your terms, not on hers, and I think like you get to do things different to what she did. You can see what error she made and do it differently, and I think that's maybe a good thing, but it's just
Yeah.
a shame for her, like I don't know how she feels or thinks, and she'll probably never fully tell you as her son, but it's just a shame because I'm sure she doesn't want to be there by herself at that age, man. Like she was saying she's 60 something. That's why she's got a fantasy to help her cope with the fact like, oh, I'm gonna get a man who's got a private jet and he's this and he's that, and it's like
Mm.
you know. But it's just like it's a shame because if she had just taken that proposal at 25, the dude who tried to marry her, he might have a private jet by now. You know what I mean? Like you might have,
Yeah.
and this is a common theme is that a lot of women in their younger years reject and turn down marriage proposals because they would rather either be a party girl or I gotta pursue my career. But
Yeah. She
then
was
once they get
Korea.
older,
She was
yeah,
big.
yeah. But then once they get older, I mean, your mum seems to be sticking to it out of stubbornness, I guess. But a lot of these women, once they get older, they start regretting that and thinking, well, why didn't I just? That's
Yeah.
why I'm just
No,
because I
you know
can
what?
see
Myth
that.
to it, right? I asked her this, and she said if she could go back to the age of 25 when she got proposed, she would have married because she said most of her friends, right, and when they were 21, 22, when they finished their bachelor's or masters, so at 22, 23, they were just getting wifed up in that. She had a ring on her finger, but she later just threw it back at him, and she said,
Wow.
"No,
Mad.
actually, no. You know what? I want to be a multimillionaire myself." So,
Wow.
despite the man begging her for the past year or 2 years
And that's
after,
fine.
they
Yeah.
and he was literally apparently on his knees begging my mum, and she said, "Sorry, I can't do that. I have to go and buy all these cars. I need to go to
Mm.
China, sign these contracts and that and
But
yada."
what
But
does
she messed it up though for herself.
this is
But
what I'm saying, dude. The thing is I really wish, I don't know why in nature it was done this way, but I wish women could be just as satisfied as men from certain things, but it
Yeah.
just for
From just
whatever reason
fucking.
isn't like that. It just isn't. That
Indoctrination, though.
even if she became a millionaire, I guarantee it wouldn't be enough. I
They will still
guarantee
be
it.
unhappy.
Yeah. But to
It's
be
a
honest,
shame.
based on what I've just heard, with in the case of your mum, she was unwilling to compromise, and
yeah,
that's
she just
okay.
had extremely high standard. I mean,
Yeah,
her
and that's
sisters on
okay.
the other hand, they all married, but
Yeah,
she
You
was
can have,
still
yeah.
all about getting more money, making more
yeah,
money, and just advancing and trying to just you know yeah
get her
just
bread
climb
up.
up the ladder. But yeah,
Yeah,
um,
no, that's okay. Because I mean, again, you said she had you guys at 39 and 41.
yeah, very
I'm
very
like,
late
that's
age.
so late. Yeah, it's late.
Yeah.
So for her, kids was not a priority. You guys were not a priority at the time, right? But again,
Mm.
like Myth Twisted said, thankfully you are here, and just don't repeat the mistakes that your mum has made. And
Yeah, like right
that's
now,
what I'm
she's
saying.
pressuring me, her and my nan are pressuring me that
Yeah,
when I'm done with, getting my master's, so by the age of 26, so I'm 22 now, so next,
yeah.
4 years, I would have definitely finished flight school and probably finished the post grad, right? I should get
Hmm.
married. I'm like, wait, hang on, why should I do that? And she's like, oh, well, it's just better to have kids at a young age and so and so. And then I'll be like, oh, really? It's better. No, 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 mum,
It's
listen
weird.
to me.
It's twisted. It's
Listen,
twisted.
mum, when I am 39, that's when I'm gonna have my firstborn. And then she Girls like, Emma, Barika, oh, like, can't do that to me. If I have a child at an old age, oh, please, oh, you shouldn't be doing that. A man has no business having his
I
first
heard. I
one.
got the same lecture.
What do you say?
Yo, your mic.
I
Give
got. I
him your
got.
mic is.
I got the given.
Your
Your
mic.
Can you guys hear?
your mic is low.
Oh, sorry. She wants you to have kids so she can meet the grandkids soon. That's why she wants you.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's the reason. But
Can
her
you guys hear me?
mindset is
Can you
she's
guys hear
not.
me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Awesome. Yeah. She always be, try to guilt trip me and say, well, Vincent, that your grandma, she is 90 years old. You should allow her to meet them. 'Cause I'm like, Mom, hold on. I
Just
have
ignore it, bro.
several other cousins, and they're all married, and up till today, they don't even have any kids yet. So I'm like, I don't know.
Again,
Yeah.
she wants to be the first. She wants to be the first one to give her grandmother a
Because
kid.
my other
A
cousins,
great grandkid. So
they're in their
She
late 30s.
shouldn't have left it so late then.
Yeah, I know.
Exactly.
that's
Pretty
on
much,
you,
if
Mom.
anything,
That's
The
on
butterfly.
you.
The butterfly
Tell her that.
effect. The butterfly
Really, if
effect.
she'd
Innit?
had me at an earlier age, I would probably be like in my mid or early 30s by now. I really should
Yeah.
be, but because she left me at
Old
such
man
a
Vincent.
yes, because she had me,
She's putting the
women that
responsibility on
were
you. There's no accountability.
right, and a lot of women that's like a decade or two younger than her, right? Their children are like a decade older than me, when I'm supposed to be of a similar age or even older. But yeah,
Nope.
it's, I really
Your
should
choices.
be like,
But
yeah.
Vincent, are you saying that? So Vincent, you saying that you want to get married, have kids, and all that, and you want that not because of your mum. You want to do this.
No, I want to get married. I want to myself.
Yeah, I feel
Just
at the
have
end of the
kids.
day, like similar to how he's been brought up, I've been kind of reinforced with similar standards. Like for example, I've spoken to the other guys before that I need to date someone who at least has a bachelor. Like I've had it in my mind, like she has to be educated because
Mine's a
everyone else in my
master's
family
degree.
is educated.
Mine's masters.
Yours is even further, right? I think
Mad.
I'm okay with bachelor, but for some reason I'm thinking why did I have to think about these little things? Is
I
because
don't
it's
care.
reinforced by my family, but it's also something I'm sort of attracted to too. Maybe because of that indoctrination, I've kind of accepted it, But
Or maybe
I
you
might
were like,
unlearn it.
yeah, that's what I was gonna say. It's not worth unlearning.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I've
Yeah.
definitely got a thing where I have obviously my own standards as well, and they're quite high, but I don't think they're high in the same, like in terms
In the
of
same
they're
realms of
qualified.
education.
Yeah, I don't think they're qualified by things in the same way. Like, she makes a certain amount. Like, I would rather a woman who's got a certain mentality rather than she's got paper to show the mentality. If you get what I'm saying. Like, for example,
ability
I care about her being intelligent, not educated. So if she's educated
Yeah,
but she's a dumbass in other ways, that's not good for me. Like, she might have only been a barista, but she might be very intelligent in other ways, but she ain't got no degree.
intelligent.
You know what I mean? So yeah, like, and I because I do value intelligence. That's probably
100%.
right next to beauty. Like, you better be like, she can't be average.
That's why I'm very
Because
peculiar.
I'm not
That's
average
why
looking, so she can't be average. So she better be attractive, because she better have some
Myth, but
intelligence.
it was enforced there, and I guess it's because of that. That's why I'm like, yeah, beauty and brains together, combine the two. So that type I've shown you guys before. Plus, she's a postgraduate together. That's like
but
But your
things
things are super specific to the
like
point where
academic brains is not the only brains. Like there is such a thing as social intelligence, or people who are amazing networkers. They might not have the best like technical knowledge of like actual things, but their ability to network and communicate to people is second to none. And they can get you in situations you will never be able to get into with your knowledge. You know what I mean? Because they have the ability to make friends and connect with people that you might never have been able to connect with.
Yeah, that's and that's the thing. I value different forms of intelligence, because I know that that's not like, I've always been somewhat okay with school. I was, sometimes I get high grades. I was one of those people where I was very good at the subjects I was good at, and then I was kind of average at everything else. And it was like, so like, when it came to English, like no one, and I mean no one, was getting, I'm getting top grades in that easily. Biology I did well in, chemistry not so much, things like that. But it's like, I don't care so much if a girl told me like, oh yeah, like, I think the thing is as well is that if you're looking for certain qualities, you'll often find a lot of girls will have certain things anyway. I don't think like, I'm not worried about a degree, because more than likely the kind of chick I'm thinking of will have some form of education anyway. I don't need to think about that. I think it's when you start getting specific, like, well, she can't just have an education. She needs to have a doctorate or she needs to have a master's. That's when you're being specific. Like, it's the education is not enough. It needs to be specific types. Or if you was to say she needs to have a postgraduate degree in engineering or robotics. Like,
how's that gonna help you though? How's that gonna help you?
I don't
no.
know.
I think
Like,
it's no. But I think it's a societal. It could be a societal thing as well. Like, you know, when you step up to the plate, that the person you've chosen as your, you know, as your other half in this case, which is the reflection of you.
Right.
They also have to be matching the plate. Do you know what I mean?
If
Right, that's
someone
where I'm coming
understands
from. I guess
social
it's more of a
cues, the
status
better.
thing.
No. I'm saying
I've got a lot
that's
of classes
yeah.
traits from my mum because she's deeply my nan. They are very, very, and I think subconsciously I've kind of picked up a lot. So when I'm in public, I'm in my uni, right, and I might be talking to someone, then suddenly I just notice this, and then automatically I'm just like, oh yeah, this person is definitely of a lower class caliber. Automatically, and then in the same breath, I'm no. Oh my gosh, I shouldn't be judging this person. And that, so it's things I've picked up so much from my mum.
Do you know? Vincent has mentioned this to me before, and you know what makes it weird is that okay, she wants you to pursue certain type of women who have a master's and this and that, and also come from a higher class caliber, you know, background. But the truth is, a lot of wealthier, well-to-do families have girls, you know, women who don't pursue STEM courses or who don't go further in their degrees. So it's like
law, accounting, doctor. You know, the traditional. Oh, this is a really high-end, good job that's historically been seen as good. I mean, like that.
All right. And another point I was going to make with that is when you go out in the real dating scene, all those ideas kind of flow off because you would focus more on character and how someone can cooperate with you, can bounce off
chemistry.
With you.
Cooperation is key. Cooperation is
yeah.
I mean, come on, right? The things she will always be saying, okay, if you're going to bring home a girl, is she a virgin? Is she a postgraduate? What type of family background does she come from?
But that doesn't help the household.
But the thing is, okay, but so what the Duke said before, like previously, and what's been reiterated now, the whole thing of you, your mum, it is entirely for the most part like that because every single thing that I'm hearing, it's always referred back to she said. I would never. If someone asked me about what kind of women I like, the last thing you're going to hear me mention is what my mum thinks. I don't know what she thinks, to be honest with you. I don't really care. But I know that you've been raised a certain way. And so, yeah, it's definitely your mum's standards is what's dictating that because it's clearly in your mind. Like when you're looking, you're clearly got your mum's voice in there thinking, what would she say?
She has to be this. She has to be that. Where are the
qualifications? So, for example, you might like a girl, yeah. So this is how it be for you. So you might like a girl, and you might be talking to her, and then you say something like, "So what kind of degree do you have?" She'll be like, "Oh, I've got a bachelor's." Oh, okay. Then in your head, your mum's voice is just like, she needs to have a master's, and you're just like, yeah, you know, I don't think this is gonna work. You know, that's just messed up, bro. I mean, she could be on point in everything, but because she don't have an MD, it's alright.
Yeah. Honestly.
Good point. Hey, we're gonna try and sum this up, you know, in the next 5 minutes, guys.
Yeah.
So this was a heated topic. This was sweet as plantain. What the fuck? Oh, plantain.
Plantain.
Oh,
plantain or plantain. Let's not have we'll have that debate another day.
Man, like Angleton. Angleton has come through to me.
Oh, nice. Oh, you missed this long discussion.
You better
what did I? Yeah, I was like, what did I? What did I miss, man? Y'all just I've got to rewatch it. I got to rewatch it.
Honestly,
yeah, this was good. So let's just sum it up with everyone, like your thoughts on, you know, everything we've spoken about, and then how you view things in your life, relationship, and whatnot. So, Moose, you start off, and we'll go around.
What, just in general with everything? I mean,
like relationships.
There'll be a gap. All right, yeah, shit. Okay, yeah, relationships, bro. I mean, personally, I'm taken as well at the moment. I mean, I don't know if I even mentioned it, but. When you're vetting, I really, I've stressed this enough, like before as well. Like really vet the people that you bring into your life. They will bring you down or raise you up, depending on who you pick. So Vincent, with your how do you say, your qualifications, I respect it. In my opinion, it's a bit too stringent for me, but I respect that you have those requirements. So in that, good on you, bro. I definitely recommend practice, like in the sense of just get used to interacting with more females in general. just so that when you do meet the lady who just kind of strikes your fancy, you'll be able to maneuver the situation accordingly based on your previous experience. And then just to jump to the feminism as well and the leadership / the motivation part. Most guys are incapable of leading, and I found this out again. I had an interview with not an interview. I was speaking to this girl, a Brazilian girl, so a South American, on Saturday, and we were just talking in general about feminism and all of this stuff. And she was like, "Oh, back home, the man is supposed to pay for everything. He protects the household, this, and that." But when she came to the UK and she's been dating guys, she's like, they're super passive. Like she's the one making moves, and she's like, "What the fuck is this?" And I'm just telling her, I'm like, yeah, because the guys you're hanging out with are a bit dry. You know what I mean? So so I'm telling people, like, guys, the girls want you to be more like, they want you to lead. They want you to tell them they want you to tell them what you want. That's what they want. They want you to lead the relationship, and not just from a where are we going kind of point. They want to know the outcome as well, in the sense of where are we going with this. So literally do lead. It's a really strong, they're really attracted to it. And like I said, this is the same thing. I've been, again, every woman I've spoken to, it's the same thing, whether they like it or not. They may on the surface be saying, oh, 50-50 partnership. No, man, when it comes down to it, when that bill comes, see if they reach for the purse. No, they won't. They'll be looking at you. They'll be looking at you to pay, and if you don't, believe that's the last time you see her, or it's going to be tough to get on that second date. But that's all I got to say for the time being, man. Just good luck to you guys, anyways. Yeah, Vincent, I wish you the best, my guy.
Thank you. I'm honestly. Okay, I think was it the Duke wants to go next, or?
We can go your way. Go on.
Okay, sure. I'm just gonna say I feel like it's just a lot of revelations it's just coming to me right now, because it's like my eyes are literally just being opened right now. Like, my own mum, for example, right? She would never ever even want a guy that's making the same as her, and that she always says, "Oh, he has to make like twice hers," and then in the same breath, she's like, "Oh yeah, she has to be like you, upper middle class. She has to be a doctor, lawyer. She too's like making 160 or 200K like you, and this and that." And I'm just like, wait, what? Like right now, I'm just realizing that some girls that I've like previously, I've dissed and I've just left just because my mum would have just been pissed. And like Myth Twist said, why should I give a F what my mum thinks? I'm not marrying her, and I don't even want to be with a woman like her. Ew.
Come on, let's go.
Let's go. Yes, Vincent is leaving the nest.
It's right that whenever I like raise my voice, the way my mum is so quick to always tell me that, I carried you for 9 months in my womb. You want to talk to me like that? I spilled blood on you on the birthing table. How dare you talk to me like that? Like, and for example, like if I want to be working or whatnot, she always wants to like pretty much like take her own commission out of my paycheck, as I call it. She wants to always have a slide. Like she said that, oh, if I'm making even over 200, she would expect me to be giving her 1,500 1,500 a month or something like that. And I'm just like, wait, hang on, no, it's lies. And like,
are you a slave?
Duke says,
what the hell?
I really don't know.
No. Do you know what it is?
Say?
Let him finish.
Yeah, finish. I was going to say finish. I was going to say you're the husband, bro.
I've realized I'm literally a son husband, and it's really dawned on me so much how it's like I've really been, in this trance, and I've thank God to you guys and this, YouTube, because it didn't help that I used to be on CMPAG. Maybe we might want to do a part 2 and I'll talk about how I was indoctrinated for 2 years, and I used to make comments on her thing like saying hashtag the black woman is God, and and I'll be bringing I'll show my mum videos. Show my mum videos of this. I'll show my mum videos of black men and the type of white women, and for example, I was at this car thing, and I saw this fat white woman with her mixed kids, and I took pictures of them, and then when I went to Walmart, and I was going to send it to Cynthia G. Thank God I didn't. My mum, she would always be saying, exactly, I know, right? Why is it that that black men are so and so? Why are black men like that? And she would be giving stories of how African men, they would be marrying ugly fat white women, and she pretty much started like getting on the Cynthia G bandwagon as well. And even I too was even like on it as well. And even I too, I'll make comments like, "Gosh, I really hate being a black male," and so. And oh my gosh, man, it was self-hate at that point,
You've gone through it, man.
Let's just say that I've woken up and I've realized that
you're coming out, bro.
You're coming out, man, and I'm gonna start putting my foot down more, and to also move in silent, because this new job that I'm gonna be taking, next week, right? I'm going to be working next week.
Hide your money,
I've
boy.
got told my mom how much I'm. She always wants to know how much am I making, how many hours, so that she can pretty much like calculate. Okay, if he's working, let's say 30 hours, he should be making 350 minimum a week. So out of that, I can be taking 85 or 90 out of his paycheck. I'm not going to tell her nothing. Move in silence. Period. And
You're a
like
grown man.
someone said, right, women they say something, but they do the other thing. It's their actions. And oh my gosh, man, we need to do a part two because I've really it's dawned on me. What's wrong with me going with a woman that's doing nursing? There's nothing wrong with that. That's motherly qualities. It brings out the femininity in her roles.
Right.
Bro.
And
Yeah,
I'm realizing that
hardwired.
whenever I talk to these girls in my uni, I mean, well, the times I have, right, they're always a bit more stiff and more, how can I put it? They remind me a lot about my mum, and man, it's always
You
my
don't
mum.
want
My
your
mum all
mom.
the time. And I'm just like, that word mummy needs to leave my mouth. It needs to get out of my vocabulary,
Break away.
But yeah,
Honestly.
pretty much, yeah. Thank you very much, but I know I've spoken too much. Sorry, I'll keep
No, you
quiet.
haven't, man. You've done the
Resolution.
most. I respect it. You get the show going, bro.
Mr. King.
Yeah. So I say, man, my parting words is about the game, the dating game. Learn as much as you can. Diversify your options. Use all avenues you can. Practice, because you can never learn enough. And the more you have under your belt, the more you can know, and the less nonsense you can take, the less BS you'll be able to deal with.
Yeah.
I feel like you be also like the less likely you are to be played around with emotionally, because you have abundance. You can get back out there and get anything you want. You don't need to be tied down, so you have that ability to leave the situation. You know what I mean? That's your strongest ability as a man, the ability to leave. And if you feel like you can't leave because this is the best you're gonna get, you're stuck. At the same time, with the feminism thing, always lead. Women want you to, they say one thing, but they would really want you to do the opposite. The way they feel and what they say is completely different. The way your mom told you to get someone on your level, but she wants someone on a higher level. No. You always want to be the superior. So you want to get someone below your level. Don't get someone on your level, because if you get someone on your level, she'll start looking above you. That's what she will start looking. Start looking at someone above you. When she meets another guy who's earning more than you, you best believe, if you're not holding up the masculinity, you're not doing your bit, you're not being masculine and dominant and having that, energy, she will leave you in a heartbeat.
You know what?
Or worse, she will shoot on you and stay and
My mom
look at
doesn't
you and
even
kiss you in
believe
the
in.
mouth.
You know what? Now that you say that, my mom, she doesn't even believe in equality. Whenever, like, for example, I'll say, so if you're making 100K and he's making 100K, she will be like, 100K? No, if I'm getting with him, he needs to make at least 160K minimum. If I'm making, that amount, and my gosh, man, I've just realized it's been months. It's like I've been indoctrinated. Like, I know, it's just especially this past week or two or past month, I've slowly just been waking up. And for example, the other day I was talking to my mom, and then she was just a bit like, why? What do you mean? Having me and you agreed on this in the past? And I'm like, no, mom, I don't know. I'm thinking differently. And then I don't know, man. She's just. It seems to me like she might low-key be even better, but another thing, my younger brother, because it was always me, she focused more on, right?
Yeah.
He would often make comments like, I don't know what it is about you, Vincent, but it looks like, I don't know, maybe mum, sees, I don't know, maybe it's like the daughter that she never had. So it's like she is projecting it on you as if in a way you are like a daughter to her, but that she never had. But at the same time, it's like a son husband. But it's kind of, because she always wanted to have a daughter, but she had two boys. But
she's trying to get you a man, and you don't want that, man.
And I'm just realizing that. And then other guys I've had this discussion with in the past, they will say things like, that's kind of feminine. Like, guys don't usually think like that, but I don't know, man. Being raised by a single man for the past over 20 plus years, man, it's just
not your fault.
Don't worry, bro. We have another friend like this.
You up.
It's fine.
You're awake now, man.
Oh, do you?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, we interviewed him a month ago.
Yeah.
You should bring him on. You should have brought him on.
No wonder
I'll try to get him on.
he's lost in the sauce.
We'll send a link to the last interview.
And you know what, right?
Yeah.
How you guys say like you cold approach, like see a girl and you introduce, like with my mom's like, no, don't ever do that. Let her approach you. As if it's almost as if like my mom sees me as some sort of girl or something.
You know why you approach?
Huh? What is that?
You approach, you control the frame. You approach.
Yeah, but she tells me She tells me that like no, allow her to approach you and to smile. I'm just like, wait, hang on.
Yo,
It just
Oscar,
literally
why?
just dawned on me
Where she
that
come from?
I'm not a female. I am
Yeah.
a
Wait,
guy.
hold on, Vincent. Does your mum mean like she has to walk up to you like and introduce herself, or does she just mean that she like? Because remember,
Smile and like
girls' version of approaching us is not actually physically approaching. It's just showing a signal for us to approach them.
yes, that's what I mean. Yes, that's what
So
I mean.
that's
But
what she's talking about.
yeah. And like
Oh, I
obviously,
don't disagree with her on that.
yeah, and also clearly being inviting and
Yeah,
showing,
I don't
yeah.
disagree with her on that. I don't
I
disagree.
don't
Yeah,
know.
that's what I'm saying. Use all avenues. Use all the avenues. If the girl shows interest and you like her, go for it.
Go
And
for it.
again,
Yeah.
if you like a girl, the worst thing for what you can have is the what if. I hate that. And for me, if I see someone I like and I know, that person's right there, if I'm single, I will approach because there could be a 10% chance she's into me. I'd rather know than be going home and thinking, oh, I should have done it. I could have done it. I would have done it. No, I do it there and then. I find out the information. It's a yes or a no, and I keep it moving. At least I know.
Man, I wish I'd been in for the cold approach discussion, man.
Yeah.
You
Well,
should
no,
have, man.
that's the thing. We're
I
gonna
can
have it
replay it.
a part two. If you can sum up Miss
Oh.
Twist of what you got from the panel and what you would like to express. You've given a great input overall, but just to sum it up.
Okay, well, I don't know what. I think you guys were talking about a lot of other things as well. I don't know what they were.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah, that's fine.
I'll leave the cold approach because I have such an opinion on that. But I'll leave that. But basically, I think that the main thing we was talking about, like where I came in anyway, we was talking about like just the things I was saying, like the feminism and leading, and I said it already. Like for me, I just want to be in that position of control overall, And again, like Unstoppable Force raised when he was in the chat and when he came up here, said about oh, it would cost too much and you'd have to make X amount. And like I said to him, you have to look at the environment you're in, the market you're in, and this goes for everything. Like
Live within your means.
yeah, and the thing is I think we're conditioned because we're in, first world to think of first world economics, like in terms of the first world pricing of things all the time, or like I said, London pricing. Like when I talk to some of my friends who are raised here in London, they've got a local mentality. Someone was saying that I think it was Moose was saying he was talking to a Brazilian, right? I've looked at Brazil, yeah, Rio de Janeiro, them kind of places there, and
Guatemala.
right. And what's funny is even this is how nuanced it gets. So there's Rio de Janeiro, but then there's places like Manaus. Most people don't know where that is. Okay, that's like in the Amazon, right? I've looked into that. That looks like a nice place. If you think Manaus is going to cost me the same as Rio de Janeiro, no. And Rio de Janeiro is still cheaper than here. What I'm trying to say is that I always look at how you can get the best out of something. I don't have this mentality of I've got to be in London in a penthouse here. I've already done that. Bear in mind, I'm still in my early 20s. I already did that at 20 years old, and it was expensive as hell. It was all right.
The bills are peaking it.
Huh?
The bills are peaking it.
And I was renting it and whatever, and you got to, and it's and you do it, and I'll just be real for a second. I did that because I was, I was living away from home. This is the second place I was living, and the job I was in was paying me a lot of money. And I'm young. I have no kids. I have no responsibilities. I have all this money. I'm like, I'm gonna get a penthouse. I'm gonna live it up. You know what I mean? And I'm thinking, oh, girls are gonna love this. And don't get me wrong, they came in. But what I realized, if it taught me anything, was that it doesn't really matter. Because the same chick who'd come through there and she's in the penthouse, wherever, she's dealing with a guy who ain't got 2 pennies to rub together as well. So it's not like as if, it's not like as if you need to have. They didn't know I had that before they met me. So it just doesn't make any sense. So I just felt like, why am I even spending this money? You know what I'm saying? So it didn't even make sense. So it's just about being smarter with your decisions in relationships. And everything I do now is based on the end result and the most efficient way of getting there. That's why, like, my opinion on cold approach and things like that is about efficiency. All of that kind of stuff. Everything's about efficiency with me now because I don't care about doing something that's just going to burn my hours and waste time, and it doesn't get me the end result in the best possible way, and about what's sustainable. So I'm not really sure what I'm trying to say to wrap it up, but basically, like, just put
Be
yourself in a
efficient.
position of power, and it has to be relative to what you want in success. Don't let your mum or your dad or your sister or your cousin or some random woman from down the street or whoever tell you what your success is for yourself. Don't let the media tell you. Don't let a YouTuber tell you. Don't let nobody tell you. You have to figure it out for yourself, because your version of success might be, like I just said, going over to a place like Brazil or Colombia, living it up there, and it might only cost you 1,000 a month. Your job may pay you what, 1,600 a month, and you go over there and you're living like a god, and you feel good, you feel happy, you have low stress. But meanwhile, people over in the UK are telling you you're not doing good enough because you ain't making London type of money. You don't need to be hearing all of that. So you need to do what's right for yourself. And it's relative. If you want to be living like a god here, you're gonna have to play by the market rules here. But just do
Exactly.
what makes sense for yourself, basically.
Mad.
That was good, guys. Nah, everyone
That's
gave added great to this discussion. We are gonna have a part 2. This was
Yeah, for sure.
intense,
But
man.
I have just
Yeah,
one
it was
question,
serious.
right?
Yeah,
Just really just one last question, right?
sure.
Why do you think that my mom's doing this to me? Or like why do you just in you guys' opinion?
She's
Like, do you think
yeah.
do
I
you
would
think she's
say, like,
hindering?
from experience, like my mom has similar traits too, and it's a lot of mothers in the West. They just assume that this is the best for their son, but they're also projecting.
And
Okay,
I
so
know
I
popular
wouldn't.
thing
Yeah,
that like mums, like a lot of them, especially in the black community, they raise their sons to be the men that they would never date. So I don't know if that's true for me or I don't know.
I mean,
well,
she has all these standards and requirements, but to be honest, I
yeah,
wouldn't take advice
a little
from my
bit.
mom about relationships, or any girl. Like I'll take heed to the words, but I would know that men view things
Grain of
differently in
salt.
relationships. Yeah, that's
Just
my view.
bro,
Yeah.
with your just in your aspect to your mom, bro, I would just listen to what I mean, not listen to what she says, just look at what she does and then go off that. So if she's telling you go get a girl who's on your level, etc., just look at what she's doing because
No,
that's
listen
what
to what she says.
that's no, forget about what she's bro. What she
No,
says is
no,
not
no, no,
matching with her behavior.
Oh,
no, no. But I'm saying, that's
Exactly.
what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Listen to what she says about what she wants for her life, and then extrapolate that for your life. If she says, "I want a man earning twice more than I am," you have to extrapolate. I should get a girl
you
earning
have to
half
be
what I am.
that person.
You know what I
Oh
mean?
yeah. Oh right, right. Oh,
That's what
you've
I'm
gone
saying. If she
the next
says,
step.
if
Okay,
she's
fine.
telling you get someone
Well,
on
you
your
know what,
level,
right? Her
no,
response to be, I know exactly what she will like this. She'll say, "Oh, so are you with a gold digger?" You know, I can actually just use a lot of this and you just use it back on her. Say, "Oh,
yeah,
so are you
are
going to be a
you a
gold
gold
digger
digger?
for trends?"
That's
But
true.
obviously, yeah,
You want
she
my
Well,
just
I'm
honest opinion,
successful. I've
Vincent?
got
You want
degrees.
my honest opinion, Vincent? How old are you? You're like
Void.
what? A bit like
22.
22. Okay, you're like, yeah, you're just a bit under me. You're like a year younger than me. So my opinion, just tune her out, because at the end of the day, like, you're 22, you're on your path. She kind of done her job now, man. Like at this point, she's just
Exactly.
making, no, like
Exactly. It's
seriously,
true.
because like my
That's
mum
brilliant.
was still trying to tell me things. I'm like, hold on, you can't tell me nothing because I've got more, I've got more going on
What's
than you've
that?
got. You can't. I'm not under your roof. When you're under the roof and all that, that's different. But you
No,
got
I
some
am
respect.
under her
But it's
roof,
like,
so it's always like by
are
her
you?
rules. Yeah, I am. I still live
Oh,
with
that's
her.
kind of peak. But even so, but even so, hold on. But here's the thing. Even with that, here's what I'll say to you. Because here's what I'll say to you. Like, here's the thing. Even with that, just don't disrespect her in her job,
Just
because
nod and wave.
that is a
That's it.
madness. But I will
That's
say
it.
Yeah,
this.
but she encroaches on my,
Yeah, I know. So let's see. All
You
right,
tell her
Vincent. See,
stuff too.
this is the problem.
Accept the
No, no. 'Cause here's
situation.
the thing, though. I get what you're saying. 'Cause here's the thing. So the problem with this is, you're grown now, like, and for us as guys, we outgrow our mums at a certain point, and if we don't leave the home when that's happened, this is why I had to leave at like 19. Like, because I got to a point where I just couldn't deal with my mum telling me what it is. Like, I can't. You can't be telling me nothing. But what am I going to do? Tell her not to. I can't tell her
The
that.
house. Yeah.
She told me get out, and I did.
Yeah.
And I,
serious.
yeah, and I just went and did my thing. I wanted to leave anyway, like, but I've got a good relationship with her. But my relationship with her got better after I left, because she had more
Facts.
respect for me because I was doing
Facts.
my own thing. I think
Facts.
your mum is gonna always be like that because you're under her roof. And I'm not
Mm-hmm.
saying to leave. Don't do that. I'm not saying that, but
I
because
can't.
but you're gonna have to just kind of
Smile and
grit
wave.
and bear it, and just know in the back of your mind you're doing what you need to do for yourself. You know what I mean? It's
Mentally.
hard, man, because it's not a good environment. It can really man, like for me, I didn't feel good staying at home at all. I hated it a little bit.
I also feel like that because there have been so many times we get into such really heated conversations. It almost gets volatile at times, you know. And you know, I'm in serious.
It's hard, man, because when you're at that age, like it's just like you can't like. And this is the thing, like some don't understand, like because my mom realized this and she stopped doing it, but I think it took her a while to understand, especially when you have these strong. And a lot of us who are black, a lot of us have those black moms that have that strong, you know. That type of
independent,
yeah. So they start, you know, feeling like they can talk. They don't respect manhood. So when you're a young man and you've got masculinity and manhood and you're trying to, you know, you're gonna feel that she's like got to put you down or you know what I'm saying. It's just it's rough, man.
You know
for me, I just left. That was my solution.
Just really quickly, right? There was once I can't remember the exact situation, and my response was like, I was like, it's because I'm a man. And then the way my mom dissed it, and she said, you know, this was her response. What do you know about manhood? No. Let me even ask this question. What is manhood? What has manhood even gotten for us in this life?
She's bitter, man. She's bitter, 100%. She is 100%.
I'm going to be honest. They ain't going to stop. The only way it ends is when you leave. That's just the honest truth. That's just the honest truth.
Bide your time, man.
Do you have a sister, Myth Twist?
I do, but she's so little. But why?
I just want to know, right? Let's just say you had a sister that was close to your age. How do you think she would have treated her differently? Or if you were a girl yourself, do you think it would have been different? The dynamic.
I don't know if it was me. I don't know. Probably though, because most people just tend to treat girls differently. Like my sister gets treated differently than me and my brothers anyway. But it's not like massively different. But there is differences, and I'm the oldest, so I've seen it. I've seen how each of us have been treated, so I can see the difference. So there is a difference.
My sister left. My sister left. She's older than me.
Oh, she did.
She couldn't. So I'm at home and my parents are out of my way. They don't interrupt. They don't intervene. Nothing like that. So
you have no idea how bad I want to get because sometimes I really feel like I am in a prison. I'm in jail. Like that's how it feels at times. And it's always by her rules, no matter what. It's like if I don't do this, I'm gonna get yelled. Like for example, I'm her personal chef, right? I'll always be the one driving. And I mean, fair enough. I'm with, and like you know, if I ever get into an argument with her, she would tell me that I should give her the car keys, and then you know she would always remind me that you know that all the cars are in her name and so and you know yada yada yada. You know that on the deed of the house it's only her name and so and so. What would you say?
She is doing to you what she probably did to your dad. Like
what? I started to come to that conclusion. I was starting to say to myself, is this what dad?
That's why I said that earlier. I said because I don't think
she would always be boasting because every time I always bring up you know when I was younger and you know when dad was still around, she would always be saying, oh yeah, you know, I had my 3 SUVs, I had the car on there.
This is what I'm saying. You don't want dude, you don't want someone earning the same as you because they'll challenge you the way your mom probably challenged your dad
on everything.
And he was above her. If the fact that if you find a girl who's like on the same level and she overshoots you, bro,
he was under her several levels. Let me tell you that. Like,
you don't want it.
Do you know what? Do you know who your mom? You know who your mom reminds you of? Wait, hold on. I got it right here. This is your mom, bro. But she's doing this to you. You know what I mean? She's definitely doing this to you. I don't know if you can hear the audio. Can you hear the audio?
Yeah, I can.
When
I've seen this by now.
Yeah.
When will you marry?
She's doing this to you.
Maybe you are nearly 30 for goodness sake. Your age mates, they have went. They are happy. Even look at your stomach. You have gotten fat. You have gotten fat. Your own past chubby. You be like, see, you are purely virgin since you are born.
I'm a purely virgin since I was born.
When will you born? When will you born? Bolas boys are ballers. Kule no. Shebi has bought a home. When will you have your own?
This kid is cracking me up.
That's how my mom is. Let me just tell you that she's literally just like that. Very similar to her.
No.
Very similar.
Oh, this
No.
creases me. But bro,
And this
you
is the
it
thing.
was like that.
Your mom is doing the thing which most women do is my money
But
is my
she's
money, your money
literally
is my
just
money, and your money.
But she's
makes sense.
literally just the Nigerian, well, yeah, of that. But like, and at times, right, my mum, when she's super pissed off at me, she would grab me okay, so on your shirt, right,
Yeah.
on like, okay, it's almost like as if like someone is trying to strangle you, but like on my shirt, that's what she does. And then
Yeah.
obviously, I tell her because she is 5'7", and then she will be like this, look, oh, you better in your life don't talk to me like that. Do you understand me? I don't care whether you are 7 foot tall. You came out of my stomach and you must do as I say.
No.
Do you understand me? Am I
That's
understood?
bad.
Wow.
And even sometimes like I literally even almost like fear for my life. Like that's how I need to get the F out of here. Like, but at the moment I'm not working, obviously because I'm just full-time
Man
student
needs
and
to do a full-blown prison break, bro.
100%, bro.
seriously, like, it gets super intense. And the way,
Escape from
she would shout,
Alcatraz, fam.
the way she would even shout, and oh my gosh, I'm telling you, I was sometimes I've even said to her that, Mum, you might have just been better off just being born a man instead. I've said it to her several times, but
You know what, Vincent? I'm gonna set a challenge for you.
Go
Okay, please. I got a feeling you're gonna fail day one, but I'm gonna just try it. Try for like a week when your mom says these things to just not say anything. At most, just be like, "Okay, mom." Be purely just don't say anything. Because when I knew I was gonna start moving out, I did this. Okay, now I know you're not. I know you're not leaving, but just try and not rise to it. Don't react. Just be like, you know what? Cool, mom. You're right.
I
Don't
have
do
done
the
that
back
before.
chat. Don't do the well,
I've done
mom.
it
Don't.
before. I have.
Okay.
I've done that before. And do you know what? Right? My mum literally just slapped me in the face,
Huh?
and she literally said, this was her words. I am talking to you, and you are not talking to me. You should be speaking and saying yes, ma'am, yes, mommy, yes, mom.
Don't like not say anything. But I mean, just say
Nod and agree. Smile and wave.
don't confront. Just be like very.
Agree.
I don't want to say this word, but basically submissive. Just be like yes,
agreeable.
mom, yes, ma'am, no, ma'am. Don't be on no aggro because you are never going to win. Ever.
I know.
You're not going to explain something to her that triggers this crazy revelation. It's not happening. Okay, so you're literally wasting energy for no reason, and you're stressing yourself out. You're young.
You need to maybe have like a personal talk on that, because from the age of 6, you just seem like at times, right? Like my mom's always made me develop hypertension at times, because sometimes I'll be arguing back and forth, and then I'll be grounded. I cannot take the car out for like a month. Like I'm literally stuck and grounded in my house. Like in fact, I'm even too scared to even go to the kitchen. I have to like wait till she goes to bed, and I sneak down.
I've had similar. I'm not gonna lie. My mom's nowhere near as strict as yours, and even I've had similar to that. So I get that a lot. I used to, when I was younger, I used to be scared to even flush the toilet at a certain time, because if I'd flush it, my mom would shout at me.
Yeah, so, no, because usually if I'm in the same kitchen as her or in the same room, she would just be giving me filthy eyes. Like I'm telling you, like she'll be giving me aggressive eyes, like her eyeballs will just be going up and down at a fast rate. She would then, and then for example, if I'm taking some food out, she would then say, Vincent, all that food you see in that fridge, it was my hard-earned money that I used to buy all of that, and now that's your stupid long throat. You want to now go and use that to go and eat all my food. I'm telling you, like it gets, and then if I keep quiet, she will come up behind me and then she will give me the biggest slap on my forehead or on the back of my. Like I'm telling you, it just gets really.
So Vincent, when are you gonna leave?
I'm thinking the next 2 years, year and a half or two from now.
I'd say
I'm going to be working from next week, though. So.
I'd say get that date in your head, bare your teeth, bare and grin, and don't argue. Because
that's what I would say as well.
You just keep your head. It's like when you do a shitty 9 to 5, like what I used to do. I knew I was gonna take that money and take it into my grinding. When I've got my boss like, oh, you don't do this, I'm like, okay, yes, sir, you're right. I'm like, yeah, when I get that money, fuck you, and you best believe I did that.
Mid Twist is completely right, because I got the same advice from my brother. living in my house. I'm also living with my mom. Yeah, he gave me the same advice when he left. He said, "Bro, my relationship with mom is way better now that I've left the house. And I tell you right now, just nod, agree, say yes, whatever she says. It's her house. Do
I've
it
learned that. I've
and
come to
bide
that
your
same
time and leave."
conclusion. Yeah.
I
But the thing is that
promise
with
you,
me,
it'll
right?
be better.
My mum like, is every month like it's like $120 allowance, that sort of thing. And you know, after look, my mum she's very with me, right? She literally just controls like my whole life. It's like it's almost like it's a schedule. It's like, okay, we have to take this spot, you need to do this, we need to do that, and you know that's how it is. So it's like I'm completely under her control. So it's like when I
Well,
start working next week, right? I'm gonna start saying, and I'm not even gonna tell her how much I'm making. I might tell her, oh, I'm making, for example, $7 an hour, whereas I'm making 15 an hour or something. I'm just gonna be stashing that money away. That's what I'm gonna be doing, you know,
Them
because
ones when she has access to your bank account.
Yeah, I
yeah.
was
Do you
gonna
know
say,
what, right? I actually made a secret bank account behind her back because the first
Bro,
one, right, when my first
that's
job at
smart.
my uni, right, all my paychecks and that was going in there, and then before I know it, I'll see like, for example, $55, $80 being deducted. And I'm like, well, hang on a second,
this
where?
ain't tax. This ain't
There was
tax.
one time, right, I saw 220 being taken out. I was like, no, hang on. The paycheck I got was
No,
600. Why is 220? So now I'm being left with
hey, you
400.
think living
So
here
then,
is free?
that's crazy.
I'll go to my mom and I'll be like, hey, mom,
No, that's
I
crazy.
saw something on my account. I don't know. Am I owing to, because look, at that time, right, I didn't really know much about having an account because I recently opened it. So I didn't know how the whole banking system worked. And then she will tell me and say, okay, you see that 220 here? Sorry, I needed to go and use it to go and buy all the food in the house
But she's rich.
that you and your younger brother are using to to eat all the time. So I don't know, and then other things she will say, oh well, she needs to go and use it for petrol. She needs to go and use it to go and pay the bill.
She
I'm like,
is
wait,
making
Grandma,
you
you never ever
provide.
told me, you never ever consulted me. She would then say to me, I should consult you. You this big for
She
nothing boy
is,
in my
bro.
house.
No,
You are
she.
asking me when you are even
Um,
living rent free. You should even be the one even paying me to be living in my house.
bro, she's
Okay.
forcibly making you provide.
I
Look,
didn't even know,
You
bro.
know,
Like
this
it
is
would be,
this
for
this
example, like
this
600 will come in, then she would just automatically deduct 225 out. So I'm left with 400, and I'm just like, wait, you never told me this. And then it's almost as if like I said the most unforgivable thing to her by me saying that to her. And it's like as if she'll be ready, just to like bitch slap me in the face real quick. But I don't know.
No
fuck.
way, man.
I
Nah,
just
No.
bro.
like I said, man. The advice I gave you is all I can say because that's just honestly, it's the only way. It's
It's
the
the only
only
way.
way. Like, because
Yeah, but I
when
need
I
to
was
save that
This is
money
sixteen,
right.
though, because I mean, on
Yeah,
my own,
bro,
I'm not
save
gonna
that
lie.
paper.
On my own, yes, I am broke without, obviously. So I
and
need to
that's
start.
and you know what? It's funny you say that. This is again even links to the relationship thing. This is another reason. Like again, like you should take this experience with your mom is proof of why you should never have a woman who's got more over you, because this is the type of treatment you can get
Mm-hmm.
yourself
Yeah,
into. Like just like with a random woman, she'll have more money over you. Oh, who are you to tell me this? I'm the one paying for the bills. Da, 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 da. That's what you're gonna get, just like
Yeah,
that. And
fully.
that's why a lot of guys, man, leave their mom's house just to go be with a girl who's basically like their pseudo mom, and it's just
Mm-hmm.
like,
right,
I'm not
right.
doing
That's
all that.
you don't want that.
Yeah, I
You
know.
wanna take this as a learning experience. You wanna be in a position of power when you're dealing with a woman, like in a relationship. Don't be on this no 50-50, none of that BS. Because this is the type of results you get, fam. Like you gotta have it
Well,
where
she would tell
you're
me
in.
that it should be 75-25. So I do 75, she does 25%. That's what she's always told me. I don't
Look,
know.
man, don't worry about your mom's arbitrary numbers. Decide for yourself, man.
I don't know.
Okay? Your mom ain't been in a relationship with a woman before. Okay,
I
you're the
don't
one
know.
who's gonna do that. So
Yeah.
you gotta decide it for yourself.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? When your mom, when she's gone and all that, you're the one who's gonna have to live with the decisions you made. So
Mm-hmm.
do it for yourself.
And then
That's
when I
gonna be
ask
you
her, she
and
would
your
say,
wife,
"Oh,
not you,
well,
your wife, and your mom.
I don't know, man. But my mom, she's just in terms of temperament, is very volatile. I can tell you that. I mean, she's chilled a lot. I mean, compared to when I was younger, right? But still, then it's all this micromanaging and all this. Oh, you have to do this. You need to do this. And then if I question her, she will say, "Eh, are you questioning me back? If I slap that your stupid face for you," and
I
So
guarantee,
Honestly,
I don't know.
Vincent, when
Niger
you move
parents,
out,
man. Yo, you guys are getting no affection.
Let me tell
That's
you that.
crazy.
Look,
yeah,
King, my
I
mom.
had quite a
I
love
will
for mom,
tell you.
despite what I say.
My mom is literally, she is a Nigerian tiger mom. Let's just put it that. Well, no, like she loves to call herself a lioness. She is pretty much a Nigerian
Uh-oh.
lioness mom. She doesn't even like tiger. She has to be a lioness in her opinion. But I don't know.
But
All
even the
them ones.
lioness bows down to the male lion, man. But she
No,
Yeah,
doesn't.
I
but
know. That's what she said.
they don't remember that part. They don't remember that
I
part.
know
They
she doesn't
don't.
remember that. I know she doesn't.
The lioness, the
Yeah, she
goddess,
loves to
the
call herself a
duchess,
lioness. You know. Yeah, a
the
lioness.
queen,
Yeah,
empress. You know, they're all these things. You know,
essence. I know.
That's mad.
But I don't know. Anyway, me period. I've often said to myself, I will never in my life marry a woman. I'm like, no, no, no. I mean, what I've gone through, I'm like, you know. And she's even said herself that she could go back. She's not marrying the dad either. She's not going through this ever again. I was like, yep, the feeling is mutual. And she said the same thing. Yeah, the feeling is mutual. So you know,
I swear you, your mum, bro. It'd be so funny if you like had a show. Like I'm sure it should. I mean, it ain't right because in a way, I ain't trying to
you
be
know
like.
what? There is a show
Not,
on YouTube very similar, right? It's called Mama Ojo. So Mama and then OJO. Search it up on YouTube. That's very, very similar to how I grew up. You know,
boy,
if you can, I'll
well,
send you some videos and then you'll see exactly. It was almost literally just what I went through, and you know, yeah. I don't know, but in terms of, I've even thought recently that is it worth getting with an African girl? Because I've just been like, if they're like my mom, oh my gosh, I don't know.
I'll tell you right now, as someone who's from the Caribbean, I can't ever say it's ever crossed my mind seriously to be with an African woman. I'll just be real. It hasn't.
Why is that? Why is that?
Because of what you're going through.
But
But
that's
not
my
even
mom.
that,
That's
because
the older generation. What about African
that's a
girls?
bit extreme. That's a bit extreme, but not necessarily about, but more like just that. Like I don't know. Like when I
No,
was
no.
growing up,
But
I
think
just
about
saw a
this,
lot
yeah.
of that attitude, and I was like, no, I'm good
Think
on that.
about this, yeah. If you marry someone, an African girl, yeah, her parents are gonna be like your parents.
Yes.
Do you really want to have to go to family functions
In-laws.
where that's happening?
Yeah.
So what about white parent in-laws then? If you don't mind, has anyone dated a white woman on the panel? Is there anyone who's with one?
Me, bro.
Oh, okay,
So
okay. Can I
chill,
ask you?
bro. Oh my, bro. Relaxed, calm, soothing. No arguments, nothing. And you know how white people, they can talk back to their parents, and their parents just like, okay.
Oh my
Relaxing,
gosh,
bro.
that will never ever. My mom said if I had a wife and she spoke back to her, she would actually slap her in the face. And so
Bro,
like,
no. They don't talk back
to me.
They
On
don't
what
talk
day?
back to my parents. They don't talk back to my parents. They talk back to
Yeah.
their parents.
Oh, okay.
You know what I mean?
Yeah,
So
I know, but I know.
Yeah,
I'm saying if I
if
ever
you got a
did,
woman, who speaks in any type of way that's disrespectful to your family, that's a problem. Like
That is a problem.
that's
I
like,
agree.
even if it's just to you, I don't
Yeah.
want to hear that. Like if you got if you got issues with my mum, like cool, but even the way you address it, you better be respectful. I don't care if it's just me and you. Even if I've got beef with her, don't
Yeah.
come with that energy. Like, because to me, that's just respect for me as well.
True.
So.
But yeah, nah, they white in-laws are calm. Like honestly, like obviously if they're not racist, they're blessed.
Can I just say, right, real quick on the skills, man? You know, recently I've really been thinking about dating out, but then my mom, right, she would. Oh my god.
No, Vincent,
Oh, I need
no,
to stop.
cut
I need
that.
to get
On
that
the
word.
low.
My mom. I
On
need
the
to get
low.
that out of my vocabulary.
Cut that.
I know.
Cut
What?
that.
Date out on the low, man. Get a burner phone. And
Wait,
date
hold
out.
on. Lip twist. Why? And what? And what do you mean?
What do you mean? Well, because of everything we just said. You don't let
Yeah.
Oh,
your stop.
Your mom run
You
you.
know, you said it yourself. It's habit anyway. It's not gonna happen overnight. You know what I mean? So, it's not gonna happen overnight. You said it yourself.
can I just say, right, for you guys that moved up, did you save up or what? Because I'm seriously thinking, like, I really want to get out. Trust me.
Next year I'm going.
But the
Next
thing
year
is
I'm
that
going.
she's told me that if I do move out, for example, the car keys, it has to belong to her, everything. And even
Yeah.
some of the clothes that she purchased for me, I have to give
Yeah.
it back to her. So I have to stop literally
Fuck it.
from
Give
Do
it
it.
back.
I might as well literally just go and be living on benefits for myself because she will always be flaunting it in my face. She would always say to me, Vincent, without me, you will not even have $1 to your name. So
Give
if
it
you know
back.
it's good for you, you better listen to me and you better even be grateful. You should even be on your knees thanking me that I gave back to you, that I raised you to the man that you are.
Visit. I tell you now, yeah, your ability to leave, yeah, will give you more respect from your mom. That when you
Exactly.
leave,
Is,
she will respect you
I'm
more.
scared to even do that, just to even take that leap because
When you
I've thought about it,
you say thank you, here are your keys, here are the clothes you bought me, here's all the stuff. I don't need this. I'm out. She'll be like, you made it. Yeah,
You
I
know
don't
what I
get
It's
it.
mean?
like
But,
it reminds me of like those movies, man, where it's like
no,
they put them through rigorous testing and they, it's like they've got this
Yeah.
super strict instructor and it's like, they're breaking their balls and like, you better do
Mhm.
this, and they hate them. And then it's like at the end, like when they finally pass, they're like, well done. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? Like,
yeah,
finally,
but
you got there.
she often she said to me, you don't know how much I've even been fasting and praying for days, so that you and your brother, you will move out of my house. And I'll say, well,
Bro.
why is that? Do you know what she says? She will say things like, so that when you people move out, you will have a special room in your place just for me, so that I too can now come and be moving. I will not be living in your. I'm like, I don't think so.
No. Bar those doors, man. Bar those doors and throw away the key as well. Lock yourself in the house. Throw away the key, bro. Don't get out. Leave
That's
But
what
yeah,
she said to me, but
when
yeah.
I don't know if King GDP, I think he said he's not moved out yet or not. I don't
I
know,
haven't.
but yeah,
Next
when
year.
I
Next year.
when I did it, I was what? I think I was 19, going on 20, I think, or I was 20 at the time.
Did
But
you save up? You saved up, right?
yes,
How much? If you don't mind me
but
asking,
I didn't have enough. The thing is okay, so it was a little different for me. So basically, at the first time I moved out was kind of normal, right? It was basically to do with student finance and university and all that. So
right.
that was what helped me to an extent. I say to an extent because the place that I moved to, I didn't have the student finance at the time, so I had to have money to pay to go there in the first place. And that I got from my grandmother. She helped me. So and I'd saved up a little bit, but I didn't have enough. So she helped me with that. And then after that, I got a student finance and I sustained myself. The problem with that, though, and I'm going to keep it 100 with you, because I was still living in London. I was living in Wembley. The problem with that was I was living by myself in like a studio and it was quite nice and whatever.
Small.
But I had to pay for the rent, which was okay. Student finance could cover that. But I also had to buy food and I had to look after myself. And that was where sometimes I had to ask for some help. But I'm going to be honest with you because I didn't like it. Trust me. For me, I'm a proud person. But I'm just going to keep it 100 with you. I sometimes had to send that text message to my mom like, yeah, I need 20 quid. And it's the last thing you want because I just left like, yeah, I'm a big man. But shit,
But the
I
thing
need
is,
some help.
I'm in America, like Meth Twist. I'm in America, and here you literally need a car. It's not like London because I've
No,
seriously
I'm aware.
thought,
I'm aware.
I've thought about like
I'm aware,
moving.
and
Yeah.
I'm not saying
buy
I'm
a
not
small
saying
car.
it's the same. I mean, it's hard because
Very.
there's liabilities there that you're right that I wouldn't have. Like I might have to pay for transport, but it's nowhere
Yeah,
near
you
the
do.
same.
Right.
But
I've really
it's
been thinking about like just moving back to London, like I don't know, just going on some council flat or something. But because there are times where it really gets that intense that I'm just like, you know what? How about just go and get a job? I'll go and save up like $1,500 because that's how much it costs per flight. No, sorry, 900. From a one-way flight from Florida to London. I've just been like, you know what? Just F this and just start all over again from the
Bro,
bottom.
I'm telling you, this is what I did. Yeah, I've saved up my money. Yeah, and
How
next
much
year
did you
I've
save
got.
up to move out?
Huh?
How much? Like around how much? I need to know because I want
I've
to
got
start saving up.
15 G's right now.
15,000.
Yeah, but I'm like 20.
I'm
I'm like
clocked on.
26.
Okay.
So next year I'm gonna raise that up another 5, and I'm getting a house, instant mortgage, and I'm
A
out.
mortgage, right.
Yeah. So for
Or a
me,
flat.
I nodded and said yes for so long because I know I like it's worth me doing it for me to get out stable. You know what I mean? The pain and
that's
the
another
suffering.
thing. That's another thing because you don't want to go out and then you kind of got to go back with your tail between your legs because you can't afford it.
That'll be embarrassing.
I'm gonna tell you like that. That is the last thing you want because if you think it was bad before you left, whoo, you gotta go back. It's like, hey, I told you can't sleep without me. What did I say?
know.
And you're back.
My mom would say,
Back,
no, Meth Twist. My mom, she wouldn't even accept me back. She would be like, no. Shebi, you are a big man. You're supposed to know, before you left. So if you already showed me that you have now growing wings, so go out there and go and fly like a bird, fly like an eagle, show the whole world that you are not a big
Oh,
man.
bro,
But
I'm gonna keep it.
Bro.
You see, it's hard for you because you've got such a strict mom. Because for me, if it happened to me, I know I can go back. I know I'll never have that problem. But it's a pride thing for me. Like I didn't, it's just a thing for me. It's like, nah, bro. And I don't know. I would say this: I've never regretted it. Never. The
Yeah.
first day when I left home, I woke up and I was in that studio, and I realized I was like, no one's knocking the door. No one's telling me to wash the dishes. No one's fucking.
yes.
Oh my god, you have no idea how good it feels. It still feels good.
But you take on a lot of responsibility, things that okay, now
I
you have to
don't
be
care. It's worth it.
for your peace and sanity. And I'm just
Yeah,
Yes,
this is what I'm
the peace
saying,
of
and
mind
this is
is
what we're
worth
saying.
it.
You get a woman on your program because listen, the peace you don't have right now, you come to appreciate, and if you don't have someone who's cooperative and who brings that peace, it's a wrap, bro. It's a
But I'll
wrap.
tell you, like, because the problem is, and this is why I said earlier about the leadership thing. It's about there are guys who do want to just be up under their mum or up under a woman. Some guys don't want to be. They're not. I don't know. Like this, I don't know if it's this soy boy society, but
They're
they're
built
not.
different.
Yeah, they're just not trying to be doing all that. Like, because for me, when I moved out, my mentality was like I remember thinking about having to do things for myself, having to do shopping for one of the things I've liked doing is shopping. I hated shopping before. I hated it because it wasn't my shopping. It wasn't for me. When it was
right.
my stuff on my terms, it felt good going to that checkout, be getting all that. I don't care if it says £30 on it. It's my £30 for my
Yeah.
shit. You know what I mean? It's my shit going in there. Ain't no chick telling me what to do. A girl comes over, you ain't coming in. They try and leave their things in here like their little, hair products and whatever. But it's
Yeah.
that's just nesting stuff. You know what I mean? Like it is what it is. But
Yo.
I'll be telling, they bring the toothbrush. I wake up in the morning, I see an extra toothbrush in the bathroom. I'm like, hold on, where'd that come from? Like,
Man,
but it
Has
is.
that happened to you before? Has that happened to you before, Mr.
Yes, it's happened plenty of times.
Oh,
this
damn.
is not a charity.
Okay, it's normal. Trust me, any guy who's with balance over that goes over you. I'm telling you, I mean, and the girl ain't doing that, then maybe she just ain't looking at you like that. But I don't know, like, but
Yeah, that's
when
true.
you've got your own place.
So
The
what?
girl, they do those little things like
Bro,
this.
they would try and establish themselves. They will try and nest there.
Yeah,
Girls. A lot of girls these days don't want to build. They want to move in.
yeah, man,
So what?
I get it, but it's just like, nah, sweetheart, we ain't doing that. No, sorry,
So what would
I'm
your advice
24,
be?
sweetheart. We ain't doing that right now.
What would your advice be to be then? So what exactly should I do? So obviously, like, get a job, right? And then what? Like, save up, or how much are we thinking? Like, just out of curiosity, if you guys
Enough
said.
for you to get a car and enough for you to pay at least 2 months rent.
That's gonna be okay. One bed is like 600-700 out here. All right,
Well,
but then
whatever you
Did you
need,
say
bro.
600-700?
yeah, that's a one
Damn,
bed.
it's cheaper than here.
Yeah, I
Oh,
can tell
really?
you
Oh,
that
really?
much.
Yeah. I mean,
1,500.
I see some for like 500, and then they have like the community swimming pool, community gym, all that thing. But yeah. Anyway, man.
Yeah, it's cheap. It's cheap over there, man. You're living good life.
Yeah,
Because I was
Lord.
looking to move to London, next year. And bro, some of the one bedrooms are like 600, and it's bad, bro. It's bad. Or it's like sharing
Hold on.
accommodation.
Oh, yeah. Hold on. Did you say some of the one bedrooms in London is 600?
Yeah, like when you're sharing accommodation.
Oh,
Like
sharing.
like
Okay.
with like 4 other people sharing the same bathroom.
Yeah. I thought, Vincent, you're not talking about sharing, are you?
No. Like literally,
Yeah.
the one, right, that I'm
Yeah.
seeing like on Zoopla here, right? It would like literally, you have a bedroom, you have like a living room, you have a
Yeah, that's not happening in London.
yeah. You have like a
Oh,
whole
it's happening, but you're just paying a lot.
Yeah, you can.
It's
Like,
happening.
the
You're
best
paying a
I
lot.
saw, was like 1,300 for like a nice studio with like its own room, its own kitchen, sitting room, like
1300.
integrated.
It's like a lot of time back when I was looking at stuff, it was like regularly like 1,200.
Yeah,
pretty much
yeah.
at the minimum.
It's
Like
not really
if you
that
want something
expensive.
decent.
I would know actually because my mom she owns several properties. Like one of her one bed in Lewisham is like 1,002. So yeah, that's true.
How is
Yeah,
she
I need
earning
to.
money from
To be
rent and
honest,
then doing this to
I
you?
need to get out of
she
London.
owns several properties. Oh, several. And not only that, she's
Why
also
is she doing
managing.
this to you though?
Doing what?
She should be helping you buy a house.
Well, I don't man. She's just saying that. Well, I am paying for your education.
Oh
I'm
my
spending
God.
thousands of dollars a year just on you and your ingrate of a brother who I have to send back to Nigeria
Oh my gosh,
go
bro,
and,
this is
and learn
tough.
some manners. But yeah, man.
Man, see, skills, man. I need to get out to places like Manchester and all
Manchester,
that.
you see, man. You
That's
said
what
if you're living in Manchester, you can rent
I'd be
flats.
like a god over there. I'd be a
Yeah,
god if I was over there.
but
You'd
that's
be
way
like,
up
what?
north, though. That's
You
the
make
thing.
you
That's
do
way up.
what? You make how much? I'd be like, sweetheart, you ain't seen a guy like me. You're from London. You know, it's funny.
You're from
I know
London.
that. I know outside of London that people think like, I don't know. I find it odd because to me, London is just London, isn't it? But I guess
Yeah,
outside London, it's like some.
they
Oh,
gas
you're
it.
from
They
London.
gas
Like,
it.
yeah, it's not. I don't know. I don't think London's. I even look at tourists like when they're like, "Oh, I've always wanted to come to London." I'm like,
Yeah,
was
it's
it
not all
worth
that.
it?
There ain't
To be
nothing
honest,
special here.
when you
That's how
go
I think.
Oxford,
I
when you
know.
go Oxford Circus, yeah, or Piccadilly Circus, you then start looking around and say, okay, it's a little good. It's not that bad.
Yeah, like it's. I don't know. I've grown up in it, so I have to remember that. But honestly,
Yeah, like
it's
off rip, you
it's
don't think that. Like it's not all that. But if I go to like the posh areas, I kind of see why they're there.
We're
But again, at
saying,
the same time, it's not all that.
yeah. I just think it's overrated personally, but it
It
is
is.
like it's great for making money, kind of. But like
Yeah.
other than that. No, I wish sometimes I was in America, man. Because, for me, someone like me who's an entrepreneur, I swear to God, the business opportunities over there is just like
Yeah, but you
on
have
the
to pay for
ground.
yeah,
medical. I can't do that. I can't do that.
Memphis. What type of field are you in again? Are you in like is it IT or something you're doing or what?
No,
Oh,
the main business that I
field.
have is built is associated with publishing. But
Publish.
I don't like to talk about it too much. But yeah, it's
Oh, okay,
associated
okay,
with publishing.
okay, okay,
I'll say that.
okay. Yeah, yeah. Because you see, the reason
I've got stuff as well that's related to virtual reality, but I ain't
right.
gonna, yeah.
Yeah,
So
no,
yeah.
yeah, you know what the Duke said in the chat, right? Living away from London for 3 years now, it hits you hard. No, it does, because I'm so accustomed to living in London and all that. For example, like health insurance, I don't really have one now because it was so expensive that
Oh
I
no.
would rather just go and purchase a $900 ticket and fly to London for like a week and just go and book an appointment with the GP. I'm saying I'm so used to London that like yeah, I'm being serious. Like look,
Oh
when you
my
think about
god.
London, you actually miss it. Like I'm literally missing being on the red bus every day from school. I really miss it. I literally miss, going
Yeah,
to
feel it.
Morley's to, getting myself the £1.50 4 pieces of chicken and chips. And bro, you have no idea
Yeah.
how much I miss. Like up till today, right? I still can't even process milk in this country because I'll be in the bathroom for like an hour because the
Well, how
food
much is
I'm
milk?
not used to it. London, they don't have all those additives in the food. Out here, I'm
Yeah,
telling you.
we're not we're not in the EU anymore, but before the EU wasn't allowing us to add those things that they have in America.
But I'm
I guess
telling
we're
you,
still
bro,
not doing it. But
when you
yeah.
come out here, the food will literally start to make you sick. It makes me
Really?
sick to my stomach. You have no, bro. When you start, look, the first 6 months here, I was like, oh my gosh, I'm in America. I'm in America every day. I was like, for example, I was so obsessed with seeing the yellow school buses. I wanted to be in one so bad, and I got the chance to be in one, but it just quickly wore off. I was like, there's nothing special about this, man.
This is
You know,
trash.
and for example, just seeing people like, for example, rednecks and for a while, obsessed with the Confederate flag for a
Well,
while before
howdy,
I found
y'all.
out
Oh my
the
god.
meaning of
I've
it.
got to get over to America before they destroy themselves, man. Because eventually, man,
If
when
you
I
want,
get there,
no,
it's
let
gonna
me
be
tell
a
you something.
wasteland. China's gonna
Memphis,
be running
if you
around.
want
I
to
need to
leave
get over
England,
there quick.
Make my
Memphis,
profits and leave.
if you want to leave England, right, you can always like get a visa to like Australia or even America. I mean, they have programs
I
for
ain't
like
going to Australia,
30.
man.
Why
I
I
ain't
not?
going.
wouldn't do.
Or
I
even
couldn't do
Canada.
America.
I ain't going to Australia right now. I mean, that's like the last place I'd be going.
I would
Why?
sooner go to Japan than go to America. I couldn't do it.
I'll
But
go
you
to
can, but
Japan. Japan's been on my list since I was 8 years old. I'll go there.
yeah,
Yeah,
but
it's
they have all types of visas though, Memphis, if you really want to. Like, I mean, it's possible if you want to come to America. I mean, you can make money out here, don't get me wrong, but
No,
yeah.
yeah, I'm aware. I'm aware. Yeah, I'll definitely go to America at some point. I
It's
think
just the social climate out here is just too toxic and it's too liberal. Like on my campus, man, you say something, the whole people just try
get
and gang
cancelled.
up on you. Like it's happened to me a
But
couple
how?
of times.
But you're in Florida, right?
Yeah.
Florida's a red state. How's it so? Yeah,
No,
that's
I'm in
how.
a,
University
it's kind of
campuses are mostly liberal.
Yeah, yeah,
I'm
yeah.
in
I'm aware.
a
Yeah.
liberal city. That's the reason why. I'm in a liberal part. That's why. But
Oh, okay. You're in one of the little blue states or cities or whatever.
Yeah.
yeah, let's say pretty much.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but overall, Florida is conservative, man. Like some of the BS they had, like with the masks and all that, like Florida weren't doing it. So I would have thought overall it'd be a bit more conservative, but it seems like you're just kind of peak where you're at.
He's living that hard life.
I mean, I am, but it just comes at a cost. Like, for example, my sanity at home. Oh my gosh, man. Oh, man.
Bro, do meditation, do yoga, go to therapy, bro.
I know. I think I do, man. I really think I do. But
As
well,
Kevin Simon
I
says,
told my
man,
mom that I
therapy.
need to see therapy, right? She will say, "Oh, she'll be like this, Vincent. You do not need therapy. Oh. What you need is the Holy Ghost to give you more respect for your elder,
Holy Ghost.
and not
Oh
only that,
my
but
God. The
to
Holy Ghost told
appreciate."
me to go to therapy.
I know. But with her, I'm like, Mom, do you think that we all need to go therapy? She'll say, it is not my portion in Jesus' name. Me, I am a pastor. I am God's daughter. I don't need no therapy. Oh. God is my therapy. I read my Bible I'm just like, Mom, all right, Mom. It's all good. But, yeah.
All right, love. All right, love.
Amen.
Hey, Vincent, what does that Vincent? What does that mean? I want to try Aussie. You want to try Aussie what?
No, I mean, I want to go to Australia, like just maybe for a while.
Okay.
Live there for
I
a year.
thought that meant something else. All right.
No. No, Australia, Aussie. I want to try Oz, yeah.
Because
Yeah,
I was
Australia.
gonna say I've been with Australian girls and they ain't saying much, man. They
Didn't say much. That's true.
Australian and New Zealand, not much difference. Just whatever.
Yeah,
Boring.
no, they're
I
not the
find
ones,
white
yeah.
girls boring. I just find a lot of them boring, personally.
See, I always go
Oh,
for
yeah.
international.
Would you
Like,
ever get? Oh, hold on, sorry, Karen, King.
oh no, I just said I always go for international. Like people who have like a background of like either traveling or being from like different places.
I don't know, man.
Like straight British, no.
With me, for
Well,
example, every time I'm around African girls, right, it's almost like, okay, because of the culture and that, they expect me to obviously. It's kind of almost similar to my parents, but it's just the Gen Z version because I just recently turned 22, so it's like just trying to imagine like doing the Gen Z version of my own parents' generation. It's still there. Like you see, like Blue Therapy, right? Chioma and Paul.
Yeah.
I don't know if you watched that. Yeah, it's like that. Still got the African twist, but also with the British twist in there. But still, the in-laws. For example, they'll say, so you are a pilot. How much are you making? Why should my daughter date you? Why should I allow you to marry my daughter? This and that. I'm just like, it's still there.
I'm a
So
pilot. What? No.
yeah, I know. I'm still thinking right now. Maybe I might maybe just date out or whatever. I don't know. I've been thinking strongly about it because
bro.
a lot of black girls, even online, have been cussing me out, telling me I look like an ape and yada yada
And
yada.
you know what? Yeah.
Go on.
Black girls will be quicker to cuss you out and degrade you in a relationship. I guarantee you. They might even throw punches and they will throw them well. And you don't want that.
Who's that?
You don't want that.
Which type of girls?
I always say you either want to go for like women that are raised to be housewives without the like the combativeness.
No, hold on. I'm saying like which type of girls do you think can land a punch like and all that you said?
Oh no, I'm saying African girls.
Oh, African girl. You think? Yeah, I think so too. Because
when they will fight you,
they know how to
and they'll
slap.
fight you well.
They pick it up from their moms. They teach them how to slap very well.
I'm telling you, man. I don't want to, bro. That's a fight I might not win. Look at him like, whoa.
If anything, lately I've been saying to my mom, I'll be like, Mom, why are you being so aggressive? You are not being feminine. Stop being masculine. Let me just tell you something. Don't ever tell an African woman that because she will actually almost slice your head off.
Well, the thing is, African or not African, you shouldn't ever have to tell a woman that, period. If you need to even say that, there's already an issue. Like me personally, if I'm talking to a girl and there's a certain, I just don't feel comfortable with how she's behaving, that's it. I mean, it's your mum. You can't do that. But I'm just saying, like, we're talking about women in general. Like, I'm just don't.
I've been using the Kevin Samuels talking points on her as well. So let me just tell you that it's just been backfiring bad.
Don't tell me you told her she's gonna die alone.
No, not yet. But I have said to her, but mom, you see the way you're going, mom, you're gonna probably end up like a Virgin Mary for the rest of your life. And then she will be like, I rebuke that in Jesus' name. That will not be my portion. I must marry you."
she's saying don't speak things into my life. Oh, yes.
Yeah, exactly. That's what she will say. Yeah, and then she will literally think that the devil has consumed me or
Influence you.
like taken possession of me because I'm speaking all these negative things in her words. But she's also deeply religious as well. So mixed in also with the strict African culture and that, you can imagine it's just it's just she really forces a lot of things down my throat if I like
Yeah.
it. Like
I'm
she said
like,
to me,
just get an Asian.
would you ever date out? I don't know, have you dated out yourself, Miftus? I can't remember if you have. Have you?
Yeah, I've told you that I have. What do you mean?
I
Do
forgot.
you
I forgot.
think you think
That
someone
was
like
with the,
me?
he was with the
You think
Russian
someone like me?
Nigerian combo.
You think? What
Go
was that
on.
you're saying?
No, go on.
What was you saying, King? Because I didn't hear what you said.
Oh no, I just said you were with the Russian Nigerian combo. My guy
Oh
was
yeah. But you know, most people would say she's black. She isn't. She's mixed. But yeah, I know.
yeah.
But that's still
That's
kind
data.
of not
That is data.
too far out.
So you
But
usually date out, right?
I just
Miftus.
date whoever I like. I don't really have an agenda of like, oh, it has to be non-black. Like I just go for what I like. Do you know what I mean? It just so happens to be more often than not, it's not someone who's black. That's all it is. Because of the way I view myself. Because look at the things we've been talking about. The values I have. Is the average black woman going to be riding with that? Hell
Yeah,
no.
no.
Is the average Western woman going to be? No. But if I look at who's more likely to fit into it, just generally, it's not going to be a black woman. Now, I will say, if I did have that, I would just find a black woman who's from a culture like that. You know, so because I've looked at like a lot of these Afro Latinos and oh my god,
Same. I've been thinking about it. Yeah, I know.
I'm telling you right now, if I get with a black woman, it's probably gonna be one of them. I'll tell you that.
But who do you think you will end up with ultimately, though, Miftus? And be
I have
honest.
no idea, Vincent. I don't know. She could be Chinese. She could be a mixture. All I know is she better be beautiful and she better have intelligence. That's all
So
I
if
know.
she's white,
So,
that's fine. You
but I will say, and I think I've told you before, I will say she won't be white though. That's for sure.
She won't be white. Oh, fair enough.
No.
Why that? You have a strong start. Oh, so I guess
it's funny is because I just clocked. That's like the complete opposite of Unstoppable Force, isn't it?
Yeah.
I
You'll
would
say
I
absolutely
would-
black. That's what Unstoppable Force says. So, but yeah.
Yeah, like white is like the white is
White
right
is
thing
right.
or white
White
is
is the
right.
future.
No. That's not it for me, fam. I'm sorry. Like because I'll say this behaviorally, there's a lot to like with some of them, but
Yeah.
my issue is that I don't like as I've become more conscious of myself as like a black person, and I don't like saying conscious, but just when I was younger, I used to not see the race thing. Like I used to be one of those people who just thought it was BS, and I never thought like white people, like white people be like, I'm not racist and da 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 da. I used to be like, yeah, they're not, right? But as I've gotten older, I've just seen certain things I can't deny, which is certain things like they have a certain basically they have a bubble, and it's not their fault. I don't blame them. I don't think they're evil. It's not their fault, okay? But they have a bubble that where it's impossible for them to fully understand your experience as a black person. Even my ex, who was mixed, had a bit of it. So I'm not gonna, but she had less than a white girl would have. So what I'm trying to say is that there's a certain limit to how much they can fully understand your experience. Now, this really depends on what kind of guy you are, because some black guys, they don't attach themselves to blackness in any shape or form. So for that type of guy, that won't be a problem because he don't view himself like that at all. Like for example, if he goes to work and he deals with certain little situations where someone might look at him a certain way because he's black, he might not view it that way. And he may not have that kind of awareness. So he doesn't, or he just doesn't care. So if he's with a white woman and she doesn't have a certain sensitivity or understanding to those things, it doesn't bother him. And it didn't used to bother me, but I've realized it does now. Because when I was with my ex and even with her being mixed, if I brought up certain things about black people, and she was like, well, I don't know. Sometimes I feel like I don't fully understand. I'm like she would understand like 85%, but there'd be like some things she just didn't fully relate to. And I didn't blame her for that because she's mixed. I understand it's not entirely the same. But that I realized it bothered me when she'd say it. And so I had to understand. I was like, okay, look, if I'm with a woman and she's 90% on point, and the 10% is that she doesn't understand my experience, I'll live with it. But all I'm saying is that I'm not gonna date a white woman when I know she's coming with that, like a certain level of not being able to understand. I'm not doing it because I know there's a black woman or even an Asian or even a mixed woman or like. And to be honest, I prefer them just in terms of how they look anyway. Over white girls, I prefer that kinky curly hair. Like I prefer, those. I just prefer the way they look. Like I don't know. Like you know what I mean? Because even a lot of the white girls that I find attractive, they tend to have some of the features that you know what I mean? So I don't know. And I'm not really. I don't know.
Black features, though, essentially.
I like all features. I like European features. I like Asian. I like them all. But what I'm saying is, long term, though, I think I would just feel better with someone who was closer to having some Afro in them, at least.
Yeah,
They don't. They could be. They could be Blasian. They don't have to be full blown black. But I think.
Same here.
Yeah, I think most likely they'd be black or mixed. I'm not saying it couldn't possibly be an Asian woman, but but let's put it like this: if it's not going to be black or some black kind of mixture, it's going to be a Latino or an Asian. It's not going to be a white woman, man. That's at the bottom of the list for me.
I mean, even if I did get with one, right? Potentially, it might be maybe East European or I don't know, man. I just can't really see myself with a white woman like that. To be
I'd
honest,
say that if it was white, they'd be Eastern European, and I think the reason why is because Eastern Europeans are usually quite poor, and I ain't poor like that, but I grew up from that, and a lot of black people kind of usually do. So I feel like I'd relate more. Also, they tend to have more traditional values, so I just think I'd relate more to an Eastern European, because in my experience when I've met them, I do relate to them more. So there's a lot of them here in the UK. So
I know. So in my second, we had a lot of Ukrainian boys in our school. Yeah, I know them very well. I know how they are. Yeah.
Yeah.
Proper tradition. But yeah, no, that's lit.
Yeah, man.
That's lit.
I appreciate this. I guess.
And then that's me.
I guess it's gonna soon be 6 hours. We should probably start rounding up now.
We'll call it here. We'll leave it. Mystic will probably end it, but we'll catch you guys in a bit. Yeah. Hey, it was nice chatting to you guys. It was nice.
Same.
Do it again soon. Yeah.
Take care, man.
In a bit, guys.
All right,
later, man.
We're still behind. Oh crap.
I don't know if Mystic is here, but yeah. But I think we all said our closing statements like an hour ago. So
yeah. I don't know, man. Yeah, man. For me personally, I just want to just move out. Trust me, I really do. It's just something I want to, because man, I've just had enough, man. Let me just tell you that, because the arguments, bro, it gets intense as fuck. Like I'm telling you, like it's almost like we're almost gonna go for each other's throats. That's how it is, you know. And the way she'll come after me and she'll say, you this boy talking to me like this. After all I've done for you in your past 22 years, you have the audacity to be raising your voice when you should be on your knees. She always tells me, right, I should be on my knees, thanking her, pleading her, and having my hand like literally on her skirt and just saying thank you so much. And I'm just like, no, I did not ask you to give birth to me, did I? And oh my gosh, man, it's just but yeah.
Oh, you already know, man. I feel like what we told you today, that's all the knowledge you need. I feel like that's all you got. I feel like that's the best thing. Like, just keep your head down, just grind it out. Because look, man, at the end of the day, you're on a good path regardless. If there's one thing, is that your mum at least gave you some good tools. It wasn't all bad, like she set you up like in certain ways. My parents didn't really give me any real direction. They were still caring and affectionate and stuff, which was good enough, but I could quite easily have turned out being whatless, I think.
You grew up with both parents, right?
Yeah, in a sense, kind of.
Okay. No, I was just gonna. So your dad was there, right? So how did he? Because I never had that. That's why I just wanted to know if you, because you said earlier, right, about your mum also, like, well, you went through a similar thing, like what I'm going through.
Yeah, I mean, I had my dad there for a bit, but then he wasn't around anymore, and then I have the stepdad. So,
okay.
So that's who mostly raised me. Right. So it's like I kind of have two like it doesn't. It's weird because it's like having two parents. It's like my whole life I've had both sides, but I've also kind of felt like I've been raised mostly by my mum. It's weird.
Mm.
So
Sure.
but yeah, but
Yeah,
it's there though. But yeah, it's mostly I've just had a very odd upbringing in certain ways anyway. I don't know, it's not entirely conventional, but and my family's not entirely typical, but we're a bit of a funny family and stuff. But ultimately, I think it's led to me developing in quite unique ways that's different.
right.
And that's been an advantage, and it's going to continue to be an advantage. But the main thing is that, like I said, your mom, the best thing I think that you've got in Avi is that, like I said, she's giving you a certain strong framework to kind of build yourself off of and have standards. But you're at the age now where you need to just look over and review the standards she set, and you need to look at what you really care about, and just leave the rest. And you'll learn over time, because we're both still young, but you'll figure it out as you get older, and what you'll decide what you want, what you don't want,
Yeah.
which parts of it are good for you, which parts ain't. You ain't gonna know that. None of us can really tell you. Like, we have certain ideas, but for yourself, you'll decide. Like, even your idea of the Black Kate Middleton thing, you might meet a girl when you're like 26. You might be like, okay, you know what? Maybe this doesn't have to be like this, or this doesn't be like that, or whatever. But you will only know for sure in time when you start experiencing things for yourself.
Right.
So no one can really tell you what it is or what it won't be, including your mum, most of all your mum. So you can't.
You know, right, in my own case, right, I don't know, man. It's like today really, really, like my eyes have really like opened up, because I'm even realizing, like, even this Black Kate Middleton, I'm starting to see it almost like as a fallacy. Like, it's just like, it's not really real. Like, it's just,
It isn't real,
it's
but
like,
I
wait,
don't
hold
want
on.
to.
It's like my mom literally just painted this.
Well, I'll say this: it's not about whether it's real or not. It's about how likely or realistic it is to attain, and it's just about not. I think you've got a history with you've been raised in a way where you've put yourself on extreme levels of pressure. And the thing is I think because we've had loads of panels and stuff on different channels where we've discussed like Black people's position in the world and stuff like that, and I think the standards that you go by can seem good because Black people usually underperform in certain ways sometimes, or we don't always hold ourselves to high standards sometimes. I know
Right.
Africans is a bit different, but just in general, like, sometimes we don't always do as good as it seems like we should be doing. So when we hear someone like you and it's like, oh, my mom told me, sometimes it can sound like, maybe that's not, we might think it's extreme, but then we might also think, boy, but is it necessary? And I think it needs to be a bit more balanced. But I can, all I'll say is that, like I said, there's some good things to it, but ultimately, like, it's a bit much, and you just have to scale it back. The Black Kate Middleton thing, in my opinion, it's a bit much, but that's just my opinion on it. Like, at the end of the day, I see it as, realistically, it's just, that sounds like everything we've been saying about these women, about how they want everything, and
So,
they'll just end up by themselves. It's like, just
mhm. Go
so.
on.
No, I was just gonna say that it's just about being realistic and stuff. But
So, someone like Kate Middleton or Rishi Sunak's wife, what type of women would you class them as in terms of personality and all of that? Like, how would you view them? Your honest thoughts and opinions on them.
I don't know. I guess just what people would think, like, classy. I guess, like, that's the first word I'd think of. But I know that you can have the classiness without all the other little details that you've mentioned. So, or without needing to be as exact or as specific. Like, so it's just that you can have certain things and leave other things alone. You can choose certain things. Like I said, one thing I'm not compromising on is she has to be intelligent and she has to be attractive. Like, to me,
Right. Yeah.
and for me, when I say good looking, I don't think I think my standards is higher than other guys, because I'm talking like borderline exotic. Because I've already had this type of relationship, so I'm not going backwards. So the only difference was I wasn't in the position of total, I didn't have myself set up the way how I wanted to be set up. That's all it was. And I had
Right.
a goal that had a bit of a feminist mindset, so those are two things that would be adjusted. With those two things adjusted, I'll probably be fine. So I don't, and if I'm not, I'll be in a position where I can easily select someone else, so it's just about putting yourself in the best position, and again, with you, you can decide these things. But like I said, just try and focus on doing what you got to do to move out. Because I genuinely think your relationship with your mom will be a lot easier when you're not under her. Because right now she feels like she's got to take care of you, and you're grown, but you can't look after yourself and blah 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 and whatever. So you're gonna get all that talk. It happens to a lot of us. But
do you blame me? Like, I mean, first of all, I just want to ask this question, right? I mean, it's just because obviously I'm in uni right at the moment, and you have to remember, right, a degree, a bachelor's in the
no,
USA.
I don't blame you. But what I'm saying is, and this is what we were saying earlier, you just gotta understand that that's just how some women are. They're just gonna view it like you're dependent on them. It's not about, of course, realistically, it's not. You know what I mean? Like, just like when I was with my ex and she wanted me to be doing certain things, but it's like, yo, I'm 20 years old. You know what I'm saying? Like, but I'm doing well beyond my average age. You know what I mean? But some girls just want it all right now, man. You know what I mean? And you know, and I'm not gonna lie, I've always been pretty heavily like, you know, red pill or whatever. So that was another thing, because she'd want me to do certain things. I'm like, I ain't doing all that. So that was another thing. You know, so I guess like it's just about how you work, man. But yeah, I think, yeah. But anyway, I think we should probably just leave it there. I don't know if Moose is even still awake, but
yeah, I agree.
Yeah, I'll catch you whether we do another stream or whenever someone's doing something. Because I know you'll probably email me or whatever. Because I don't always know what's going on this side of YouTube.
Oh, you're good, bro. No, that's right.
So thanks for letting me know as well. Thanks for letting me know about the stream, because otherwise I wouldn't have known.
You're good, man. Yeah, you're good, man. Yeah, as for me, I'm just preparing, man, because next week I'm going for orientation and it's just the start. So awesome.
You know, it was funny. I was watching. I just quickly say I was watching a channel yesterday. I don't know why. Probably because you. But I was watching this channel. I cannot remember the life of the woman's name. But it's like this. I guess she might be mixed or light skinned. I don't know what she was. But this woman who was talking about being a pilot, airline pilot.
Yeah.
Don't know what, I can't remember her name was. She had like 50,000 subscribers. I don't know if you know who she is.
European.
Her?
Is she European?
No, she's American.
Okay, go on.
Oh yeah, I don't know. I was watching her, and then she was talking to some guy about, why did you start flying? And he's like, oh, I always loved planes when I was a kid. I was like, I wonder if this was Vincent. But then I remembered, no, you just got told to be a pilot.
Lord Angleton, he said, Mefta, so what did your GF want you to do? When you said so when you were 20, remember when you were in that part about being 20 and your girlfriend wanted something from you, and you were saying, I'm not on that, even though you're doing better than most your age mate. So he wanted to.
It was okay. So I don't really want to. I don't mind saying it, but I don't want to stretch the truth out. But I'll just say it was basically like it was nothing crazy. It was just, well, for starters, she wanted me to marry her, and I was like, I'm not doing it. Now,
was that
I'm not doing it? And
this was the mixed race check, right?
Yes.
And right, her dad hasn't even met you or even wanted to meet you.
Yeah, she wasn't saying to do it like tomorrow, but she wanted that, and I was basically telling her that's off the table, period. And you know, like, I learned a lot from that, because I understand now how important that is to a lot of women, which is why I always tell girls when I meet them now, I'm like, yeah, I'm not really compatible with you, you know. And they're like, why? We keep being together. I'm like, nah, man, I'm not trying to get married. And they're like, oh, well, I'll make you want to do that. And you see, it's just, I'm very upfront about the fact I ain't on that. But, you know, a lot of girls are deluded. Again, as we said earlier, they think they'll change you and they'll make you want to do it. But I told her, and she knew I wasn't joking. When I told her we're not getting married, she knew. And I think that was the big thing, because even though we've broken up, I've, you know, I was still seeing her for a while after that. And when I was still seeing her,
do you still mess her? Or I said, you still mess her? Like, if you had the chance, would you get back with her?
Oh, hell no. But yeah, hell no, because I've moved. She's gorgeous, but no, she's not the person. She's gone more further down the feminist line now, and hell fucking no. So it's like she's not like bad, but she's not what she was, man. Unfortunately,
she's changed.
I loved her personality, and she ruined it. So I can't do it. But yeah, it was mostly, that's what it was, Angleton. It was mostly the marriage thing. That was mainly what it was. There's other little things, like she wanted me to buy her gifts, and I didn't always want to do that, but that wasn't the real issue. The real issue was there's another side to it as well that I'm not saying, and I'm not going to say right now about something that I wanted. And but let's just say that, yeah,
it was the pom pom, right? It was the pom pom. You wanted the sugar walls, right? You wanted to rock the sugar wall.
No, I was doing that from Dave. That was automatic, bro. That's not what it was from.
Okay.
Bro, that was automatic, bro. Do you know what I mean? Because
I got you.
I was with her for 4 years. You think I stayed there for 4 years and I was dried out, bro? Is that, nah, it ain't. That wasn't it. But it was just that, yeah, just the you guys are gonna start like slowly but surely peeling back the layers behind my life, bro. And I'm not here for it. So I'm gonna.
You should, bro. Open up to us, man. Surely you.
Nah, bro. It ain't like I'm afraid or ashamed or anything. It's just I know people on the internet are just too much. Like, do you know what I mean? UK is too small of a place, fam. There's a reason Jessica X don't show herself. You get me? Trust me.
Yeah, but she shows pictures of herself. That's the funny thing.
Bro. I don't know about that, fam. She's looking a bit dark these days. You feel me? I don't know about that.
It's the summer heat. It's the summer. It's the browning.
Bro, I don't watch her at all, but there was a stream she was on the other day, and all of us in the chat were just clowning her, man. It was cracking me up.
Wait, where was this? Was this on Mr. Fantastic?
It was on another channel. It was just on another channel, but yeah, it was funny. But anyway, is Moose even there? Because he should be kicking us out of here. Like, it's one of the ones where when you're at your it's like one of the ones where you got your friends over at your house, and you know what I mean. It kind of gets to a point where you kind of got to tell them, "Yo, you need to go home, fam," but you don't want to be peak about it. You know, that's what we're doing right now. We're overstaying our welcome.
I think he slept off. That's the reason why.
Yeah,
he slept off. But damn, bro. So because she got darker, you guys clowned her. Damn.
Look, man, it wasn't that. Whatever. Anyway, that shit was funny as fuck. But anyway, yeah, we need to. I'm gonna go. Anyway, I'll email you, Vincent, if we have anything more to say. Anyways, so.
For sure, bro. For sure. Definitely, man. But yeah, for me, man, I'm just gonna simply be making my exit plan soon because I want to be out in it's probably 2 years. I'm gonna be honest because I need to finish up my degree and all of that because my mom's the one paying for fees and all of that. So at this time, it's kind of it's not like the UK. I mean, because my mom's not a citizen of the USA, obviously, so I'm not eligible for the financial aid and all of that. So if it was in the UK, yeah, sure. But, yeah. But other than that, man, we're gone. Go ahead.
No, yeah, I was gonna say, just you said it all already, man. And of course, do what you're doing. Use this space as an outlet because it's important for us as guys, especially if you don't feel like in your environment you got. It's important for your mental health to have an outlet like this. You know what I mean? So use it. If you ever need to talk to me about something, you got me on the email and all that.
Yeah, for sure. If I have any question, I'll just give it to you in the email. Then
yeah,
sure.
And I don't mind, man.
He's back.
Y'all are still on.
Yeah, all right, bro. We'll leave. We'll leave.
No, you guys can stay on. If you want,
go run, duck out.
If you want to, if you guys want to stay on, I can leave the stream open. It's not a problem. I'll just end the broadcast, and then you guys can stay if you want. I don't mind. It's fine. So the broadcast.